Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, and sisters. Welcome to this broadcast here on SimGrid. It's the Coach Dave Academy 6 hours of Fuji. Excellent stuff. We are over here in the newest addition to the iRacing track lineup. This wonderful, lesser-known Japanese circuit is going to provide us a lot of fun for this 6 hours event. Chris Buxton here in the commentary box, taking you through the action. Joining me for the ride is one Zach Sweeney. Hello, Zach.
Hello, Chris. Yeah, really looking forward to this one. Of course, Fuji, as you said, one of the newest additions to iRacing. And as you very rightly said, you know, it sort of gets overshadowed by the likes of Suzuka, but it really is a spectacle and one that isn't often appreciated, as we were saying. We don't commentate round here often. There's not many races going on at Fuji. And, well, it is a track that can produce some really good racing, and hopefully we can have more of that today.
Oh, absolutely. Qualifying just about to begin. So 30-minute qualifying session precedes the 6-hour race. 34 teams have joined us for this event so far. A few lighter in numbers than what we had last time out at Le Mans, but it's a much shorter circuit, as we're just getting the helicopter coming down through turns 2 and 3. There are a few corner names. There's far more corner numbers out there, so that's certainly what I'm going to be sticking to. So coming through turn 3, we were briefly. There you go. That's an overhead shot of the circuit in its entirety. So one absolutely massive, great big straight where all the horses available get galloping, but the vast majority of the circuit is very twisty and technical, and some certainly through the first half of the circuit is quite fast corners. So aerodynamic efficiency, so the cornering stability is going to be very, very key for this particular event. In control of the cameras, Daniel Costello, very much looking forward to your work, good sir. Thank you very much for having on board. Michael Hamlet is leading the way again. He'll be out in the number 17 Team Sous Chef Racing Ferrari. It's not the sole Ferrari out there, although their Ferrari is masquerading as a Mercedes, who are certainly the Mercedes is by far the strongest contingent in our GT3 field. So looking forward to seeing how well they do. We're looking at lap times around about 1.5 minutes for the LMPs, about 1:40 for the GT3s. There is Matteo Frigerio. Again, apologies if I'm getting these names completely wrong. That's one of our Trinity cars with 3 Trinity Sinsport LMPs and 2 Frigerios, actually. Matteo is in one, Benjamin is in the other. So we are looking at the number 35 car, which is the Trinity Sinsport line. That car is distinctly blue, but that's another matter. And the 33 car is the Trinity Sinsport Cyan. Again, they're messing with our heads. This is the one that Benjamin is in. So the LMPs will really have a lot of fun being able to get around the GT3s. As you said before we came on air, gents, the track is quite wide with a decent amount of runoff areas in certain spots. But there are times like here on the inside line where the wall is very, very close. So there will be opportunities. If someone gets it wrong for the safety car, which we didn't see last time out of Le Mans, we might see the safety car here in Fuji. Yeah, that's chicane section. Again, one of the heaviest braking zones in the circuit. Josh Millington in control of the number 26 car. That is Team OTL LMP2 entry. Now he's screaming down. He's just crossed the line. So that's right on board with Josh then, as there's quite a few good, decent team names in this one. Scooter is seatbelt wearers, the first one to get their time on the board. Turn 1, you need the heaviest braking zone on the entire lap. And turn 2, you pretty much ignore it. Turn 3, you come down a gear briefly, and there you go, just kissing the apex there to then keep the car nice and steady for the long turn 4. It's actually a double apex turn, as there is a pesky BMW in the way. Wow, okay, I thought Josh was actually going to jump on the outside line of the BMW. I thought he was thinking the BMW was going to get out of the way. Turn 6 and 7, again a double apex a left-hander. Then turn 8, which is the apex you've just seen. Turn 9, don't really think about that one. Then the other heavy braking zone of the lap. Turns 10, 11 and 12. This chicane complex, if this is where traffic can really be your undoing. Into turn 13 then, again, you come down the speed slightly. And then 14 and 15 is a decreasing speed, double left-hander. This turn 15 is quite tricky to get right. It's a little bit off camber and uphill. And then the long turn 16, you really want to get a good exit from there as possible. Is Josh hugging that inside line rather than taking a wide sweeping line through it. And then it's the long start finish straight to complete the lap as he disappears into the ether, reappears again, and we'll get the time of the board for the orange Trinity Simsport car. Just 3/10 off the current top spot, which is the Valkyrie by Francochamps Miniatures. Yeah, don't know, don't ask. 1:27.530, the current top time in the LMP2s, and Walk Racing Esports with the top GT3 time, 1:36.973. That's about the pace we were seeing during qualifying. What is the nose of that BMW? Why is the nose of the 21 BMW accented so heavily in orange? Just the fading to orange is kind of okay on the back, but that just, what is going on there?
The BMW, like it, especially in iRacing, that particular BMW really does have a sticky out front end. It's one of the talking points. It's one of the many reasons people don't particularly like that BMW, and they're just making it even more obvious, as if it didn't need to be. Well, this is speaking of liveries. This is this is in the 17. This is a of course very Mercedes dominated GT3 field. And well, we've got a Mercedes wannabe in the likes of the Ferrari. It's a very interesting livery. I mean, it doesn't make the car particularly stand out as much as the very vibrant orange, but oh yeah, certainly a lot of interesting livery choices, as well as a lot of interesting team names, as you were alluding to, Chris. But yeah, I think just because obviously these are just one-off events, you know, not necessarily too serious in that sense. So I think people can just afford to have, I guess in the crudest of terms, a bit of banter.
Yeah, absolutely. It's done for the love of racing, which is exactly what we love to see. Yep, that is indeed a Mercedes-flavoured Ferrari. Oh, that's a garish-looking LMP2. There's a few cars further back, but that is our captain, Michael Hamlet, currently in control of the sous chef, number 17 Ferrari. He's currently... And there you go, that highlights exactly what I was talking about earlier. If the LMP2s catch traffic in that particular section, they're going to have a devil's own job getting past them. Because this is where the track is very, very narrow. Oops, as the Ferrari demonstrating there, a little slippery as well. So the LMP2s have really got to bide their time through here. But everywhere else in the circuit, the track is quite wide with a decent amount of runoff area as well. So they will have opportunities to work their way through the traffic that they'll inevitably catch up with in the course of the laps. The Sous Chef Academy car currently in 5th position in the GT3 class. Just couple of tenths off the back of the Burt Sims Sports cars. Again, I make no apologies for giggling at these team names because some of them are absolutely brilliant. I look forward to seeing how the number 15 car in the GT3s actually gets squashed onto the onto the timing board, because that's got quite a few names in there. There is the number 15 car. It's that's the LMP car that we are looking at. Now, of course, on the actual iRacing, so Eric Nief in control of that one as well. That is, if I can get this, I can't do this in one breath, it's that long. So it is the...
Oh, is it this one?
Yes. Real Racing Club by Schinkenwagen, by Coach Eric Academy, by Equipper, by Penguman Sledging Academy. Well, I was just Coach Eric Academy, so that's fair enough. Oh, and that was hightailing towards the walls. So they're currently in, well, they were in 5th. They've just been demoted slightly by the 6th, 7th. No, beg your pardon. It was the Straight Line Racing False Group Esports team. They've just jumped into 5th position. That's our pole sitting team at the moment. The 677. That is. I'm going to remind myself on who's who. Again, that's the Valkyrie by Francochon Miniatures squad. They've changed as well, so that's a team. That's a number I hadn't actually clocked had changed. Bastian de Silva in control of that one at the moment. There's more orange going on. There's orange everywhere. Is that the BMW that we've just got a picture of? Or was that the NP behind?
Not entirely sure. But either way, there's a lot of orange. As the Coach Dave Academy car goes up into provisional pole as well, a 1:27.351. The quickest in practice, I think, well, at least halfway through, was a 28.3. So already quite a significant little bit quicker into qualifying. They still have over 20 minutes. It's a long qualifying here, isn't it, Chris? That, you know, they've definitely got plenty of time to get these laps done. And if you mess up a couple, you should be okay. But Yeah, do you, I guess at a point, just put in quite a bit of fuel and just go for a few runs, try and get into the room, or are they going to stick strict to an out lap, a hot lap, and an in lap?
There'll be a mixture of those two, but I would imagine that this will act as a bit of race practice as well. So 677 car coming over the line. Do they improve? They improve in time, but not position. Oh, just 300ths behind the Coach Dave Academy car, our new pole sitting car, the Treble 8, currently in the hands of Corentin Guinness. Again, apologies if I am absolutely butchering people's names. Do my best to try and get them right. Flash of the lights there from Bastian De Silva, so indicating to the field ahead, I'm on a quali lap, but then probably so are they. And this is where, this is where things get a little bit interesting. Oh, Mercedes trying to get out of the way. Oh, just as one spin, and then that's collected. Well, that's your own fault for having pink on the car, I think. It's the karma there. Buxton Moldovan. Now, we saw him last time out in the 22 car. One of our army of Mercedes-Benz out there. Third in the field. One of the Walk Esports cars. Bogdan Moldovan, Mihai Sutino, and Victor Taras are going to be piloting that car today. Or we think. That's certainly the names I have on the list, with so many things tend to change in between when they register and at this point. So we'll see what that is the case. 1:35.988, the pole time for Valkyrie. What is that? Excite, I'm assuming that's supposed to say. Yes, Excite. Yeah. Jonathan Pillay and Miguel Rodriguez. You can try that one. 1:35.988. That's, like you were saying earlier, for the LMP2s. Zach, that's quicker than we saw in practice for the GT3s. So, yeah, people starting to flex a little bit out there.
Yeah, getting into a nice little swing of things, aren't they? And getting into the rhythm. Of course, as we were saying, some of the teams will put in a bit of fuel, get into some rhythm, and yeah, of course, they have a lot of time to improve on their lap times that they've done. And over the course of a session, as we see Moldovan just getting onto that social curb off the exit, the final corner. That is certainly a suboptimal way to take that corner. But yeah, of course, with the length of qualifying and how many cars there are on the grid, it can be difficult to actually get a lap in. So some of these times that we're seeing might actually just be, as we see, a perfect example of that, as Michael Hamlet goes into the side of a fellow Ferrari. But that's the thing, is that some of these laps might just be a case of getting lucky and not getting affected by traffic, whether that's a P2 getting onto the back of a GT or a GT being affected by a P2 coming back. Some of the times we might have seen in practice, or some of the times we've seen earlier on in qualifying, might have been affected by some of these variables. So now we're starting to see maybe some people get some clear air and actually show what they can do.
Absolutely. The fellow Ferrari that the Sous Chef Racing Ferrari integrated with is the only other Ferrari out there. That's the Ruffaro number 24, Ruffaro Blue Ferrari. So that'll be Remy Hubert. I'm not sure where they are in the list at the moment. So it's either going to be Remy Hubert, Matteo Padovani, and Christopher Perasso in control. There we go. It is the last of the three names. Really wandering off the road, but getting out of the way of a stream of cars just coming through. That's not a bad livery, although blue and orange, jury's out on that one. As we said before, Mercedes, the vast majority represented car in the GT3 field. There is, or there was supposed to be, a Lamborghini out there. That's the number 11 car. Originally the Who Needs Practice team, who we did see last time out in Le Mans. I think they're called Off-Pace Racing, or Off-Pace Andy Racing, for some odd reason. Although they are 9th in the GT3 field currently, just coming back out of the pits, as we have a new pole time in our LMP2 field. It's the Trinity Sport Lime car, who's just done that. That's Matteo Frigario. That's just brought the number 35 over the line, 1:27.336, to take the top spot by 100th of a second. Oh,
if
that's part number 93. That's pole sitting GT3 car, Jonathan Pillay in control of that one.
Yeah, I think just pulling off to the side of the road to escape back to the pit lane after just doing a lap. But yeah, a fantastic lap there from Frigario. And it really isn't separated by much. Of course, Le Mans was a very long, I think it was something like over a 3-minute lap, potentially, or just under maybe for the P2s. I can't quite remember. But you know, Fuji now is half of that. So, you know, shorter lap times, less opportunity to make that time up. So naturally, you will see some shorter gaps between teams. We can see that by the top 3 being separated by just under half a tenth of a second. So they're this close on pace. Of course, a half-hour quality session does not, you know, set the entire scene for what will be a 6-hour race. But just goes to show that at the moment on raw pace, there's quite a few teams that could potentially be within a shout for a decent position. And of course, we were talking about that run towards turn 1 before the stream, Chris, and well, like how, you know, it's about a 600-meter dash. Everyone's going to be so close. They're all going to try and get that track position early on, and with them being so close, should bring us about some pretty decent action.
Yeah, they'll be galloping at a decent speed when they come down there for the first time in anger. As a reminder, it is a rolling start. The 2 classes will be separated by a bit of a distance, so the GT3s won't just pile into the back of the LMP2s or vice versa. But yeah, that'll be a busy turn 1, I would think, as we are looking at the Not In Vain Racing orange car that currently sits in 9th position. Ruben Lasso currently has control of the 440 car. Who's he joined by? Luca Thingard is going to be joining him a little bit later on. Over the line, does he improve? Well, 128.267. Still sees that car in 9th position. Not a huge gap in between each car, which is rather what you were alluding to just now, Zach. Now, we do, because of the nature of this kind of series, it's not a championship. This is kind of more as a bit of fun racing. We do have a bit of a skill gap top to bottom, which was certainly demonstrated last time around. But again, that's the nature of multi-class racing. We're always going to have difference in abilities and experience levels. But this is a good opportunity for those that are looking to get involved in endurance racing. 6 hours is more the shorter end of endurance racing, as we have a new car in 4th position on the LMP2s. This Team VVDL car, number 36. Just jumping back to the pits with a 127.654, very nicely done. So yeah, this is a great opportunity for drivers to actually give endurance racing a try. As we now jump to the 101 Mercedes, Thomas Dunn, still makes me laugh, Burt Esports. Is there an Ernie Esports out there somewhere? But at the moment, there is the Canadian driver in control of the black and white Merc in 4th place. You were on the grid last time out.
We don't talk about me.
Oh, your team was out there. Who was it you were driving with?
Thanuk Rodrigo. It was literally just me and him. We were going to have Adam Alderson with us as well, but he didn't join our iRacing team before the event started. So yeah, we were just sort of left to our own devices. But yeah, you're very right in saying that this is a great opportunity for us to get involved in endurance racing, especially as newer drivers, because it can be. It's a very overwhelming thing. Of course, you've got the likes of, in some cases, you've got up to I think maybe even 3 or 4 different categories, massive grids of up to I think 60 plus cars. But yeah, these events are a really good way just to settle in, and in a non, well, it is still a competitive environment, but a sort of a lesser so, a nice casual atmosphere, just to settle in, get yourself up to grips with it, because endurance racing is one of those things where experience is the best teacher that you can possibly have, and just being able to settle into that, being able to get into the swing of things, because it is a very different discipline. I jumped into that as my first endurance race, I think a couple of weeks ago at Le Mans. That was my first ever time doing that sort of racing, usually specializing in sort of sprint types, 20, 30 minute, hour tops races, and it is such a big learning curve. And it's just for those slightly newer drivers, it's a good time to learn, but also for the sort of the higher up sort of tier drivers in terms of iRacing, the 5k plus sort of guys, it's also a good opportunity for them to sort of blow off some steam and show what they can do on a broadcast as well.
Indeed, what you don't have is the pressure of a championship. You want to perform, let's face it, we're all racers at heart, so you want to do the best job you can, but there's less pressure on you to be able to perform at the very top levels. So you don't, whilst there is obviously practice that goes on, and if things go wrong, it does affect all of you, it's not going to have a huge lasting effect. You don't have to try and make up for lost ground later in the season or anything along that kind of line. Which stallion were you in last time, Zach?
I was in a Ferrari because I didn't particularly want to buy any other car, and that was the one I had. It was a choice between that and the Mercedes, and the old Mercedes at that. So yeah, we opted for the Ferrari, and I don't think that was particularly suited fill them on, considering we were surrounded by Porsches and BMWs, which took up the vast majority of the field. So, yeah, I think we probably could have done with a bit of better preparation for that. And of course, while iRacing does a fantastic job with the balance of performance between the different cars, you will always get a dominant chassis, particularly usually as the Porsches and the BMWs at a particular circuit. And there's just nothing you can really do about that. As the 35 does a very impressive slide to bring himself back to the pit lane.
Yeah, that's one way to show off a little bit, right? Just as the camera pointed out. Was that the KES Industries car that you were in?
It was, yes, it was.
Ah.
That was us. That was us. The meme team, the dream meme team.
I see. It's glad to have you up in the box with us. It's a shame we don't have your team out there this time around, but we get to enjoy your company up top with us at the moment. Only one team yet to set a time on the board. I think they were one of the lead times in practice, actually. The Coach Babe Academy, number 23, have not put a time on the board just yet. So we're waiting for the one of the Mercs to come across the line. Isaac Fairweather currently in control of that one. There he is, just about to come over the line indeed, being chased home by the 25 NLP2. Okay, quite what he's shaking his head at in literally the form of the entire car. Not sure about that one, but there is a time on the board at least for them. But I think it's fair to say a bit of time to find. Olaf Zortek, I think that's pronounced, so I'm hoping so. Again, that's probably another name I'm butchering. Sorry.
We're British. We're not meant to get it. With us and pronunciations, it's yeah. That's one of the. True. Well, we do apologise.
Yeah. So that is that's the GTWR. I can't get this right. The GTWR R8G Academy. It's such a mouthful, that name. Entrant. And who is with you? So that is Lorenzo Rapper. That's going to be sharing that car as well. Over the line, is there an improvement for the currently 8th position GT3? The line is quite some way down the road. And no, you remain where you are at the moment, being chased with a garish BMW that we picked up on earlier, just as an LMP2 comes out of the... And yeah, expect that quite a few times, as people were wondering. Generally, if you're going to go wide in turn one, you do it earlier than that. Whoa, it's the number 33 LMP2
impressive.
Really giving it plenty of beats. Honoric Andre for Trinity Sinsport Cyan going for a very big wonder. That's another one of the Trinity cars, the number 34. Matt Kindig. That's... see, that's the team name has also changed, because on my list, the 34 car... oh, no, the big one, that hasn't changed. It's the Trinity Sinsport Magenta. Quite what's magenta on that car is a bit of a difference.
Helmet, maybe?
Mark on the top.
Yeah, potentially. That's probably about it. But yeah, maybe a bit on the helmet or the suit that they've got in there. But yeah, we'll see. But of course, that's just the team's excuse to put more entries on the grid, as you just usually go for different colours. I've seen some teams actually. Particularly Summit Simsports are a team that come to mind. They use names of different mountains, so they'll have Summit Simsports Everest as an entry, which I think is just quite creative and gives them an excuse to not put colours that not on the car onto the grid. So it does fit, and it is a nice sort of nod to their team name. But yeah, that is quite a bit of creativity amongst teams, and we do see that quite a lot in sim racing. Just some nice bit of creativity, and especially with liveries as well. Some sim racing liveries are very striking and very nice. Of course, not an orange fronted BMW by any stretch, but there's some of them that are quite nice.
True enough. Let's continue to look at Matt Kindig. So the picture-in-picture is the nose cam on the 34 car. You see the amount of traffic he's now got ahead of him. That's the 440 car just gone through the shot, the Not In Vain Racing orange car. We saw Ruben Lasso in control of that one earlier on. Is he still in control of it? I assume so. Can't see his name on this. So currently looking at the 34. So that's coming through turn 6 and 7 with a bright green. No, he's bad at that one. A bright green Merc. That's the apparently that's the Miradis Black team that has the probably the brightest car in the one. And what is the livery on the Lambo? That's Sol Lamborghini, the off-pace Andy racing car. That's, well,
I missed it.
it's busy. I'll give him that.
A lot
We
going
see Quintin Guinness, our former pole sitter in the Treble 8 car. Come over the line, 135.6, a storming. Beg your pardon, no, that's the GT3 lap time. So that's the Coach Dave Academy car that's been usurped by the Trinity Sinsport Lime cars during the session. The Coach Dave car yet to regain that, but look at that, 3 cars in the same tenth of a second, 127.3. And then you've got, slightly further back, a couple of cars in the 27.7s. That top, with the exception, well, indeed, yeah, I was just about to say top 10 within the second. They actually are 7/10 of a second separating the top 10 LMP2s.
Well, we were talking about a skill gap between everyone, but yeah, there's not quite much of it here. And of course, qualifying does not tell the whole story, as I was alluding to a little bit earlier on. 6 hours, apologies, of racing, an extra hour marked on top. 6 hours of racing, and a 7/10 gap in qualifying. As long as you're consistent and you stay out of trouble in a race, that can pretty much be negated through pit strategy and just having a bit of better racecraft. As we see, a bit of a slide from Guinness there as he goes through the final couple of corners in towards the penultimate corner. Actually, very tricky set of corners. About, I think, 50 different lines you can take, and all of them pretty successful. The conventional one taking through the final corner there from Guinness, out wide, cut in for a late apex to get the drive down this long straight. Don't think his lap's going to be particularly competitive, of course, teetering on the edge of pole position, not much in it at all amongst the top 3, half a tenth between all of them. But unfortunately for him, when it comes down to that fine margins, you really can't be affording to make just even the tiniest fractions of mistakes can have some pretty big consequences here.
Very, very true indeed. And that particular section, that or net corner, turns 14 and 15. It's very off camber and it's uphill, so the cars get unsettled very, very easily. And it being such a slow corner, they cannot rely on downforce to really push them through the corner at all. So it's very common to see cars get very upset there. As we continue to watch Quintin Guinness in the Treble 8 car, trying to improve or finding that, what's that, 15 thousandths he would need to get back on the top spot for the LMP2s. 4 minutes remain of this qualifying session. We'll get the rolling laps underway. There's our GT3 leader, the Valtteri X-Type car, getting any bit of slipstream he can along the start-finish straight. Is there an improvement for the top spot in the GT3s? 135.697 the previous time, and no, it was about 3/10 off, give or take, along this. Now that's a superb livery. It's almost American in flavour, the Valkyrie X-Type car. And a new pole time in the LMP2s. It's another of the Trinity Sinsport cars, the Cyan car. Now jumps up into the top spot. Henrik Andre in the number 33 has just taken the top spot. Well, I say taken it for Trinity, it already was in the hands of Trinity. Now it's a front row lockout for the Trinity squad. 127.225 is the top of the tree for LMP2s as we jump to currently second in the GT3s. Bogdan Moldovan in the Walk Racing Esports Mercedes, chasing, can't quite tell which of the Mercs that is. There's actually no number on the side. Well, give us a clue. How are we supposed to know who that is? I know that sometimes we need a challenge, but that's taking it a bit far.
The names are a challenge enough, so yeah, everything else is just added on top, I think. But either way, he's got well, actually, the GT3s. We usually see some of the closest racing amongst the GTs, but in fact, it's the largest gap of the two. 5/10 of a second between pole and second place. Whereas you go to LMP2s, and it's what, less than 2/10 separating the top 4, less than 7/10 separating the top 10. Which is going to be something to look out for. But yeah, no discredit to the Valkyrie Excite car, who have just done a fantastic job. Still not over yet, though, and maybe Moldovan can just put in a good lap. Well and truly in the slipstream, which is going to be well and truly important down a long pit straight, but I don't think he's particularly fond, particularly wanting to go for another lap, as that's right in front of the LMP2. That was a very close call. Luckily, it's only qualifying. If that was happening in the race, it'd be a lot scarier, but well, yeah, I don't think we can. Oh wow, and there goes the Coach Dave Academy by, relative to LMP2 terms, quite a substantial gap for pole position, a 27 dead.
Storming effort from the Coach Dave Academy car. That was indeed Quintin Guinness, and it was Max Vormuth that was in control of the apparently unnumbered Mercedes. Is that a Sky livery? Was that a Sky livery on that Merc? I just saw that. Just I was trying to figure out which car. Oh, Maxwell. Oh, that's the Rennsport car. I've got to have to write a no number on my notes for that one. So Max Vormuth and Jens Kaiser in control of the unmarked or unnumbered Mercedes. Isaac Fairweather. Actually, that's got. Oh, that does have a number. That's actually in the livery. It's the 13 car, isn't it? The Coach Babe Academy car.
23?
Was it 23? I beg your pardon.
It is 23. It says 5 on the windscreen as well. That's his position. Yeah.
Yes, that's fifth position. So yeah, that's. There's the pink accented Merc just has a bit of an argument with one of the sausage curbs as it scream down to complete another lap. 30 seconds until the checkered flag falls. Yeah, that's going to take some beating. The 127 flat for the LMP2s. Now, well, the 135.6 has remained unchallenged in the GT3s. I mean, you can imagine there's a fair amount of slipstream involved in that, but to have the pole time by such a margin is quite something. That's quite an achievement.
Absolutely, and I'm not entirely sure if they do get to finish their laps. Of course, usually in iRacing, as soon as the checker flag is out, that's it. But yeah, a couple of people still on outlaps. I'm not entirely sure whether they get to finish the lap. Hopefully so, just to see if maybe more the Warp Racing Esports car can maybe pip himself to pole position, potentially so. But yeah, Valkyrie Excite have just done a fantastic job with that. And as you say, maybe a bit of slipstream, but you've got to put yourself in the right position. You've got to utilize it well. You've got to time it right. While there is a little bit of luck in that as well. Even if you have got the slipstream, you have to put the lap in. And yeah, they've done exactly that. Put themselves on are fairly certain is going to be a pole position, but 6 hours of racing between now and the checkered flag of the race. A lot can change between now and then.
Very, very true. As we continue to watch the last few laps be completed. Wow, the tail wagging very much on the 23 Mercedes coming through the final turn 16, or Panasonic corner, muddling of the words corner and turn into the same word. As one of the LMPs comes flying past as well. Does Isaac Fairweather improve from 5th position, 136.815 the time? Is it an improvement? Let us see. Can't see him, courtesy of a grandstand being in the way. 36.801, so it was an improvement in time, but not position. That car remains in 5th position, and our grid, I think that's everybody. Well, there's a couple of cars still out there. Jose Sebastian Larus in the currently 12th place car. That is the Straight Line Racing LMP2 entry, and remains where they are. No improvement there. The Ruffro Orange car, 142, is still going. Maya Haritoko, I would imagine that's pronounced. Again, apologies for getting that incorrect. And screaming on down towards the line. What does he get on the board? That's no improvement for the 142 car. Is anyone still going? Well, according to my timing screen, Isaac Fairweather is still going, but I'm pretty sure the checkered flag was out when he crossed the line. So our grid is now formed. This should be something very, very exciting.
Fingers crossed, we can hope. But it was a very tight and close qualifying session, especially in the LMP2s. Really went down to the wire. Not quite the case in the GT3s, because, yeah, that was a fairly fair margin from the Excite team. But, yeah, it should be a fairly good race because of how close the teams are on pace. And fingers crossed they all have some similarly paced strategies and can have a fight pretty much all the way through the 6 hours. That is fairly optimistic and clenching at some very short straws at that one. But, yeah, fingers crossed we can hope. And, of course, with the safety car hopefully being able to be used in slight more leniency should bring everyone back and very, very close together.
Indeed, indeed. So let's have a look then at how our grid is going to shape up as the cars will be forming. Well, there you go. Those familiar with iRacing will know how this works. You appear on the grid when your car is confirmed and ready to go. There's a gap there until you are ready. Now, I believe for this one, it's a short rolling lap. It's not a complete rolling lap. Yes, of course it will be, because it's not an older track. So We'll be starting the rolling lap from, I think it's around about turn 10. I can't actually tell from this particular camera shot.
It is.
It's one of the few points in the track where you can actually get that many cars in a straight line, which is the run from turns 9 to 10. So, it's pretty much sector 3 that we're going to be doing a rolling lap of. So let's have a look then up top. And so it's Coach Dave Academy upsetting the Trinity SimSport lockout up front. So it's the Treble 8 car being started by Corinne Guinness, and the number 33, the Trinity SimSport Racing Cyan, in the hands of Enric Andre on the front row. Row 2 is Massimo Frigerio and Bastien De Silva. That is the Trinity SimSport Lime and Valkyrie by Francorchamps Miniatures teams. Row 3 for LMP is Ruben Lasso and Gareth Higgins, the Not Team Vane Orange Racing, and Team VVDL Racing in row 3. Row 4, Kieran Sharp and Lloyd Remy for OTL and Rough Row Red. And row 5 is Thomas Barberi and Eric Nath for Trinity SimSport Magenta and Coach Eric Academy. That's the very, very long team named car. For the first 5 rows of the LMP squad. For GT3s, it is the Valkyrie X-Type car that leads the way, the BMW. Then is Walk Esports joining them on the front row for GT3. Ren Velton Esports with KTM Professional Safety Car on row 2. Again, another team name to make me tell. Then it's GT Racing and Burt SimSports. I beg your pardon, it's Coach Babe Academy and GTE Racing on row 3. Burt and Rough Road, because they keep changing around, that's what's confusing me, on row 4. And Valkyrie and Sushev Academy, number 17 Ferrari, rounding out the top 10 of the GT3s. So what will happen now is the safety car portal will bolt for the pit lane very shortly, and we will get this race underway. When the lights go is when the right foot becomes heavy, and we get this racing underway. Look at this beautiful field of LMPs, and we are away. We are racing here at Fuji. Good start for the Coach Dave Academy car. He's hit the ground running, and that the light's still red apparently. So down towards turn 1 then. Now let's see how this goes wrong. The GT3s have also got themselves underway, and so far so good. The Trinity cars side by side, keeping themselves out of trouble. Looks like the LMPs have kept themselves out of trouble and in good form. The GT3s by and large look like they've behaved themselves. So a good start from the entire field. So far so good.
Fairly clean, and something we weren't particularly expecting. Of course, cold track, cold tyres, and a short run. Bit of action going on further back, but a perfect start from the Triple Eight of Guinness there, just to stretch his legs, not really be contested down in towards turn 1. Bit of side-by-side action as well between the 33 and 35, the two Trinity SimSports cars. But yeah, a very, very clean start. A bit of off-track action in the GT3s, cutting back to the sort of the mid-pack in the LMP2s is Ford Remy, the number 30, trying to get some action. Oh, we said a clean start. I think that's the Scorks Esports car going round through turn 10, and well, that's very easily done. Slight bit of contact as all the GT3s try and avoid the same bit of chaos, and they've succumbed to a similar fate. Yeah,
that's gotten very, very messy then. Oh my goodness me, that's one of the Ferraris.
Ah, that's Hamlet.
Did I not jokingly say that car would be upside down? I said it would be in the grandstands. That's the Sous Chef Academy car. Oh my goodness me, that is actually impaled on the wall. Sam Cairns that's got that one. Well, he's in control of that one. I would imagine we might have the deployment of the safety car. We certainly have a yellow flag down there. And yes, the safety car, I believe, has been deployed. People weaving and slowing down. Not even a lap done. We didn't see the safety car whatsoever at Le Mans. And wow, not even 2 minutes down. And the field and the racing has been halted.
Already. Well, that was a fantastic start. And was it really a joke? Was it a joke? Did you jokingly say it?
I commentated curse them, so I'll take that.
Yeah, either way. Yeah, well, that is certainly a spicy way to get this race underway. We jinxed it as well. The first half of that was really, really clean, and we made sure to say it. And then going in towards turn 10, that chicane, just everyone filing up together. Of course, it's, I think, well, other than turn 1, it's not the heaviest braking zone, but it's certainly one of the tightest corners, especially as you have to come back on yourself. So yeah, that is always going to be a breeding ground for incidents. And well, yeah, fair chunk of the grid did fall victim to that. But fortunately for Cairns and everyone else involved, they do get a fast repair. Probably less than ideal to use it this early on in a race, but if you've got to, then you've got to, and well, they've just got to keep themselves out of trouble for the final, for pretty much the next 6 hours. Yeah, very early safety car. We said it was going to probably come to light. We didn't think it'd be this soon, though.
Yeah, well, yes, absolutely. So 4 cars went to the pit lane that I can see on the tracker. So Max Volmuth in the Renvelton Esports car went in. The KTM Professional Safety Car squad have brought theirs in. The Burt Sim Sports and Sous Chef cars, I possibly have. Well, they're still in there, so they may have opted not to be recovered instead of using the fast repairs so early on. And some drivers last time out rued using the fast repair so early. So here is the Sous Chef Ferrari. You can just see behind this so that's where it all started to go wrong. And then the Ferrari just decides to do it too late. He did do it by himself. Yeah, he decided a little bit too late to try then and go for the escape route. I'm a little surprised by that because they could have just carried on quite merrily on the grass. But in the heat of the moment, let's face it, we've all done it. We've all made that snap decision that turns out to be the wrong decision. I mean, the benefit of hindsight and all that. But yeah, that was very unfortunate for Sam Cairns. Still in the pits, and Tom Fain. So the 101 car, I think, has changed hands now. The Bert's Sinsport car has now changed hands. Yes, because it was Thomas Dunn, or Thomas Dunn qualified it. So they may have done a driver change in that particular car. Tom Fain now in control of that one. Back on track. The only car that hasn't reappeared is the Sous Chef 17 Ferrari. I mean, it was rather beached. Now, under safety car conditions, the field is not separated like we see in the stars. So that's why the GT3s are nailed to the back of the inner piece. 2 more cars coming in. I can't quite tell who it is that's coming in from the LMP field. That's one of them, Thomas Barbieri. That's the Trinity Sports Magenta car is in. And Jean-Sebastien Larousse for Straight Line Racing. So 2 more LMPs have opted to come in. Sure why they've done it now, unless they've had an incident behind the safety car. Why has someone pulled right the way over to the right there? Unless they've got a technical gremlin themselves. So that would be the correct protocol to follow. If you're in the safety car train and you have some kind of technical issue, the correct thing to do would be to get out of the way. And there's plenty of room to do that here at Fuji. As we look down from the helicam on Matteo Frigerio. So it looks like he's actually being challenged by the Valkyrie car. You're not supposed to overtake, but sometimes you inadvertently do so. Sometimes you accidentally swap positions. As long as you return to the correct position before the safety car releases you, then all is well. And yeah, they're going to have a bit of fun out there as well. Why not? Dance around one another. Something to do behind the safety car. As you can see, the safety car speed for these cars is just desperately slow. It feels like you're behind, the Sunday driver in a single car lane. It's one of these things. It feels desperately slow, but that is the nature of the safety car. That is what it's there to do. Now Sam Cairns still hasn't come back out. The number 12 car, that's the Rev Sport car, is in the pits as well. So that's one I didn't spot. The number 12 is in. Leonard Demunchik, I think that's pronounced.
It'll do.
It's as close as I'm going to get.
Munich, maybe?
Could be. Munich.
Something along those lines. The number 12.
Sam is now coming back out. So 4 minutes in the pits. But what that means is they haven't used their fast repair. So that could well be to their benefit a little bit later on. Now, they are 2 laps down, but in a 6-lap race, it's not impossible to make up that kind of gap. We'll see how that transpires. Now, is the safety car going to disappear this time around? Because the issue is resolved. I can't look at the safety car long enough to see if the lights are on. I think the lights are off. Yes, the safety car lights are off. So we will get racing once the field returns back to the start-finish line.
Indeed, so not long to go at all, and of course, because everyone's so close together after only just being off the original race start, no wave rounds or anything like that. So it is just fairly straightforward procedure. And once again, the Triple Eight will lead us off. Hopefully, potentially, maybe the two Trinity cars can get involved. They've got a lot longer of a straight this time, maybe to get into the mix and to try and dive onto the inside. But of course, as we were saying, safety car is very slow. These tires are going to be very, very cold. Could bring up some spice down in towards turn 1.
Indeed, indeed. So tyres and brakes not up to optimal temperature, as you say. The safety car will be pulling in shortly. Everyone getting what heat they can. Flash of the lights. I don't think the safety car is going to pay too much attention to you, sir. That's the Trinity Cyan car. Enric Andre getting a bit impatient, and you can't blame him. You practice going at full racing speed, not safety car speed. As soon as it dives in, it's up to Guinness to decide when we're going again, and away he goes. We resume racing here in Fuji. Now, like you say, Zach, what can the Trinity cars do? Yeah, I'll ignore the lights. The drivers are minding their own business. Now the GT3s very, very bunched together. Now that's going to be interesting. I think you have to cross the line before you make a pass, and they will achieve that, but that is going to be very, very busy. Coming down into turn 1, Enric Andre is still actually flashing his lights, curiously. Now, that's a complete change in the GT3 lineup. Walk and GTE now having an argument. For the Valkyrie X-Side car now down to 4th place. They are almost dominant pole sitters. There's an LMP in that particular mixture. Oh, well, that's sideways. That's the GTWR8 Academy car. That's gone for a bit of a slide. Is that Frigario? Oh no, Matthew Frigario is in trouble. The Trinity Sinsport line car is falling through the field. So the number 35 car has had difficulty as one of the Trinity cars is trying to make his way back through the GT3 field. Now he's a lap down. That's Dimucek, I think. Oh no, that's Dimucek, and that's the Rev Sport car, I beg your pardon. It's Barberi. This is the 17th position, number 34 car. So he's just got a catch that he's on the lead lap. Oh, number 25, getting very, very squiggly. That's the straight line racing car. So again, they've been through the pits as well. That's why they're out of position. Right with one of the very brightly coloured GT3s. Towards the top end, there's Bastian De Silva. Look at the top two for the LMPs. That's the Coach Dave Academy and the Trinity Sinsport Cyan cars that have run off into the distance. And now the very vibrantly coloured VVDL LMP3, wrong class. As Matt from the Valkyrie car thinking about an inside line. And that's Jean-Sebastien Leroux in the beg your pardon, looking at the wrong end. That's De Silva, I beg your pardon. Looking at the wrong end of the field there. That's having a look on the inside line of the number 36. Gareth Higgins holding on to 3rd position. Now Eric Neath in the next car down the road, number 15. That's the Coach Eric Academy car. I'm not going to say the full team name time and time again. My goodness me, very, very eventful start. Let's check in with our GT3s, and looking at the timing tower, it does look like everybody's settled down as the Not In Vain Racing Orange car has just made a position. That's our GT3 lead. Walk in control of that one at the moment. Then is GT Racing 2. There's the Walk car just coming through the shot. So they've had a really, really strong restart. You saw how bunched up the field. But there's the Valkyrie X-Side BMW, our Pole City GT3 car, right behind the GTE Racing GT3 car. Yeah, there's an odd sentence to ever say. So the Walk Racing car, that's Bogdan Moldovan that's in control of that one, the number 22. Maxime van der Hove in the number 99 car is fending off the advances of Jonathan Poulet in the pole starting number 93. It looks like everybody's got it back underway. That's good and smooth. Oh, did you see the Coach Babe car get very squiggly? Isaac Fairweather giving the Mercedes plenty of beans coming through turn 15. Try and keep up with the two ahead.
Yeah, it's very high stakes. Oh, a car off a little bit further back as well. What can Jonathan Poulet try to do? Trying to recover from a pretty awful safety car restart. It's a long drag race. Pulls out to the right-hand side. Gets hit by a brick wall of air. Not benefiting off the slipstream anymore. Tucked up behind the GTE racing car all the way to the right-hand side. He's just about got half a car length ahead. A very beefy BMW. Down under brakes towards turn 1. He's just about got this one done. Can the GTE car get underneath him in that Mercedes? Going to try it is Van der Hove. Unfortunately for him, unable to launch a counter-attack, and now Poulet's got 1.6 seconds back to the race lead. The Walk Racing Esports car just in front. And, well, yeah, Moldovan doing everything he can off this safety car restart. And, well, up to LMP2, the Coach Dave Academy car as well has been topped for P1, and the gap up to about a second. So, yeah, this safety car restart has really spiced things up, hasn't it?
Oh, what's happened? Oh, I was just about to say what's happened to the Coach Eric car, Eric Neath. We just saw him in the shot. He's had a spin on the way. I think that was on the way to turn 10. Yeah, it was turn 10. So that's going to be one of the big trouble spots of the race. Is that particular time? But look at the evil nature, Colin Cameron in the 71 car under real pressure now in what is now 9th position. That's Kieran Sharp behind in the Team OTL car. So I thought weren't actually. I thought they changed their car, but no, they hadn't at all. And it's my notes failing me there, so no, ignore that. So Cameron fending off the advances of the 35. Can the OTL car get that one slowed down? Yes, they can, but that's not done just yet. Squeeze! Oh wow, Eldo's out there from the Trinity car, number 35 car, getting up into or back up into 9th position. Now following the Scuderi's seatbelt wearer's car. So Colin Cameron with some got to get back into the rhythm and see what they can do. You can see on the timing tower the GTE racing car and the Coach Babe Academy car side by side almost in their part of the circuit. So they're having an argument for 3rd position as the KTM and Valkyrie by Derek de Klerk squads are having their own argument as wow. The seatbelt wearer's car probably didn't try and defend too much from the Trinity car. You know realistically who you're in a battle with, and it could be that the seatbelt wearer's car didn't really fancy that one too much. That is Valentin Vertes, I'm going to go with. That's as close as I'm going to get to that particular name. Didn't fancy trying to defend for that. I mean, bearing in mind that the Trinity car was in the top 3 to start with, so you can understand that at the moment. But lots of racing to enjoy and lots of racing to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, we're only 14 minutes in. Oh, Colin Cameron getting it all sorts wrong, taking a nosedive down the pit straight. That is something you don't often see. The 71 going to lose 1, and probably you have to bet yet an extra position down to 12th place. A clumsy mistake, an easy one to make, of course. These LMP2s are, well, they're pretty much on the floor in terms of their ride height. As all we see is that the GTE racing car, indeed it is, going for a spin, coming in towards the penultimate corner, rejoins just in front of the white and pink Mercedes. And side by side, oh, another bit of contact a little bit further up between the 2 Mercedes. Not entirely sure what teams they are, but either way, it's all kicking off now. Whether that be a nosedive up in LMP2 or a bit of contact up in the GT or down in the GT3s, side by side with the blue and orange Ferrari, has to tuck in behind. And is going to try and go again, potentially tuck back into the slipstream, get that slipstream effect. Looking to the right hand side and towards turn 1, wants to make amends after a bit of a collision just a couple of moments ago. Laid under brakes, does just about get that car stopped. Does the 23, the Ferrari, the 24, trying to go underneath them. Unfortunately, can't do that on this particular occasion. But yeah, it all seems to go quiet. We think it's settled down just for a little bit, and then straight away it all kicks off again between everyone.
But that's what we love, isn't it? Is these drivers know how to put on a good show for us. And we said earlier that there's a bit of a skill gap top to bottom, and we're not really seeing that. We're seeing a few mistakes, yeah, of course. We're seeing some absolutely fantastic racing. You can see just with the color coding on the tower, when the number is white, it's the gap to the car in front is more than a second. If it's yellow, it's under a second, but over half a second. If it's orange, it's under half a second. As we see Tim Williams now in the number 19 car, that's the SD racing car, fending off the advances of the rough road yellow car, the number 31, trying to keep his countenance as this brilliant pack of GT3 cars, the KTM professional safety car with the Sky livery on the side, George Golovinov, there we go. Knew we'd get there eventually. In control of the number 63 Mercedes, one of many. Now there's the Valkyrie BMW right behind the SOP esports racing team. I saw someone in chat was giving them a bit of a shout out as well. Make yourself known in chat. Who are you here to support? Who are you here to cheer on in your own way, either driver or team? Let it be known. We'll keep an eye on them, see how well they can do. As we see Golovanov is still fighting. Oh, that's getting a bit close. SOP car right ahead of them, trying his best to hang on to their spot. There's the That's the GTE Racing yellow Merc just going out of the shop. We saw them up in third earlier on. A shout out there for off pace Andy Racing squad. Why so called? That's the number 11 car. That's the Lamborghini. That's the oddly coloured Lambo we saw during the qualifying session. We haven't seen that for a little while. Not quite sure where they've gone to. They are in. I'm not 100% sure where they are at the moment, unless we've lost them in the course of the race. Have we lost the Coach Eric car? Eric Neath seems to be stationary according to the timing. So where have they gone?
There's a strange question. Hopefully we can find out as to where they've gone, because yeah, we do want to see where they are. And yeah, they have been stationary for a while. Getting word that we're going to try and figure it out, but that is a shame for the number 15 with a very long-winded name. So at least there is some benefits if they are retired. We don't have to put up with the very long-winded name, but it would be nice to keep everyone in and on track. This is Glovanov on the back of the SOP Esports racing car, going to try and get in front and get himself up into 7th place. That should be a fairly easy move, side by side with Alex J. Phillips as they run drag race style towards T1. Should be a fairly textbook move, late under brakes, just get it stopped, get it to the apex, and you can usually solidify that move, but a little bit wide, and Phillips might eye up a move down and towards what I think will be turn 3. I think that kink is classified as turn 2. It's an awkward one, but Phillips looking to the inside, unfortunately can't quite get it. But yeah, fortunately, we're still at an early enough stage where the field is nice and packed together, of course, aided by that safety car, so still getting treated to quite a bunch of action.
You can always rely on the GT cars to give us some close racing indeed. Another car we seem to have lost is the number 71, the Evil Nature LMP car. Colin Cameron has seemed to have disappeared into the ether, so have we had another victim of the race? It's would be a great shame if that is the case. Or they've been through the pits perhaps. I'm not certain where they are. I'll hopefully catch up with them in a little while. But in our GT3 field, so this is a battle essentially for 4th. As the GT Racing Merc now back up into that 4th position, but with an absolute army of cars right behind. The top 3, the Walk Racing, Valkyrie, Excite and Coach Babe cars have, well, they've kind of run off. So they're very much minding their own business at this point. And we'll see if they're able to get back on to start. The Evil Nature car was in the pits, that's why I wasn't sure where they'd gone. Number 71 is back up on track. So I think the only one we're not sure what happened to is the number 15. That's they seem to be missing in action at the moment. Just looking at the time screen, yeah, they seem to have vanished, which is a bit of a shame. The Coach Eric car is nowhere to be found. It's a bit of a shame, but oh, that was close. The R8G Academy Merc just been overtaken there by the Rough Road Blue Ferrari, and that was very, very close in the exit of turn 1. There's LMP coming through the field. That's the 33. Yeah, that's our race leader. So now the LMPs are starting to make their way through the GT3 field for the first time in anger. This is going to be interesting because, of course, the GT3 field, as you can quite clearly see, is still very heavily condensed as the top 2 of the LMPs just doing what they can to work their way through. That's the Coach Dave Academy car getting past the GT3s, flash of the lights, absolutely fine. Still remaining within the second of the race leader, so very nicely done. There's a Lloyd Remy, 5th, that's the Rough Road Red, number 30 car. Oh, that's a bit close. Now, as is always the way in multi-class racing, it is not up to the slower class to let the faster ones go. The slower class need to be predictable in order for the faster class to make their, to plan their move well in advance. Fuji is certainly wide enough for the LMPs to make the pass in the corners without causing too much fuss. But of course, if a GT car makes a mistake whilst the LMPs are trying to come past, that can cause all kinds of unforeseen issues. But at the moment, it does look like everyone is behaving themselves.
Yeah, for the most part, of course, this is probably the most dangerous drive-through from the P2s on the GTs because, again, as I was saying, not a lot of opportunity for these guys to be spread out. So it's an entire pack of LMP2s coming through the entire pack of GT3s and looking for a fight with the top 2. Traffic gives and traffic can take. you get stuck behind a GT for even a couple of corners, you've lost a decent few tenths of a second, maybe even upwards towards a second. And that can be certainly something that the Coach Dave Academy car can capitalise on. Same too with anyone that is relatively close to the car in front of them, particularly the RFRO red car on the back of the Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures as well. To the inside goes the 13 label, 23 on the livery, but 13 on the live timing. In a three-way fight for the top 5 between the KTM Professional Safety Car, the RHE Academy, and the RFRO blue Ferrari just in front. And well, it is very close, 3-horse race for the top 5, getting very, very close with the LMP2, the 440 coming through now. Now coming through and under pressure. I think the 13, the RAG car, was sort of knocked off sequence a little bit. That's going to invite the KTM car to try and get a drive through, but unfortunately can't quite. And yeah, that's the thing, as I was literally just saying, it can benefit the P2s and can harm the P2s, but it can have pretty much the exact effect on the GTs as well.
Absolutely so, absolutely so. But everybody has done a really, really good job in this opening lap. Of course, this is when the field is most condensed. Blacked out wing mirrors, that's an unusual feature. Of course, that's just how it looks on the replay camera. But yeah, I can't imagine spray painting your wing mirrors is going to really help you. But it is such a glorious noise in those Mercs, mate. There comes, well, there's another one. There's Merc in stereo now going on as the KTM Professional Safety Car tries to outbrake the RAG Academy car. Coming down into turn 1, who's going to be the victor here? So, whoa, that's wide then for the number 13, Olaf Sorchuk. Trying to keep that one under control once the inside line for turn 3. Is that going to be an advantage though? Because the next few corners are right-handers. Oh, getting lively. But the KTM squad up into 6th position in class. Very nicely done indeed. That's George Golovanov that's got that one. Careful! 142's truth alive. That was close. The 142 car, that's the Ruffro Orange LMP entrant. Currently in the hands of Maya Harito, or Haritoho, I beg your pardon. So yeah, so far so good though. We haven't seen MLMP banzai anybody off into the dust. That's our lead. That's the lead pair of GT3s. That's the Walk and Valkyrie sidecars. So that is Bogdan Moldovan and Jonathan Pillay to lead the GT3s then, with one of the LMPs just working their way past. I think that's probably be Matteo Frigerio. Has just got past them. And it's not a huge gap still in the GT3s, only 5 seconds or so between the first two and then the next one down, which is the Coach Babe Academy car, which didn't start well, but that has done a pretty good job of working their way through. That's up 5 positions since it started. The one that's gained the most, just looking at, so there's a couple of cars that have gained 10 positions. That's the SOP Esports car, just gained an 11th actually. Well, it's trying to gain its 11th, having an argument with Olaf Sorchuk. That's Alex Phillips that's just gained the position. So the number 13 car, that's the GTWR RHG Academy car, just lost one. And the other one's gained 10 positions. The number 390, the Mad Sim Racing car, currently in the hands of Alex Biker. They've gained 10 since their start, so pretty good starts for them thus far. There's our GT3 lead, as mentioned, Mercedes versus BMW. That's a very Americanized livery on the number 93, which I'm very much enjoying. I think that kind of eagle-esque livery actually works quite well with the kind of angry eyes on the front of the BMW. I think that livery works brilliantly well.
I think it's a contrast, because of course eagles are usually quite elegant, and then you've got that chunky BMW that is battling its way through. But yeah, it's a nice contrast, I guess, as well, and fits with the American theme in a sense. Not quite sure if that's what they're going for, but either way, Jonathan Poulet, livery looking nice or not, once that race lead back, of course, earned that pole position in qualifying. 2 tenths back on the 22 just in front, and let's see if he can get that move done. It's going to be using that slipstream down towards turn 1, a long straight, a long time to use that slipstream. The 22 not going particularly defensive, and Poulet not going particularly offensive either, just opting to sit behind for the time being, maybe sitting back, saving some fuel, maybe not interested in really sending one. Of course, sending a move now, what's that going to do? Well done, you've got track position, you've still got 5.5 hours to keep it. Doesn't mean much, so maybe playing the psychological game or just sitting back, saving some fuel, because, well, with endurance racing, races are won or lost in the pit lane. If you can save a little bit of fuel here and there, come your final stop, you might shave off a few seconds, and that can be the difference between winning and losing.
100%. We're looking back actually from our GT3 leader with, I think that's the rougher orange car that's coming through at the moment. The look like the 142 car. Yep, that's who's just gone through then. So that's put a little bit of a distance between the BMW and the Mercedes, but nothing that the Valkyrie Excite car won't close down. Just noticed a driver change go on for the number 32 car. I believe the Renvelten esports car that's been in the pits for about 2.5 minutes seems to have changed hands. Jens Kaiser taking that one over, so trouble for the number 32 car. They'll hopefully get back on track. We'll hopefully see them a little bit later on. There's another one of the LMPs then catching the back of the GT3. That'll be the number 34 car. Yep, it's Thomas Barbieri. Trinity Sinsport Magenta car now working its way through. So the LMP still led by the Trinity Sinsport Cyan squad. Coach Dome Academy only just over 1.5 seconds behind. As now we settled into the rhythm now. The GT3 fields seem to have spread out a little bit, other than these two. These two are the closest GT3s. Battle for 6th still going on. Battle for 9th is still there, but at this stage, exactly as you were saying, Zach, people just chasing on in the hope of saving a bit of tyre, saving a bit of fuel to make back that gain later on. They gain nothing by trying to challenge for a position just now, and utilising a bit of slipstream is only going to help them in the long run.
Yeah, of course. Using the slipstream, you are demanding less of the engine to get the same amount of straight line speed, so they can, short shift a little bit, and of course, use a little bit less fuel, which again limits their pit stop times. Roughly for GTs, I think it's around about an hour a stint, which of course should be fairly simple. 6 stints if you're double stinting tyres, 3 stops for tyres as well. So fairly straightforward-ish. Depends if you want to get a couple of triple stints or whatever. But this is George Golovanov. He's fallen down the order quite a bit, back down to P12 on the back of the Vert Sim Sports car. Wants to make amends for that, down towards turn 10. You're going to see him have a look to the inside. But yeah, interesting to see what's happened to the 63 here, because last time we saw him, well up there, I think inside the top 6. So that is certainly a strange one. Maybe a couple of mistakes or whatever, but yeah, just talking about the early stages really, and it does feed in quite nicely about how patience and consistency win these races, not trying to win the race in the first hour.
Exactly that, and sometimes it's difficult to keep that kind of racing nature under control. You see an opportunity and go for it, is what you want to do, but sometimes you've got to think, play the longer game here. We're here for a number of hours. Let's not kind of ruin it in the first kind of part. However, if you're making up for time, as we now see, Golovanov looks like he's going to work his way past. So Higo Oliveria in the number 71. I believe it is. No, that's got that completely wrong. Trying to look quickly at the list and getting the names completely muddled up. My apologies. So that is Golovanov has just got past as Tom Fain, I beg your pardon, in the 101 burst Sim Sports car. So he's just gone past for 11th in class. Just trying to settle back into a rhythm, but you do want to regain time you may have lost through a mistake or what have you. But again, you have got to think about the longer game. I can't. Like you, Zach, I'm much more akin. When the few times I do racing, I'm much more built for sprint races. I can't manage being in the car for hours on end. I always have huge respect for drivers that can just go on and on and on and on for hours at a time. I certainly can't. That's why I go for the commentary box. Yeah,
we're certainly up here for a reason, and it's not. It's you pretty much ask the majority of commentators. You say, "Oh, why do you do commentary?" Because I can't win races. Might as well watch them instead. But that is true. They are completely different disciplines. That's the thing about motorsport. It's a very umbrella term. You look into the different categories. You've got endurance racing, sprint racing, rallycross, stage rally, etc., etc. A bit wide from the 22 as well. Just cutting back to the action quickly, because Poulet very much is keeping in touch with the race lead. Again, despite that mistake, unable to get his way through. But yeah, they're just the different disciplines of racing. Different drivers will be akin to different formats. I personally, as similar to you, prefer sprint races. I just honestly, in endurance racing, I do just get a little bit bored of driving by myself and not really having that fighter instinct to just try and get a move done, or fight side by side for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever the sprint race is. And when in endurance racing, where you have to suppress that competitive nature, yeah, it's just not particularly for me. But yeah, whatever racing you're doing, you still have to have the core fundamentals, which is consistency and pace and patience, and that applies to pretty much any racing that you do.
Yeah, 100%. And that's actually a problem of mine. I usually start relatively well, and then I just end up making silly mistakes. So, whilst I can achieve lap time of X, I end up just wandering wide and struggling to get back into the rhythm. So, again, I stick to sprint races. I do less damage in those. As we continue to watch Jonathan Pouillet behind the walkie sports car of Moldovan, trying to... Again, he doesn't seem to be trying to make the move. When we saw... Bogdan go that little bit wide, he was letting through, I think it was Josh Millington in the 26 car, who's that's the Team OTL racing car that's seems to be out of sync with the rest of the LMPs. So it didn't look like he was interested in trying to make the move. Yeah, he could have tried to banzai on the inside of the Mercedes, but he seems to be quite happy to stay there. And at the moment, it's working well for them. You can see that gap between themselves and the Coach Babe car. He's just constantly growing. Isaac Fairweather is now, 8.3 seconds behind. You can see on the timing tower. Of course, ebbs and flows. And as we can see on the right-hand side, that's actually our race leader, Onrik Andre, in the number 33 car, the Trinity Sinsport Cyan car, just working his way through what must feel like a constant barrage of GT3 cars. As again, our GT3 lead has got another visitor. Looks like that's Tim Williams, I think it is, in the SD Racing white LMP car, just trying to work their way through. Yeah, it's maintaining that level of consistency is I certainly find very difficult after about 40 minutes. I'm making silly mistakes that I know I wasn't making on the previous lap, and I get frustrated by that, and I start to further make silly mistakes. So again, huge respect to these endurance racers that can just seem to hit the same pixels time and time again without too much issue. Oh, the Lamborghini there getting very, very out of shape. There's Sherdy Kunsabo in our sole Lamborghini in the field. That is the off-pace Andy. That's such an awkward...
The mouthful car.
Our off-pace Lamborghini there. Sol Lambo in the field, the number 11 car, the off-pace Andy Racing team. There's Higo Oliveri in the... well, I was a little less complimentary of this particular colour scheme. I'm not a fan of it. Is he going to try and make the move on the Valkyrie? Well, actually, you saw the Valkyrie car actually go to more a defensive line there. So they may have opted to, disregard the endurance element and just have at it and see what's... What? Oh, no! That's the KTM car! So the KTM car thought he had an opportunity to try and pass the BMWs, and unfortunately he just got pushed onto the inside line. I didn't see if he'd hit the wall, but that certainly cost him a fair amount of time.
Yeah, certainly so, and that's an easy mistake to make, of course, fighting. You've got a car to your left-hand side, you're focusing more on them, and of course the KTM car, making it 3 abreast on the exit of Turn 1, 35 minutes into a 6-hour race. Granted, maybe they were like, oh, well, you're there, so we might as well, but just from more of a just a cautious standpoint, probably shouldn't be the best idea to do that. But yeah, either way, the Delta Racing car gets themselves into 7th place. Oliveira getting himself up, but that is a shame because they hardly made contact. It was more just a drift towards him, slight tap, and then it was enough to deviate his course towards the barrier. And that is a shame for the KTM professional safety car because, well, yeah, they just they've been pretty much up there with some of the top 5 pace, and some more misfortune going their way, which is a shame. Back up to the front of the GT3s, and still no progress for Jonathan Pouillet, whether that's willing or not. At 22, either way, is looking in his mirrors, because who knows when Pouillet's going to go for it.
Exactly that. We don't know what pit strategies these guys are on. There's no kind of set way of doing a pit stop strategy in either class of endurance racing. curious to see the different lines. You saw Pule and the BMWs hug much more the inside line coming through that turn 4 and 5, whereas the Walkley sports cars, Moldovan, took a much wider line through 5 to, well, just to keep the momentum up a little bit. It didn't seem to affect either of them. They're maintaining a blistering pace at the front of the GT3s at the moment, and whilst the LMPs still work their way through, you'll see the GT3s will still stick to the racing line, and that is absolutely correct. It is up to the faster class to always make their way past the slower one, as we were saying earlier on. Now, the LMPs have the downforce to make these outside manoeuvres work to their advantage. They've certainly got enough power to blast past the GT3s, so it is up to them to do their best to not inconvenience the GT3s. Of course, you do have to be aware that there is a car there. Just because you're minding your own business doesn't mean you can turn it into a car that's already committed to a line. You do have to pay attention to those around you, but what the GT3s really mustn't do is just jump out of the way, because you'll invariably jump into the line of an oncoming LMP car. I just spotted, actually, whilst we were talking about that, a car in the pit lane. It's the miraculous black car, the number 20. That's the bright green Mercedes. Brandon Lovier is in the pits. He's been in there for a couple of minutes now, so there's been trouble for the number 20 car. Another car that, we mentioned the 32 car a little bit earlier on, the Ren Velten car. Looked like it changed hands. Well, it did change hands, but that has also seems to have disappeared into the ether. So that's 2 cars down with barely over half an hour done. Hopefully we'll have some cars left by the end of the race. Wow, that was a big move to the inside line for the RFRO red car, who nearly wanders very, very wide coming through. Where are they? That's turn 6 and 7 they just went through there. There's eighth place has just changed hands between the R8G car and the Valkyrie car. The GTWR car seems to be moving his way back up the field as well. That car was down the order a little bit, but they're starting to press on a little bit as well. There's Ruben Lasso in the 440 car, the Not In Vain Racing orange car, chasing the 6th position Rough Road Red. Now catching the back of the next Mercs in line. That's the 13 car. And that lovely livery they've got on board there. GT Racing Merc we just saw in the background of the shot. So that's the difference between 4th and 5th, give or take. Is Ruben Lasser going to try and make the move there? Wow, he closed in fairly quickly. He's fairly committed to that. Not interested in just going by the miles. He feels he's got pace to deploy, and that is up into 6th position for the number 440T.
Very easily done as well from Ruben Lasso, just to get himself up. And of course, the slipstream will probably keep that 30 in check, the Rough Road Red car just behind, which actually has got a bit of red on it. So I guess that is acceptable in that sense. But you can see how he is keeping him honest. Of course, while Lasso did make easy work, the 30 can certainly stay in touch, because the majority of these corners are taken at very high speeds, a very long pitch straight as well, use a lot of that slipstream. But that's another thing as well for the 440. Yes, we talk about how patience and things like that are a virtue in endurance racing, and you don't necessarily have to go for a move. In cases for Lasso where he is significantly quicker than the car he's trying to overtake, you do just have to be committed and try and get through as quickly as possible, because if you play the patient game in those sort of situations, you end up getting then bogged down by the slower car. You then end up harming your race a lot more than you would just by going for a move, maybe sending one to the inside or something of the sort. So it really is, that's one of the things that experience will certainly take over in that sense, and be the leading, the guiding force, because yeah, if you haven't got the experience to know when and when not to go for those battles, it can certainly be quite detrimental. But for Lasso, he seems to have gotten away with it. 5 seconds, the car's in front. His pace does seem to be pretty good. Just gonna have a look at his recent lap times actually in the LMP2s. I think he is actually the quickest at the moment on track, quicker than our race leader Enric Andre as well. 28.8 for our race leader, and for Lasso a 28.4. So certainly got some good pace in that 440.
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be up to it will be in Lloyd Remy's advantage, with the car behind, the Rough Road Red car behind, to really maximise the slipstream he's getting from the car ahead to pull him along. If the car that's just overtaken him has got more pace, utilising that slipstream can help pull you along a little bit further along than you possibly could achieve in the raw pace of the car alone. As we jump back to the GT3Ds, Roulet's still hogging the mirrors of the walkie sports car. Moldovan just minding his own business. Moldovan, a very experienced endurance racer. We've seen him numerous times here in SimGrid, certainly from Coach Dave Academy. For those looking to get involved, whether it's endurance racing or any kind of racing indeed, head over to Coach Dave Academy for any help with setups and things like that. It's exactly what they're there for. So a wide range of availability there. Now, something has happened to the Coach Babe Academy car potentially, or certainly the GTE racing car has gotten past it, so there's been a swap for third in the... Yeah, there has definitely been something happen there, because the gap second to third was not 14 seconds. So something has happened there. I think the Coach Babe Academy car has made a mistake. We did just see the GTE racing car has gone ahead of it, so I reckon that our fourth place GTE car has made a mistake somewhere.
Would be a fair...
Isaac Fairweather.
Yeah, I think so. And potentially maybe we can get a replay to see what happened to that one. But talking of the GTE racing car, I think the 99 has actually done a really good job to get back up into third place. I think they did have quite a bit of misfortune a little bit earlier on. So to be back up to third place now, only 14 seconds off the front two, isn't at all bad. And still with, what, 5 hours 15 left of this race to go? Can certainly be within a shout. So yeah, fair play to Van der Hove to be able to get that car back up. And that's the thing, is that it's never over until it's over. You should just press on and see what happens, because in the case of that GT racing car, they managed to get themselves up into P3. This is what happened to the 23 of Isaac Fairweather in towards the penultimate corner. The Mercedes, very tricky car, and that's the thing, you're uphill climbing, you're also trying to turn the car while you're braking, and all that different weight distribution going on for the brakes, it can overwhelm them, and that is very easy for your ends to swap around.
And it's slightly off camber as well, that corner, so that's not the only spin we've seen in this race at that point, up at turn 15, and it will not be the last one. Oh, there's our Lamborghini again. There's Jorge Cansado in the very, it's almost kind of like 80s art style. Oh, who on earth is going the wrong way? Okay, of all things you do not expect to see is an LMP car going the wrong way. That was bizarre. Unless I'm going blind, someone was recovering from a spin, I'm sure. That was bizarre. You talk about things that you don't expect to see in a camera shot, and it's an LMP car flying left to right when everyone else is going right to left. We'll catch up with that one shortly. But either way, as we look at Alex de Lima in the Valkyrie by Garage de Klerk BMW, 10th position behind the KTM professional safety car Mercedes, or the recovering Sky liveried Mercedes. You saw that rather unceremoniously pushed to the inside line. There's the Americanized livery again. So they've got the same as the Valkyrie Excite car going on. A few cars just ahead as well. There's the GTWR R8G Academy Merc on the back of the Delta racing car. So a bit of a battle forming there for 7th place. As also keeping an eye on our LMP lead. That gap's been hovering somewhere in the 1.5 second range for quite a while. 1.4, 1.6 in that kind of region. So will Henrik Andre try and press on towards the top? We will see. There is a Corentin Guinness. Now with the Trinity Zion car right with it, that gap has suddenly changed. That timing tower can kind of, it does misbehave a little bit when cars are not on the same lap. So they're actually right on top of one another, in fairness, are the LMPs. A bit of a flash of the lights there from Henrik Andre, curiously. So he's not happy about something. Was there a bit of argy-bargy when the two swap round? Oh, no, that was a bit of a misjudgment there from Guinness. Oh my goodness me. Now the Lamborghini was absolutely right. The Lamborghini needed to stick to the racing lines. Exactly what we were talking about earlier, being predictable. Now they did nothing wrong there. That was a misjudgment from Guinness. What he was expecting the Lamborghini to get out of the way, as the LMPs are now starting to come in. Fuel tanks will be running a bit dry by now. That could have gotten very, very nasty. But thankfully, they managed to keep themselves out of the wall. We did have a question in chat. What's the strategy for pits here? Fuel and tyres at every stop. Fuel, yes. Tyres, no. You won't, unless you can correct me on this one, Zach, you won't take tyres every time, would you?
Absolutely not. No, the tyres, particularly here, of course, they don't have a limit on how many tyres they can use. It's just not worth the time to change the tyres, especially all four each pit stop. That'll lose you around about, I think, what, 15, maybe even 20 seconds, all four tyres. Not entirely sure. It's not anywhere near the speed of real life Formula One, where it's just on, off, go. It does take quite a while. They have to do each individual one, so you do lose a fair amount of time. And when the fuel tank for the LMP2s is around about good enough, well, for around about 40 minutes at green flag, of course, we had the safety car that allowed them to save a bit of fuel. Under normal green flag conditions for an entire stint, 40, 45 minutes at a stretch, you're not on a fresh set of tyres going to be able to gain that 15, 20 seconds back up. So it's quicker just to double stint the tyres, maybe even sometimes triple stint the tyres, and then it'll probably be every other stop that they'll take a full set of tyres. But still, our two race leaders emerge, well, two provisional race leaders emerge, and still quite close together. But yeah, that is the reason why you won't see drivers and teams taking tyres at every stop.
Interesting collection of GT3 cars together. Now, that's the Miranda's Black car, the bright green car. That's a weird sentence to say. The Miranda's Black team with the bright green car. Yes, they are the number 20 Mercedes. That's the one that's out of position at the moment. Now, he should be getting out of the way. He's being blue flagged by cars in his own class. In those circumstances, yes, you do have to get out of the way. You should endeavour to get out of the way quickly. So, bit naughty there from the Miranda's Black car, who is currently being driven by, that's Brandon Lovier, who, say, they were in the pits for quite a while before. A few of the couple of the GT cars have come in oddly. Don't tend to expect them in the pits. The number 88 car is in. I can see that's the iRacing sports cars. We saw that in Strife earlier on. Stephen McMahon bringing that one in. Renzo Olenbrook, the GT Racing number 99. That car is in and has been in for a little while. But at the moment, we are still looking at the GT3 leaders. More of the LMP2 cars going through their pit stops. So the LMP lead currently in the hands of the Not In Vain Racing Orange car. They won't be out there too much longer before they bring the car in, because the tanks won't last that much longer. The GTE cars, they'll have about, 120 litres generally. The GTE car, I think it is. The LMP cars are in the region of, Struth, I haven't looked at this for a while. It's about 80, I think.
Don't ask me.
I think the GTE cars tend to go to about 120 litres. Was that damage on the front of...
Looked it.
Was that damage, or it looked like there was damage on the front?
Bit of a scrape. Yeah, bit of damage. Whether they'll repair it or not, it depends how much time they're going to lose from having it. But it's certainly not worth using their fast repair. Yeah, it just does depend on how much. Luckily, hopefully for them, it's just a bit of bodywork, because then it's, slight marginal things. But in some extreme cases where you can have slight bit of left-hand downs with induced toe on the front tyres, that's when you really want to start getting it stopped, because not only are you using straight line speed, you're also wearing down your tyres a lot quicker. So yeah, look out for damage as well as drivers come into the pit lane, and whether or not it's worth taking the hit for, because again, over a stint, even the slightest bits of damage can, even if it's only a tenth or two a lap, can really have some drastic consequences, and it does very quickly add up and become a much bigger problem.
100%. The LMP leads is handed back over to the Coach Derby Academy and Trinity Sensible Cyan cars, as we look at the argument for 6th position between Delta and the KTM car. So in the who's driving which car? Let's have a quick look. So it's still Golovinov in the number 63, of course, because they haven't pitted to change drivers yet. Hugo Oliveira is in the hands, or is the one in command of the number 21 cars. 12 positions gained since the start. So they started very near the back of the field and now well inside the top 10. So great effort for them. Also the car ahead of the number 16 car, the SAP Esports car, Alex Phillips. Also up 12 since the start of the race. There goes the Sky and Blaze and Mercedes. Are they going to complete the move? Is Golovinov going to get that one done? Looks fairly straightforward. The BMW didn't look like he was interested in defending that one. Is Mercedes going to get that one turned in? Yep. that looked fairly straightforward. So not too much of a fight there from the Delta Racing BMW. Higo letting that one go. Again, as we said earlier, that's nothing. There's nothing to be frowned upon. You know realistically who you're in a battle with, and you know the pace you're able to maintain on a regular basis. If someone is quicker than you, at this stage in the race, it really is better just to let them go. Let them get on with their particular race and see if you can pick up a bit of slipstream of them. There's the lead of our GT3s, same as it were before. Still Walk and out to the inside. It's still Moldovan and Poulet in control of that.
Yeah, certainly so. And, well, there is still a lot of action still on show. Still the fight for P1. Well, it's not much of a fight at the moment because they are just running in tow. And, well, it's certainly been working, them not battling. 27 seconds clear of the Rough Road Blue car there in third place. So them just, playing, having, I guess, a mutual agreement. Not necessarily that they're communicating at all, the two drivers, but the fact that they just know. Do we gain anything from fighting? Not really. We are pretty evenly paced, and if I go for a move, you are more than likely just going to come right back at me. And instead, they're just going to sit in each other's slipstream, more so Jonathan Poulet in the back of Moldovan slipstream. But in doing so, they've just been consistent, not fought, and used their pace to good use to then branch away as a two-horse race. 26.5 seconds clear now, the front two. And these gaps will really help them a little bit later on, because while they can break free early on, not get involved in the sort of the chaos and the melee of the opening stint, again, it just puts you in that better position a little bit later on. And it is now, the start is just making sure you're in the best position possible come 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours in, and then of course that run to the line.
Now, if you were out there, what would be your choice of stallion, LMP2 or one of the GT3 machinery? Mr. Tack.
Yes?
What would be your choice of stallion if you were out there, LMP2 or GT3?
See, I've never driven a P2. Never driven a P2. So I would like to try. However, I think that it'd be a bit too quick for me. I don't think I'll be able to particularly do much with it. I think the GTs are a nice balance of both speed and being enough to keep up with. So yeah, I probably would go for a GT. More particularly, I'd like to try something different, maybe a BMW, maybe the Mercedes. Either way, yeah, I think I would go for a GT. But I would like to try the P2s, it just wouldn't be my go-to. Yourself, Chris?
I can't handle the P2s for love nor money. I mean, in sim racing terms, I've driven quicker, but whatever it is, the just characteristics of these P2 cars, I cannot keep them steady. Although, as we've just seen, as that LMP2 car was coming through, that's allowed a bit of a gap to form in our GT3 leaders. I was looking at this on the tower as well. I noticed that we had a bit of battle for 6th potentially forming. That's the Not In Vain Racing Orange number 440 that did briefly have the lead of the race, still being hounded by the number 30. That's still Ruben Lasso and Lloyd Remy. So those two were having a bit of a squabble before the first round of pit stops, and looks like they're ready to do battle again. Will Lloyd Remy just sit in the slipstream as we've seen with the GT3 leads, or will he actually push for a position? Probably a bit early to be pushing for a position at this stage, unless they can feel they can close in that 10 seconds to the next of the Trinity cars, the Lime Trinity Sinsport car. But as for which stallion I would use, I am a bit of a fan of the Merc, in truth. I don't mind the M4. I'm not very good with it. I probably would not necessarily just follow the crowd, but certainly at a track like this, I would probably go with the Mercedes. I am a bit of a soft spot for the roaring German brute that is the AMG GT3. But as far as would I try an LMP2 car? Just whatever reason, cannot keep the thing pointing in the correct direction. I'm always ending up, doing a windmill impression. I just end up spinning. Why? No idea. Probably too heavy on the right foot. But it just never something I can keep pointing in the right direction. Our LMP2 leaders are getting very, very close together. Now, are we going to see Henrique Andre, who was really pushing earlier on to close in on Guinness, are we going to see a lead change in our LMPs, I wonder?
Potentially so, and I do find that the P2s, you're absolutely right, are almost just too much. It's like trying to drive the Mercedes, I think it's the W12 on iRacing. Again, it's an absolute machine, an absolute weapon of a machine. but it is just a little bit too much and is hard to tame. So respect to all of the P2 drivers that can actually go out there and drive it quite quickly, because at those speeds you're trying to use the fundamentals, you know, brake, trail brake, you said you're going into a corner, but when you're going, you know, very, very quickly, it is very hard to actually apply those rules. But yeah, absolutely, Andre on the back of Guinness, both of them continuing on for yet another stint in the LMP2s, and both of them still only separated by 0.5 of a second. They have been, I think, swapping lap times pretty much, swinging the one way of the 888, then back towards the 3.3 on that last lap. It did go the way of the Trinity Simsport car, but yeah, Andre and Guinness both very closely matched, as we did see and were to expect in qualifying with how close they were, and now they're coming up to the back of a bit of traffic as well. This could certainly have a bit of a thing to play, and oh no, Andre into the side of the BMW, who really didn't want to give up that bit of track up at all. And yeah, we were going to say the traffic was going to have an effect in this battle, and unfortunately it's gone to the misfortune of Andre.
That was Alex de Lima. That was the 355 Valkyrie car that sadly was sent slightly airborne from Andre. That was a bit unfortunate there. I'd want to see that again from a different angle. As far as stewarding is concerned, there are those that will dish out penalties if needs be. As I say, this is a bit more of a laid-back event, but even still, we don't want people just torpedoing other people. There are still driving standards to maintain. Andre flashing his lights. He's actually alerting the BMW at the bottom of the shot there. It's probably out of part frustration as well. I was unlucky, a little bit unfortunate there. Like you said earlier, Zach, the traffic, give it the traffic, take it away, and it looks like he's going to take it away from Andre. He's caught traffic at a really awkward moment coming through turn 3. He'll get the BMW. He's not going to get the Mercedes. Let's have a look again at what happened. So we're looking at, so that's the yeah. So
he's there.
Okay, there, and then there.
It's dodgy.
That's a little bit. Yes, you can argue that Andre could have backed out of that, but the problem was he was already there. He was already committed. So I think it was a little bit clumsy there from De Lima, but yeah, we'll see. Actually, De Lima's brought the car in, so I mean the car did go partly airborne, so there wouldn't be a surprise if there was damage to the 355 BMW. But I'd say that was probably the GT's fault. Where I mean, Andre could have hit the brakes, but he was already in that position. It's not like he just dived into that spot. He was already there. So I would say that was more the GT's fault. But then, you know, I'm not a steward, so yeah, I call it as I see it. Equally, you know, Andre could have, should have seen the BMW was coming across his nose. We'll let other people more qualified to handle that, deal with that sort of thing as we look at our GT3 leaders again. And again, you can see the Oracle Excite BMW just behind, trying to improve on his position. Still, Moldovan just going through the motions, really. Personal best last time around. Actually, that's a class best, I think. I'm right in saying, yes, the number 22 car has the GT3 fastest lap last time around for 1:37 dead. That was half a second quicker than Poulet last time around. And there we go. As there you just see, actually, that's what the lead now looks like, about 1.7 seconds. Our LMP2 leaders are still close together, as is the battle for 6th as well. That's still going on. Those two pairs of cars are equally spaced, around about 3 to 4 tenths of a second. That's the timing tower conning me again. I was just thinking, wow, Andre's done well to close that down, but he's actually lost quite a bit of time there. If that's right, that's that 4 seconds gap. That's quite a gap that he's lost, because he didn't come down to. He was only about 1.2 seconds before, but Andre's really lost out in the traffic if that's the case. That's now 4 seconds to the advantage of Corentin Guinness. Very much in the hands of the Coach Dave Academy. It's not favouritism, I promise you. It's just the Coach Dave car doing a great job in just utilising the traffic as best he can. There is Corentin Guinness and the 888 car. Not too much to worry about at this particular stage. Just going through the Mars, just keeping the focus. Who's he going to be handing that over to? So, let me just double check my notes. That is going to be James Parker that will take that over when the pit stop arrives. Now, when they do the driver change, it's completely up to the team. Some drivers will, some teams rather, will split the times half and half. Some will do shorter stints, 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, for instance. Depends on who's available for when. Oh, Guinness getting a little bit squiggly on the exit of, I think it was, that's the final turn. It's still pressing on as the field now very much settled into their rhythms.
Yeah, certainly. So you'd expect so an hour in and nearly pit stop in. Well, for the pit stop for the P2s, the GT3s are still yet to make their main pit stop cycle in this race as well. But yeah, everyone's kept it nice and in touch. Not a lot of major drama really to report on. Of course, we've had a couple of incidents here and there. But yeah, no major crashes, and we've kept it green since the first safety car, so fair play to everyone else. This is Isaac Fairweather in the 23 Coach Babe Academy, the Mercedes. Had a bit of a misfortune a little bit earlier on, falling back, I think having a bit maybe of a crash, a tangle, a spin, can't quite remember, but either way, he's now under a second of the podium place in front of him, Christopher Pereso in the 24 Rough Road Blue. Now under half a second. He's certainly gunning for that podium, and often coming into endurance races, a lot of teams, set themselves targets. Of course, while this is a bit of fun, you do set yourself a bit of goals. Finishing the race as a first one, Isaac Fairweather, going to make quick work of that Rough Road Blue Ferrari down towards turn 10, and I think that's going to be very hard fought from Parasso down in towards this chicane. He's back onto the podium, but back to my point of saying that finishing the race, that's one milestone. Top 10, that's also a decent one. Top 5, top 3, and then of course getting the win. We're, say a podium, second or third, either way, still a podium. Top 5, 4th, 5th, still the top 5, either way, don't really mind. And of course, getting onto that podium, it's just nicer to say you finish on the podium as opposed to saying P4. So yeah, he certainly will want to get onto that podium and doing a good job of it, because despite his misfortunes, his pace hasn't all been particularly too bad.
True enough. And you can see on the tower that the gap for the GT3 lead is back under a second again. Now, sometimes the tower is a little bit confused when it's looking at cars on a different lap to the car we're looking at. So, speaking of pit stops, the SOP car has come in. That is Alex Phillips. He's brought that car in. I was thinking it's around about the hour mark, somewhere around there, that the GT3s will then pit. Of course, we had that early safety car, so that has kind of, upset the timing a little bit. You can't just say the top of the hour, as the safety car will, of course, allow the cars to run a little bit longer. But the lead GT3s are back together again. Now, this could be Moldovan just running the numbers. It could be that Pillay has really backed off, has really pressed on, beg your pardon. Could be a combination of all three elements. It really does look like, last time around, Pillay was about 4/10 quicker than Moldovan was. Let's see what the lap times are this time when they come over the line. So that is a 37.0 again. They've set nearly identical lap times to what they did previously themselves again. So 37.0 for Moldovan, 36.6 for Pillay. So I would imagine that Pillay probably has pushed on a bit to regain that little bit of lost time they had when the LMPs were coming through them before. Bear in mind that gap was around about 2 seconds a lap or a couple of laps back. So I would think that Pillay probably has pressed on a bit to close on that. And another one is in Isaac Fairweather, after having just regained that just gained that third position, has now just brought in the Coach Babe Academy car for their scheduled stop. Will they be handing that over? We will see. So who's the other one pitted? Alex Phillips. Nope, he's still in the car. So the SOP, the SOP eSports car still in the hands of Alex Phillips. I'll keep an eye to see if Isaac Fairweather hands the number 23 over to, who would that be to? That would be to Yannick Moorman, if he is going to hand that over. Another one in as well, that's the Mad Sim Racing car, the number 390. Alex Biker has brought that one in. So now we're going to start to see the GT3s have their flurry of pit stops.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a little bit of action between Poulet and Moldovan through that final sector there. I think Poulet just putting a bit of pressure on the Mercedes in front. And now off the final corner, are either of them going to dart their way towards the pit lane, riding on board with Poulet there to the mid right of your screen? And the Walk Racing Esports is into the pit lane. Poulet carries on for another lap. And well, that is to be expected, really. He's been sat in the slipstream of that Mercedes for pretty much the entire stint so far, so he's probably saved enough fuel to go on for that extra lap. And well, if they stay on sequence from here on in, if it remains green flag racing, should be hour by hour. You'd expect anyway. Of course, as you said, they managed to save a bit of fuel during the early safety car period. But if they do an hour each now from here to the end of the race, come that final stop, around about when the timer hits 5 hours and 7 minutes, that Excite car is going to have slightly less fuel to put in. It's going to be a slightly shorter stop, and that will help them to gain those crucial couple of seconds. But again, it is between each pit stop between now and then, each stint between now and then, putting in the pace. And even something as simple as just hitting your marks and getting onto the jacks can make the difference.
100%, and it's very, very easy to overshoot your pit box and lose those valuable few seconds, especially when the battle has been as close as we've seen from the likes of Moldovan and his pursuers. When you've got a gap so small, if you overshoot your pit box, you've got to then reverse back onto your marks. You could lose easily 2 seconds, and that could be the difference between first or second, or the position you're in and the one that's chasing you. So these things do matter. Do they matter over a 6-hour race? Well, yeah, when the gap is that close, they absolutely can. There is Poulet then, just minding his own business around some more of the LMPs. It's the 35 and 36 cars just coming past. That's the Trinity Sinsport line car and the VVDL car just gone past me. Another lap from Poulet. He's interested in going again. Now, if he's able to press on and really get the overcut working for him, then that will work very, very nicely for him. He'll have had a decent amount of slipstream down the start-finish straight from the 3 LMP cars that have just gone past him. A few more cars going through the pit lane then. So the SOP Esports car has been in, as has the Walk car, as we know. Have they changed driver? I'm just going to have a look. The answer is no. Moldovan is still in their car. It doesn't look, not many people are changing drivers at this point. A few of them have, but vast majority of drivers have stuck. Vast majority of teams have stuck with their drivers. So not many people have decided to change. Let's have a look at the pit stop times. Actually, a variety of different pit stop times going on here. So one of the quickest ones has been, where's Moldovan? Where is his pit stop time? Where is he? I can't find him. I can't find Moldovan. Where's he gone? I'm going mad. Where has he gone?
Moldovan?
Has he changed that? Yes, has he changed?
He's still in. He's still in the car.
I thought he was. I'm going absolutely bonkers here.
You are. It's the UK heatwave. It's got to be.
Yeah, that'll do. Oh, there he is. So that was a 42.6 second stop. Pretty decent time. That's just quite a good stop. But that's just fuel. There's no tyres in there. You're talking over a minute if you've changed tyres. Now, if that is the case, that's assuming no damage, of course. And there's quite a few drivers that, or quite a few teams that did over a minute in pit stop. Minute 10, that's probably tyres that's gone on there. Anything much more than that, and there'll almost certainly have been damage involved in that particular pit stop. So a bit of a mixture going on. Quite a few teams have actually had over a minute pit stops, even in this early phase. Isaac Fairweather, we know, had a longer stop. That was the Coach Babe car that is now in, where are they? That's 11th where they find themselves now. Oh, this is getting busy. This is Elenbrook in the number 99. That's the GTE Racing Mercedes, right behind the GTWR RHG Academy car, with a lot of traffic coming up right behind them. Now, this is something I'm going to ask you, and there's something I was mentioning in commentary before. When you see a car coming up behind someone and flashing their lights, now if they're looking to put a lap on someone, that I can understand. But when it's trying to distract the driver ahead to make a pass for a position, oh no, that's not good. I'll come back to that point in a minute, but that move didn't work. Oh dear, who was that went for a spin? Well, there's a 33 car still flashing the sides. That's Honoric Andre, but I didn't quite catch who that was that went for a spin.
It was the R8G Mercedes, the GT3 that went for the spin just in front. Not entirely sure who the P2 was, but yeah, that is a bizarre incident. Potentially, maybe the Mercedes getting caught out, the P2 spinning on the inside. We have got yellow flags out. It shouldn't be a safety car, but the Excite car, the race leaders at the moment, pulling themselves into the pit lane. But yeah, that is certainly a bizarre incident. It didn't seem to be too big of a crash. But yeah, either way, that is going to slow everyone down. And Guinness is going quite slowly. Have we got a safety car?
I reckon we have. And that is going to play very nicely for Brulé and the Excite car, because they just come in as the safety car was deployed. I'm a little surprised that was a safety car, because no one hit the wall.
Yeah, it didn't look too big at all. Maybe we need to take another look at it, because we did only see sort of one angle of it. We are going to try and get a replay of that, but yeah, that is certainly a bizarre incident. And going back to your point of distracting people with your lights, it did work to some extent. I suppose the car certainly did manage to get through the GT racing car. So yeah, I guess bit naughty, but hey, there's no rules against it in the rules and regulations.
No, there isn't. I'm just not a fan of it. If you're flashing your lights to alert someone that you're about to put a lap on, that I totally understand. But when it comes to gaining a position, I'm not a fan of it personally. I find it unnecessary. Has Alensi come in again? Alensi, what am I on about? Honoric Andre, Alaric Ensign. I've now just said. I swear that's twice he's been in, but. Either way, you can see the number 33 car still flashing his lights down the pit lane, oddly, as Jonathan Poulet now comes back out on track. So he is still in seconds. So that yellow that's still out there hasn't benefited him. I thought that would actually work quite well for the Valkyrie X Excite car, but it doesn't seem to have made a huge amount of difference for them.
No, but I mean, they were probably halfway down the pit lane before the safety car came out, so they wouldn't get the full benefit of it. But either way, they still get onto the back of the Walk Racing Esports car, depending on the wave round situation and things like that, because at the moment, they're not going to be right onto the back of the Walk Racing Esports. They've got quite a few LMP2s in the way, but regardless, they are going to be quite close by the end of the safety car period, which shouldn't be too long. It should be slightly longer than the first one, of course, because we have got a lot of cars out of place, etc., etc. But yeah, it's certainly not going to take anywhere near as it would around like the likes of Le Mans. But either way, it's going to bunch everyone back up and give everyone an opportunity to get back into the mix. So, yeah, whether it's benefited Excite or not, it should, in theory, bring us a nice bit of action. Because, yeah, it really awkwardly timed for a lot of the GTs as well, of course, with it just being their pit stop. So, yeah, really awkward timing, but for some, it could be all right for them to save a bit of fuel, maybe go a little bit longer again to make that final stop once more, just that little bit shorter.
Well, let's have a look at where we stand then. First hour is done, or first hour and a quarter is now done. So, Corentin Ganez in the Treble 8 car, the Coach Dave Academy car, is still leading the way. It's now Bastian De Silva in the 677 Valkyrie by Franco Miniatures car that sits in second with. Now, there's been a Trinity car certainly in the top 5 all race long. It's now the number 35, Matteo Frigero, in the 35 car in the third position spot in the LMP2s. In the GT3s, it's still Walk Racing Esports, number 22, Bogdan Moldovan, that has the top spot, and number 93, Jonathan Poulet, in second for Valkyrie Excite. We now see cars being waved past to unlap themselves and to return to their correct position, or return to a more representative position. Is that De Silva coming into the pits then? I suspect so from the line he's taking. There he goes. Yes. There is a point where you're allowed to floor it and you will not be penalised for passing the safety car. That's another one of the LMPs. That's the Rough Road Red car that is coming in. That's Lloyd Remy bringing the car in as well. So yes, the GT3s. So currently being led by Walk Esports, Bogdan Moldovan still in control of the number 22. Jonathan Poulet still in charge of the number 93. But it's an incredible recovery from SOP Esports. The number 16 car, Alex Phillips, is still driving that one. up 13 places now from where they started, along with the car right behind them, Delta Racing, Hugo Oliveira, the number 21, also up 13 positions from where they started. Absolutely storming effort there from the from some of the GT3 cars. Actually, the biggest gainer in the LMPs is the 142 car. That's the rougher orange car. It's now up into 4th. That's gained 9 places from where it started. Mayor Haritoho in charge of that one. Enric Andre from that extra stop now down into 6th place. So this is what happened to Enric Andre. This is why he's had to pit again. That's the 26 car.
Oh.
That was the MTL car, so he was actually hit by Olaf Socek. Oh, I see. And a big impact to the front of the Mercedes. So I would think that Olaf just missed his braking point by the look of that one, because he was quite some distance from the apex and sadly span round the OTL car.
Yeah, well, that was a much bit. Look, yeah.
No,
and then we get crashed again. That is unfortunate. Is to say the least. And it was just that negative feedback loop, but easily done. And just a misjudgment from the RAG car. But yeah, I mean, we only saw one bit of it, and yeah, that very much does justify a safety car, I suppose, because that was quite a sizable incident. We didn't see much of it first time around, but on seeing it again, perfectly understandable that the safety car is back out. And well, we've got our 2 leaders, I think, right next to each other on track. We've got the Walk Racing 22, and then of course the AAA Coach Dave Academy car. While they're not racing each other on track, we have got our 2 race leaders, 1 and 2, heading the train.
That we do. That we do indeed. Now, so Moldovan's going to be rather popular when the field is released. Of course, assuming that no other cars get weighed past. Still, most of our field is with us. I think we're still only 2 cars down from whence we started. Just going to double check the timing screen for that. We may have lost 3. Actually, come to think of it. Yes, I'm not seeing a timing update for Olaf Socek. That's the number 13 car. Sadly, was the one that was in the impact that we have just seen, and then had another incident a little later on. I think we have lost our 3rd car from the race, although there is a car still in the pits, number 26. That's the OTL car. That's why they're in the pits. So after being rather unceremoniously shunted in the tail, Kieran Sharp has brought in the 26 LMP car. There goes Matteo Frigero. He's coming in. So that's the Trinity Sinswald Lime car. So bring in their car in. We'll briefly be leading the race. There's Ruben Lasso now up into 3rd place. That's for the Not in Vain Racing Orange squad. And they've had a fair amount of battles as well. So it looks like we'll have... Now the lights on the safety car are now extinguished. So next time around, hopefully the safety car will park. It actually looks like there's another wave around going on. That is one of the American-flavoured BMWs just coming past us. Well, we know it isn't the Valkyrie Excite car. And if you change of position, of course, you can swap around a couple of times as long as you return to the correct position before the safety car is released. That's absolutely fine. So it did look like for a moment there that the coach that Guinness was actually pushing the safety car. You can try. It's not going to do you any favours though doing that. Have we got another wave around coming on? Yes, we do. Oh my goodness me! Hawkman's going onto the grass there, trying to work her way through the field. Flash of the lights in the BMW there. Well, that's not going to help you. You probably didn't see it. You were a bit too far back. But yeah, another car going through to get themselves on the back of the train. And still the safety car trails on, and it really can just kind of add to the tension as a driver at this particular point, whether you're in the car or whether you're waiting to go. Just got to keep to the delta. It's surprisingly easy to make a really silly mistake, especially when you've got a car coming past. Now, that was well navigated there by which I can't see which car that is that's coming through. But again, that could have got if he'd locked up and slammed into Guinness, That would not have been a very elegant way of introducing yourself to the leader. I've seen it done. I've seen someone make that kind of mistake. I've also seen, someone that is in the train suddenly light up the rears and spin into the path of a car that's unlapping themselves. So it's really, really easy to make those kind of mistakes. I've also seen the safety car bin it before now, not in iRacing, admittedly. That would be when I was the safety car and I got a bit carried away and I threw it off into the dust. But, that's another matter. I tell you what, that will benefit is the number 17 car. We haven't seen that since it had that early issue, the sous chef car. That'll actually be on the correct lap once it makes its way back round. So, of course, we saw Sam Cairns impale that one onto the bollards early on, but that'll actually be background onto the lead lap, and we could really get a representation on where they sit with the rest of the field. So still some cars to return and get themselves into position, but either way the safety car looks like it's still going to be coming in. Oh, that was close. There's one of the MPs, the 88, I think that said. Who was that? Yes, that's the Scorps car. That was in the pit for a very long time. That's good to see that back on track actually. But is the safety car going to peel in, or is the lights back on? I didn't quite see as it came through the shot.
Yeah, not entirely sure. Fingers crossed we can get back to green flag, but it doesn't really make sense. We'll see. The lights are back on.
Lights are on.
So yeah, probably another lap yet. But yeah, that does make sense, because it wouldn't make sense to do any wave arounds on the lap that the safety car is coming in. So we got one more at least. I think one more should be safe. But
I thought it'd be odd when the safety car. I'm not going mad. The safety car lights would definitely appear to be off.
They're back off again.
Make up your mind. So he's playing with us now. Even the safety car driver is
teasing.
He's just having a bit of fun with us. Oh, that's what it looks like from on board. That's a reshapen car. It's the SOP Racing number 16. It's had a bit of restyling going on at some point in the course of the race. So Alex Phillips, like I said earlier, done a storming job. There's now 14 positions their class is gaining. Of course, with people pitting and wave rounds going on, that number has changed in the course of the race. But 14 positions from where they started. Actually, it's another car slightly further back. The Mad Sim Racing number 390 has gained 12. That's Zach Hank that is currently in control of that one. So that was Alex Biker earlier on. There we go. Lovely shot of the entire, or almost the entire field, all gathered up, ready to go. I think we're just, from what I can see, it looks like everybody that has to have a wave around has had it. Looks like the OTL car looks like is gone, so the 26 car will not be returning. By the look of this, it looks like they have disappeared. That's a great shame, because they'd had a really rough start, and it looked like they were trying to make up for lost ground. That was not their own fault. That's caused their exit from the race, but that is the nature of the beast. Yannick Elderman in the number 96 car. That's the Scuderia seatbelt wearer's car. It's just come out of the pits. So I think that means that all of our cars remaining are on the laps they should be on. Not necessarily in the positions they should be in, but they are on the correct laps. From if I read the timing screen right, that should indicate that we'll get back underway very, very shortly.
Yeah, in a couple of corners' time, I think, as they approach the turn 10 chicane. Interestingly, the two leaders in the LMP2 category have got the race leader in the GT3, that 22 Walk Racing esports car. Yeah, they've got them to deal with first. If the Not In Vain Racing Orange car, Ruben Lasso, wants to contest for the race lead, which, to be fair, would be not completely out of the question. They have had some really good pace. I think they were actually the quickest car in the LMP2 field at some point, and have worked their way up into second place at the moment. Wherever they are here in terms of pit stops, etc., is another story, but they are certainly very close, and if they can clear that Mercedes pretty quickly, might be able to put some pressure on the Coach Dave Academy car. But the safety car through the final corner now, and they should be peeling itself off, and we should get ourselves back underway, green flag running.
Higgins in the VVDL LMP2. Still people flashing the lights. Not going to gain an awful lot by doing so. and the safety car lights, I think, are off. So a few more weavings going on. Hopefully get this race back underway. Some people getting very fidgety, as you can see. So the longer the safety car goes on. We are getting back underway then. The safety car has indeed peeled in. And away we go. Of course, the field is going to diversify somewhat because we have got cars out of position. That looks like a very slow LMP car, actually. That's not had a very good start whatsoever. But either way, here we go again. Coach Dave leading from Not In Vain Racing up front, and Walk and Valkyrie X-Base still excited, still leading the GT3s. Field very well condensed now, and again the top two LMPs just running off. Of course, with the field very, very mixed up, they've just capitalised on the fact that some more of the LMPs had to work their way through. No trouble! That's Van Steen and the 30 car. Oh, well held by everybody there. Struth, that could have gone horribly wrong. That's the Rough Road red car. I did see there's someone falling through the field. 4 wide coming into turn 6, I think that is. That's never what you want. Yes, that is turn 6. I know the track's wide enough to do it, but it certainly some very nervous moments. But Nicholas Van Steen, was very lucky not to be absolutely T-boned there. Lives to fight another day. But that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? When the field is this condensed and very, very mixed up, these mistakes can very, very easily happen. That's the GT Racing Mercedes that's keeping several LMPs right behind him. He's not doing it intentionally. He's doing the right thing. He's just maintaining his line. He's up for the LMPs to come past. Now that's probably just patient racing there from the, I think it's it's not the rougher yellow, it's the rougher orange car that was actually just holding his line patiently there. Maya Haritoho was doing the right thing there, and here we go now back into normal racing.
Yeah, we are finally back. The Coach Dave Academy and the Not In Vain Racing orange car did get away quite well. That gap 1.8 seconds now, but because of the GT traffic, the guys a little bit further down had to contend with. They are quite close. The Trinity Sim Sports magenta car versus the Rough Road yellow just in front. They should have a bit of a fight. That is I'm not entirely sure who that is. That's the KTM professional safety car there, just flashing the lights as some of the P2s just dart their way through the Kindig at the moment in the 34, trying to get through and up inside the top 7. But again, it's just a patient game. Pick your way through the traffic. As we said, they're not going to be in order as they were at the first safety car, where it was the field of LMP2s and the field of GTs. Very much mixed up. Everyone just trying to duck and dive their way through. Be patient as well, because it's very easy for safety cars to breed safety cars.
Very, very true. The Rough Road red car is back in the pits. The number 30 car has parked that one in the pit lane, but it's not out of the session, so hopefully they can get back on with the job. Lots of squabbling going on here for 6th position. So that's Trinity Sim Sport magenta, Rough Road yellow and Rough Road orange all having the same argument here. And right behind them, you've got another... Oh my goodness, that got very, very nasty. But 5 cars now all arguing for 7th position. Sorry, Rough Road orange is actually some distance down the road. So that's actually Trinity magenta, Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures, Rough Road yellow, straight line, and also in that mixture is the seatbelt wearers. So lots and lots of fighting going on. And a big lock up there, but well avoided there. And Kindig was wide enough to let some cars through to avoid incident. And of course, they've got some GT3s in the mixture just to make their life that little bit more interesting still.
Yeah, absolutely. The 31 sailing around the outside through turn 3. I think that's the Rough Road yellow car doing so around the outside of the Trinity Sim Sports magenta. A lovely move. Let's take another look at what has just happened. A lot of action to keep up with, a lot to digest all at once. Going to cut back then to what happens. This is McMahon in the 80A, just spinning it in all the wrong places. A big gaggle of cars behind, and that you just have no time to react. It is just that concertina effect. If one spins, so you just have to, you've got no option but to drive into the side of them. There is really nothing you can do. And then of course that pretty much kicked off some of the drama that now sees some of these P2s quite close together. Still locked in a train. I think a three-way fight for P8 between the Straight Line Racing, Rough Road Yellow and the Trinity Sim Sport Magenta car. They are all locked in fight and have got those GTs to contend with, which once again could play a massive factor. But that 34, Matt Kindig, got mugged off a little bit, I think is the crudest way of saying that one. Would not be happy with how that particular string of events went down. So he should, in theory, want to make amends for that and get himself back in front.
That was the number 88 car we just saw. That's the Scorex Esports car that's just had such a torrid race. Stephen McMahon has brought that one back into the pit. I'm not surprised. That was quite a thump on the side of the car. That was the number 19 car, Tim Williams for SD Racing, that sadly caught the side of the number 88. So more bad news for McMahon. The number 12 car has just come back out on track. That's the Fuji International car. Now just spotted going through the pit lane there. Caben Budd now in control of that one. So yeah, with the field that closely condensed, as we say, these kind of mistakes are very, very easy to make. As we now look at Jean-Sébastien Leroux in the now 8th position straight line racing car, the number 25 on the back, on the back of several cars, and with Anthony David and Matt Kindig right with him. They are chasing very hard. Felix Feher in the Valkyrie by Franco-John Miniature's car. And not far up the road is Amir Harry Toho, the Ruffro Orange 142 car. Not too far down the way. And a GT3 battle off the right hand side as well. That's the GTE racing car having an argument. That's for 4th, I think it is, 4th or 5th in the GT3s. 5th indeed. So that's Delta and GTE going at it. You see the brightly coloured Mercedes still trying to find a way back past the BMW, and there goes. That's Trinity Magenta then coming past the rough road. Yellow. Oh no! I wonder whether that was a little bit of netcode there, because it didn't look like from that particular angle that Lewis actually made physical contact with the LMP ahead, but that either way has caused a bit of a spin. There was certainly a thump. We'll hopefully get a replay of that. Unfortunately, netcode is rather unavoidable. If you think there's a gap there, of course you're going to use it.
Yeah, you are. And unfortunately, with the way that iRacing, the engine is built, is that if the amount of calculations that the software does is quite a lot, and if it predicts you're going to make contact, it will then just make contact. And yeah, unfortunately, even if they weren't, the game thought they were, and so registered the contact. And yeah, that is what netcode is. And yeah, it's a shame because it really is unavoidable from both parties, and it was just a slight thing that had pretty drastic consequences. But we do turn our attention towards the front. A fight for the podium between the team VVDL and the Trinity Simsport Cyan car, the 36 and the 33, both going at it down the pit straight, 3/10 between the two of them. And that Cyan car is going to get a nice little slipstream. Are they going to dive one to the inside? Certainly thinking about it, pulling to the right just to spot their braking point, going to commit to the inside, very late on the brakes. The 36 going to try and keep them honest around the outside, but that Trinity Simsport Cyan car managed to claim the racing line on the exit, and that was a fairly decent move from quite a far way back as well.
Ordinary Andre is pressing on then, trying to regain the time lost. You can see, bearing in mind that he was right with Corentin Guinness in the Coach Dave Academy car before the safety car had to come back out, and now he finds himself 8-9 seconds behind, so he's really going to press on to try and close that gap back down again. Matt Kindig in the 34 car is back in the pits. Let's have a replay then. Nope, not this time around. Oh yes, we will. So this is the 34 car. That is Kindig. What's happened here? So that's what happened to the incident. Oh, and then he got caught up. That was a very unfortunate incident. In his own avoidance, he then got tagged on the back. That was very unlucky. But yeah, so the incident right ahead of Kindig there was very much netcode. So that was, you know, in avoidance of what was going on. Sadly, that just, someone started to have their own incident, which I've forgotten who it was that started that whole incident off. But they were having their own half spin, and sadly, netcode intervened, and the rest, well, rather followed.
Yeah, and very easily done as well, because there's just so much going on. You're trying to react to one thing. You're right in the middle of a pack of cars. You have to slow it down to react, and then unfortunately you've got someone else behind you ready to pick up the pieces. Side by side in the GT3, potentially between two Mercedes, one slightly darker coloured, one slightly more light. Side by side on the kink through turn 9 towards the turn 10, 11 and 12 chicane. The one in red on the outside, taking a nice wide line and managed to take that position. That is the car 101. They're trying to keep the Mercedes behind at bay. A very Mercedes-dominated field, so not quite the right term to describe them by their chassis, because there's quite a few Mercedes on the grid. There's even a Mercedes that's not a Mercedes. So yeah, quite a few of them.
The 101 is Thomas Dunn. That's the black and white Mercedes that is second in this kind of train that we're looking at, with one of the numerous blue and black LMP cars just coming past. So the car he's chasing is Dmitry Bazukli in the Speedhouse Racing number 14. So that is an argument for 10th. That's to get inside the top 10 of the GT3s. Right behind them is the Valkyrie by Gary's de Klerk car. That is Christophe de Leek. Again, hopefully pronouncing that somewhat correctly. A little bit further down the road, can't quite see it. It's a little bit further down the road. The car they are chasing is Brandon Lovier in the number 20 Miranda's black car. Bearing in mind that was several laps down, not that, or what seemed like not that long ago. They very much capitalised on the safety cars. Now, about 2.5 seconds. There they are. They're just going out of the shot. Now, I think the front of that car's been rearranged. At some point, as the 101, then that's the Bert Sim Sports car, Thomas Dunn, is trying to get alongside the Speedhouse Racing BMW. Can't quite do it at the moment, so that's Bazukli and Dunn having an argument. Flash of the lights. Well, neither of you did anything wrong, so that's a distraction technique. Then it's the BMW, the Valkyrie BMW, right behind them, and then with a with another LMP car for good measure. It's going to really spice up this particular three-way fight. This is all for positions, all the 10th that they're arguing about, except for, of course, the 440 car, which is our second place car, the Not in Vain Racing Orange number 440. Ruben Lasso currently in control of that one. Outside line trying to be made for the Bert Sim Sports car. That's really, really hard to do. Almost opportunistic move there for the BMW. That was a bit too desperate. That door was only ever going to shut. So, and now the bus, Thomas Dunn's coming in, is he? No, I thought extreme defense. Yeah, it's very extreme defense considering no one was making a move in the first place. So, bit of an odd move. I wonder if he just had a snap of oversteer or something that just sent him careening off in that kind of direction. That was a bit strange there, but yeah, that was a good recovery then from the BMW to make sure that was Christophe de Leek. So, because he could have easily just collected all three of them at that point. The referee orange car has just come into the pits as well. Yeah, this will be another fuel tank stop for the MMPs. They'll go about 45 minutes at full chat, give or take. Of course, safety cars have completely agitated that timing a little bit, as de Leek has managed to get past Dmitry Bazukli. Or has he? No, not quite. Oh, yes, he has. Beg your pardon. So, de Leek ahead of Bazukli with Thomas Dunn a little bit further down the road. That's a back marker that's or someone on a different lap. And look at the front. That's the Miranda's black Mercedes, very, very reshaping from how it started.
Yeah, that is certainly not how you'd see it in the showroom, to be quite frank. Wow, that is quite unfortunate. Using the full extent of the crumple zone there to protect the driver's legs. I suppose that at least the safety systems are in place. But either way, that Mercedes cannot be operating at optimal pace. Luckily, I think, because it is the majority of the front center of the car, it shouldn't affect performance too drastically. Of course, if it was a similar impact, say, exclusively to the right-hand side of the car, you would have a lot more of that induced tow onto the tyres, which again would cause left hand down sort of thing, which again would make those problems a lot worse. Still, this fight, as the Trinity Simsport Cyan car did manage to get through on the team VVDL. They've now got another Trinity Simsport car, the Lime car this time for company. Can't quite get enough of the team, so they always want a little bit more. But that 36 keeping the 35 at bay. And this is the fight for fourth, and all in contact. That is the sous chef car, the number 17. We haven't seen him for a while, and once more they've been involved in some calamity. The 35 all very close to rejoining to the Maradnis Black car, and well, yeah, that is how quickly things can escalate and how things can go wrong as well.
That's Sam Cairns in the 17 car. He just had a bit of a spin coming through turn 6. That sadly put off the Trinity Simsport Line car and the VVDL car, and Matteo Frigero just essentially had nowhere to go and sadly slammed into the back of Gareth Higgins. He'd lost sight of one of the Trinity cars. Enric Andre out an absolute charge. Race leader now in, so Guinness bringing in the Coach Dave Academy car, and that number 35 is going to be an absolute boat to steer at the moment, so that car's going to be coming in whether it likes it or not at this stage. That was just unlucky, nothing more than that. It was just unfortunate. There's in avoidance of someone else's spin, concertina effect, that sadly happens to a number of cars. I would think any more NP cars are going to come in. Well, different people are going to be running different strategies, which of course gets exasperated by the safety cars, with lots of dancing going on here as we see Jean-Sebastien Leroux in what was just jumped up to the 4th place car, getting past the Ruffro yellow car with I think it's a Ruffro orange car right with him as well. So the orange one is on a different lap though. Is some distance down. But so Jean-Sebastien Leroux is having he's got a bit of breathing space now. Can get the hammer down a little bit. Now, has the Coach Dave Academy car changed hands? No, Guinness has still got hold of the keys of that one. What about the Lime and the VVDL cars? The Lime, yes, the Trinity Simsport Lime car has just changed hands, as has VVDL car. So now it is Louis Cavaco that has the number 35, and the 36 is now Paulos Dakos. That's a great name. Paulos Dakos. Oh, it sounds like a superhero. That's
absolutely. Fair enough. It seems now sort of drivers doing 1 or 2 stints and then jumping out. But in the case of Guinness, he seems confident just to carry on going, which fair enough. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He is doing a fantastic job. Defensive goes the GTE Racing car. They have the SOP Esports Racing car. Phillips at the wheel, trying to go underneath them through turn 1. Manages to hang on. Does the GTE Racing car to 3rd place. But yeah, still, even an hour and 43 minutes in, we're still getting some good fights.
Absolutely true. As we fast approach the 1/3 distance at Renzo Ulenbroek in the GTE Racing number 99, that's just managed to wrestle that 3rd position away from SAP Esports. As we said, they've had an absolutely storming recovery in this race, starting well down the order, but now up into 4th, 14 positions to the good. Before I think Alex has been in that car since the beginning. Isaac Fairweather's, I think it's just claimed. That's the Coach Babe car's just gone past the Delta car. Higo Oliveira in the less than complimentary coloured BMW. We've not been a fan of that particular livery, but hey ho, it's not going to change, not unless they stuff it into a wall, which of course we're not recommending they do. There's the lively Lambo in the background of the shot. The sous chef Ferrari we mentioned is up into 8th place. Now they were a lap, 2 laps down at the beginning with Sam Cairns' unusual parking. They are now up into the top 10. Now, of course, they have just had that half spin. I'm not 100% certain if they actually got hit in the course of that particular incident, but they now find themselves, that's a decent recovery for them. 8th position, as you can see. And as we continue to look at Oliveira, looks like he's losing time a bit to the Mercedes ahead. Background of the shot, you can see the rough road cars working together as the yellow one has just come in, as the orange one continues. Thomas Dunn for the 101, that's the Burt Esports car. Chasing the the Maradnis Black reshaping Mercedes. What's the timing for them? Nearly a second difference in Dunn's favour. Now this is what happened to Sam Cairns in the Ferrari. It looks like he was actually getting a bit leery coming through 15. Oh my goodness, just chucks the nose in. Oh, and a huge punch to the face from the VVDL car. So yeah, I'd say that one is going to be fast approaching the pit lane again.
Yeah, that's going to sting. That is going to sting, and that is unfortunate for the Ferrari, who they were just getting back onto their feet up in 8th place, and yeah, unfortunately that might be another premature pit stop for them. They could still have their fast repair if it is that bad. They might be able to take it, but once more into that cycle of LMP2 pit stops, we've had a similar amount of time, and of course the safety car in the second stint as well. So both stints have been around about 30-31 laps for most teams at the moment, on board with this fight for 5th place between the SOP Esports Racing and the Coach Babe Academy car. Isaac Fairweather on the back for 5th place. Going to want to really get himself back inside the top 5, and is certainly close to doing so, and is certainly looking in the slipstream range, not gaining quite a lot, as you can see, just the sheer difference in pace between the P2s and the GT3s, how they can just barrel their way down. Looking to the inside, how late can he be in towards turn 1? He brakes a lot later, bit of lifting, goes very late, bit of contact as he argy-bargies his way through up into 5th place. I don't think the SOP Sports Racing driver is going to be particularly too happy with that one. I think it is Phillips at the helm of that one, but yeah, well, that's a send and a half, but I don't think Phillips particularly saw it coming, or wanted to relinquish that place anyway.
If anything, it was a tad late. Fairweather wasn't close to the apex there, so bit brutish, but very much no harm, no foul, really. I mean, it was a bit of a tap on the BMW and nothing more than that.
is not really for you, is it?
No, that was fun. After
Okay, well, we are still not quite there yet. Still trying to get all the necessary pieces back in.
I think we're back.
At least we have a moving picture to look at. It's not a live picture I got you, but we will get there. We promise you. Again, we can only
You
apologize
could very easily
for
sleep
the
at the end
issues
of this
that
race.
we have had thus far.
Oh, it's so good.
We'll be back with Fuji as quickly as we can get there. We still have
Is this
just under
working?
4 hours to go. So we will get up and running as quickly as we can. Hopefully we haven't missed too much going on. We have plenty to catch up on when we do get trackside. Let's see if we've lost any more. We've lost 4 of our starting 35. Hopefully get back with the action as quickly as we can. So we're getting our backup broadcaster into place, and we'll then get the live action back with you as quickly as we can. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties that we've experienced here. We're doing what we can to resolve them. Do bear with us, and we'll be back with the remaining part of the 6-hour race at Fuji as quickly as we can get there. So apologies again, ladies and gentlemen, for the continued delay here at SimGrid for the Coach Dave Academy. 6 hours of Fuji. We are doing what we can to get the backup broadcaster underway. And unfortunately, the technical difficulties experienced by our first one can't be overcome quickly. So we're bringing in some reserve guns to get the stream back up and running, and we'll make up for last time when we get there. So again, bear with us. We'll be back with you as soon as we can. Count me in when
Yeah.
you're ready, PH.
Jump on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Coach Dave Academy 6 hours of Fuji here at SimGrid. Huge apologies for the technical trouble. We are on the backup broadcaster now, so we are back with you. Again, apologies for the time we've lost, but let's have a quick recap of where we now stand in relation to our leaders. We currently look at Felix Fenrir in the 677. That's the Valkyrie LMP2 car. Now, there has been a bit of a change up top for the LMP2s. Henrik Andre, still in charge of the Trinity Simsport Cyan car, is now leading the way. They were third or fourth, I think, when we left them before. So the question is, where has the Coach Dave car gone? It's in fourth, the Treble 8. That's had a driver change. James Parker now in the pilot seat for the Treble 8, with the company from Kies van Leeuwen in the straight line racing LMP right behind. So as far as what's led to this point, I'm afraid we can't go into details because we've been a little bit in the dark. But like I say, we are up and running again. So we'll bring you what information we can. As for our GT3 contingent, let's have a look at who leads the way. It's back in the hands of the Valkyrie X-Type car. That is now in the hands of Michael Rodriguez. So overall, he is that's 14th overall for the 93 car. So leads by about 10.5 seconds, give or take, over the Walk Racing Esports number 22. So those two have swapped round since we last saw them. Victor Taras now has that one with Tiziano Caponio in the number 88 Scorix Esports car. That's actually an LMP car, so they're still pressing on at least. There's the 88, still trying to make their way back towards the LMP positions. Zach Sweeney, are you back with me, sir?
I am. I'm still here, and yeah, well, thankfully we are back in after a long while, and I think we've gone for another LMP2 pit cycle. I'm not entirely sure. That is just how long we were gone. But yeah, apologies to everyone because again, out of our control. And thankfully we have got a swift team here, and they managed to get everyone back in and get everything sorted in well, pretty much as quickly as possible, which we can only commend them for. And we're back bringing you the action. Still 3.5 hours left of this race to go, and still there are a few battles arising, and well, certainly still a lot of this race left to unpack. We did have a really good first couple of stints, first 2 hours of this race, and well, fingers crossed the rest of it can be just as good, if not better.
Indeed. So from our starting 35, we've lost 5 from the race. 30 cars, of course, remaining. Kieran Sharp was in control of the number 26. That's the Team OTL Racing LMP car. That fell by the wayside fairly early on. We lost the number 15, the Coach Eric Academy. That's the one with the longest name in the world. Eric Neath and Ruben. Simonite didn't really see him at all in racing spec. They have fallen by the wayside, and other cars we've lost in the meantime. Car number 30, we saw Nicolas van Steen in the Rough Row Red, and number 30 car. I'm just trying to find him on the list. Yeah, so I think they changed number with the yellow team. Either way, the Retro Red car, Lloyd Lemmy and Nicholas Van Steen is out of the running. So that's 3 LMPs. Number 13, the GTWR RAG Academy car, is also parked up as Olaf Sorchuk and Lorenzo Rappa. No longer with us. That's one of our GT3 Mercedeses. And we also lost the Renvelten Esports number 32, Jens Kaiser and Max Vormuth in the also in one of the GT3 Mercs. So 2 Mercs and 3 LMPs down. Plenty of cars still circulating, plenty of racing still to conclude.
Yeah, still a lot of things, as I said, to unpack. And again, things have naturally, I think, spread out just a little bit in terms of the gaps. And once again, we see that very striking orange-fronted BMW, which we've come to know and love, I think is the correct term for that one. And they certainly catch your eye. There's a lot of liveries on the grid that you really can't miss, more particularly the lone Lamborghini in the GT3. That is quite a striker as well. But yeah, a lot of teams repping some pretty interesting liveries and quite eye-catching ones. More noticeably, really, you notice them more on the GT3s as opposed to the LMP2s. I think the LMP2s, a lot of the liveries can go sort of be swept under the rug a little bit, which is, I think, nothing bad to say about the liveries, more so just the shape of the P2s not really allowing for a lot to be seen, because it's quite choppy, whereas the GTs are a little bit more rounded, so you can see a fair share more of the of the livery. But the fights in a GT3 do still continue. I think that's the GTE Racing on the back of Delta Racing, the battle for 5th and 6th. We've seen the GTE Racing team fight pretty hard, and they are swapping positions with Delta over 5th place at the moment. We've seen the GTE car in its fair share of skirmishes and things of the sort, and well, right now is no different. Through the final sector, that Mercedes has seen better days for sure, but it still is driving well enough to put on a good show.
Oh, from that angle, I thought the BMW had a spin. It was almost helped into a spin there from the GTE Racing Mercedes. So that's Vinicius Machado in the number 21 BMW versus Maxime van der Hove in the Mercedes. And there you go. You can see the full extent of the damage on the nose of the Merc. And I wondered if he was going to try and bump off the BMW there, but jumps out at the very last minute. Now, with the damage to the front of the Merc, that is going to undo the kind of slipstream advantage a little bit. You'd have thought the Mercedes would have, should have actually cruised past the BMW earlier than that. But with that damage, it's really going to halt the advances of that Merc a little bit more. Some chopping around in the NMP lineup as well. But bearing in mind, as we said before, sometimes the timing tower gets a little bit upset when we're looking at cars on a different lap. So up into 5th then. Van der Hove in the GTE Racing BMW Mercedes, trying to break away from that BMW. Oh, that's quite wide coming through 10-7, just about manages to keep it on the straight and narrow. At this point, there's very few cars that haven't had some kind of incident in some way, shape or form. As we jump a little bit further upfield, that's the 6th place LMP. That's in a, well, there's the Mirandis Black. Oh, had an incident completely on his own. And that sadly took around Thingard in the 440 car. Now, it was a bit difficult to tell. That could have been a bit of a netcode there that kind of simulated an incident. That's a shame. That's the Not In Vain Racing LMP that has briefly held the lead during the pit stop phases. But that was almost like it was 2 separate incidents combined. But there could have been a bit of netcode there. It didn't look like there was impact, but sadly the Mirandis Black Mercedes did have a bit of an incident on its own that caught Thingard out.
Yeah, and of course that Mirandis Black showed up about an hour ago without a front bumper. Going to have a look at what's happened. We're on board with K's. A big crash through in towards, I think this is turn 6 into 7, rolling back onto the circuit. Hopefully not. Managed to slam the brakes on and keep going. This is what happened to Thingard behind the Mirandis black car and in towards the penultimate corner. Looking to the inside, sends one, scares the GT3 a little bit, I think, who then gets a little bit screwy, spins himself, and then the other P2 that was coming through, not entirely sure who that was, but yeah, that is an awkward way for things to go about, and hopefully not much in the way of damage for Thingard, but yeah, again, that is an unfortunate way for things to go about.
Well, still time to recover such things. Thingard now back up onto the wheel again. Has he had another incident? Is that the Scorix car that's behind it? It's trying to make their own way back through the field. No, that's a slightly longer replay there. There's Van Leeuwen that have that rather big impact we saw earlier on. There's Cavacho in the now 4th place car. That's the number 35. The Trinity Sport Lime car, even though it hasn't got any lime on the car whatsoever. So nice and straightforward. A little bit on its own. It's, about a second and a bit ahead of the Coach Dave Academy Treble 8. There is James. That is James Parker. That is piloting the leading Treble 8 car. Now finds itself going on a decent pace, but not quite on Henrik Andre's pace. Henrik is really pressing on in the lead number 33 car. That's on board with James Parker, chasing off after the 4th place car as mentioned. So there's obviously been a few incidents whilst we were off air trying to resolve our incidents. I mean, Henrik Andre is quite some distance down the road, so I'm wondering whether Henrik is kind of pitted out of sequence or hasn't pitted as more ultimately, because that gap is unless the timing screen is completely wrong, is rather hefty. So it leads me to believe that number 33 is due to come in.
Yeah, that would be a fair assumption. Of course, usually the LMP2s on sequence anyway, at least their last couple of stops, they pitted their first time on lap 30, then again their first pit stops was on lap 61. So it seems the pit stops have taken place in 30 lap intervals, around about 40 or so minutes. But that, of course, the first 2 stints were affected by safety cars and they were slowing down, saving a lot of fuel. And now it is lap, onto 101, I think, if I can see it correctly. My screen at the moment is a little bit fuzzy, so I do have to apologise. But we are onto lap 101, which under full green flag running would still be quite a substantial stretch. So I'm not entirely sure how that Cyan car has gotten up into such a lead, or whether or not they've just really pushed away and ran away with it. Either way, they are at the moment leading the way. And to be fair, they have been one of the leading cars in this race. So their pace has been quite difficult to match. So that gap, if it is real, and that is how they are on the road, no pit stops and funny business like that, it's not completely out of the ordinary for that to have happened.
Also, I believe before the second safety car that Henrik Andre had to pit again, so he is out of sequence to everybody else. And when the second safety car then came out, it would have mitigated the gap that he would have suffered. But at some point, he's probably going to have to pit out of sequence. Well, at every time, technically, that 33 car will pit out of sequence to everybody else. Now, what has Eric? No, I thought we'd lost Eric Neath a little while ago. There's a false replay. Apologies there. So nothing to see on that one. There's Van Leeuwen again in 6th position. The LMPs. He's got a bit of a gap to close down to James Parker. It was around about 10 seconds or so. James still trying to close in on Louis Cavaco. Last time around, let's see, 130.0 for Louis, 130.2 for James Parker. Let's see what Keith Van Leeuwen gets on the board. It is when he hits the line 129.7, so about half a second to the Straight Line Racing team's advantage. So it would seem that James doesn't quite have the pace of those ahead, but Henrik Andre is absolutely flying up front. But in saying that, Felix Fenrir in the Valkyrie by Franco Minutes car, only 20 odd seconds behind, he's actually lapping slightly quicker. So the 677 car could well get involved in a battle for the lead before the flag falls. Well, we're quite some distance away from that just yet.
Yeah, not even halfway through. We are still well and truly walking into the woods as opposed to walking out of them. And 15 minutes left before we do reach that halfway mark. And yeah, well, there has been an absolute mammoth task from the drivers to get this far, and they've still got to do it pretty much all over again to get to the checkered flag, hopefully with no issues. I mean, actually, I wouldn't mind a safety car right now. I would spice things a little bit up and give the Trinity Sim Sport Cyan car an opportunity to come into the pit lane, potentially. But either way, we'll have to see. And yeah, once again, the P2s, the majority of the field, especially the top 5, have been quite close in their pace and consistency as well. There's been quite a few close fights and other things of the sort, especially qualifying. The top 10, I think, separated by just shy of a second. So it just goes to show how close they are and how close they can be. Unfortunately, on that last lap, the gap... well, there's actually... the last lap, apparently, Andre was 5/10 clear of Ferrier in second place, which is quite a sizable gap. But even if Ferrier was closing in about 1 or 2 tenths of a second per lap, that's still quite a few laps to actually get that move, or just to get onto the back of them, not even to get that move done. So yeah, it's going to be a matter of task, and I'm pretty sure that gap can only really come down in terms of strategy or an incident or a safety car.
Another car that's had trouble, the number 31, the Refro Yellow LMP2. Clement, I'm assuming that's a Bibloc or Biblo. I'm again not entirely sure how that's pronounced. That's been in the pits for 15.5 minutes, so that we may not see them again, unfortunately, in the course of the race. You never want to see it. Another car's just come in, the number 23, Yannick Moorman, in control of the Coach Babe Academy car, is coming in to the pits, or is he coming out of the pits? I thought he was coming... well, there's still a few pit garages left. I thought he had a drive-through at some point, because I'm sure he's actually just gone straight through. He didn't actually stop, so that could have been... Yes, it looked like it was a drive-through penalty then for the number 23. That won't help. It's still time to do something about it. That puts them down to 9th place overall. 7th in GT3s. Oh no, I'm looking at completely the wrong car. Beg your pardon. So 20th overall, 7th in the GT3s. Back up and running for the Coach Babe Academy number 23.
Yeah, indeed. So still quite close, and well, that again has been pretty much the story for the entire race in terms of pace and closeness. But yeah, unfortunate for Yannick Moorman there. Again, they do have sort of incident limits before they do get penalised for it. An off-track 1x, losing control is a 2x, and then contact can vary between 0 and 4x's. Those are your incident points. Anyone familiar with iRacing will know them all too well. Those slightly newer, basically they are just incident points, like similar to like sort of penalty points, and once you occur too many, you then do get penalised, and that can be in the form of a drive-through, which potentially is what Moorman has fallen victim to there. And to be fair, around Fuji there is quite a quite a few corners where you can extend. Of course, the majority of them have been limited in terms of sausage curbs and things like that, but again, it still doesn't change the fact that it is fairly easy just to run a little bit wide, go slightly off track, and well, with how chaotic and close it has been for the last 2 hours and 48 minutes, those contact instant points as well have well and truly racked up. And those are things in endurance racing. These sort of penalties maybe are a matter of when as opposed to a matter of if, and when they do come, you just need to limit the damage that they can do.
Very, very true indeed. So the race continues to pace them. They're still right on board with Yannick Moorman in the 23 car. Still a few positions up from where they started. There is Matteo De Luca. I beg your pardon, there's Idleman in the number 96 car. That's the Scuderia Seabellwares squad in 10th position. They are right behind Matteo De Luca in the 142 car. That's the Refro Orange car. That is the one they are chasing. So there's a battle for 9th position at present. Of course, the later in the race we get, the more likely we're going to see people just got really pushing for position, not just sitting back and letting the miles go. They're going to be wanting to improve on their position as best they can. But still, you got that element of strategy still to go through. They can't burn themselves out too quickly. It's still a number of driver changes still to go through. Assumedly, you would expect most teams to go through 2 driver changes. And actually, whilst we were talking about the LMP2s, and particularly the LMP2 lead, Andre Gondre has actually pitted whilst we've been back with this. So the lead now in the hands of the 677 Valkyrie by Francorchamps Miniatures team. So Andre is indeed pitting that number 33 out of sequence to the rest. It would seem Felix Fenrir now in race lead of the LMPs.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they are also into the pit lane, those race leaders. At least that's what it's showing on the live timing, and in fact
Yep.
on the timing tower. In fact, yeah, Felix Ferrer is into the pit lane, so very quickly I think that sign car is going to re-inherit that race leader. Henrik Andre will get himself back up into the race lead, but a crucial pit stop then for these guys, back onto, I think, probably back onto sequence really with where they should be in terms of their pit strategy, but it has been thrown all up into the air because while going into the race you will have an ideal strategy, pit here, pit here, pit here. Again, you can't predict that in terms of whose slipstream you're in, how much fuel you can save, safety cars, etc, etc, and then again that just throws up the ideal strategy up into the air, and they will have to do a lot of different things. And yeah, back into the race lead goes Henrik Andre, and still stopped in fact is Ferrer in the pit lane. So yeah, this gap going to re-emerge quite large. So I have a feeling you were right, Chris, in the fact that this Trini Sim Sport car is off sequence because yeah, it's quite abnormal. I mean, we did turn our attention away for quite some time. However, that large gap is still kind of an anomaly. So yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how this one turns out.
And that's changed hands as well. The 677 car now in the hands of Michael Meyer. The number 34 car has just gone through into second. The Trinity Sim Sport Magenta car. That is in the hands currently of Matt Kindig. Another guy into the pits is the number 96, Yannick Edelman. The Scuderia seatbelt wearer's car is now parked up. Oh, and there's another one, number 25, Kees van Leeuwen for Straight Line Racing, has brought that car in for another stop. So it looks like we've caught some of the LMPs in their next pit stop cycle.
Yeah, I thought they'd already done it by now, but evidently not. They've managed to stretch it out another extra few laps, which fair enough. They've gone a little bit longer, which is strange because this will be their longest stint. Unless they, well, to be fair, I think we did cut out just as they were leaving their pit stop cycle, so not entirely sure. One way or another, I think this pit stop cycle is slightly longer, which is, again, as I was saying, weird because they haven't had the benefit of a safety car, unless they have, and we haven't been able to see it. We don't know. But yeah, that's how things have gone at the moment, and unfortunately they are slightly spread out amongst the P2s. But again, that's to be expected this far into a race. Things you can't expect them to be fighting at each other's throats for the entirety of the race, and at some point the field does have to spread out just a little bit, but considering they are nearly 3 hours into this race, the gaps could be quite bigger.
Very, very true. As with pit stop still going, a few position changes still going on. The Kees van Leeuwen rather, number 25 car should be coming out fairly shortly. Another car into the pits, the number 19, the SD Racing car, has come into the pits as well. That's Eric Albright that's got hold of that one. As we look at Van der Hove in the GT Racing mission in class, that car has been in most positions in the GT3 field in the course of this race. As with a bit of luck, now we should be resuming back to our original broadcaster. So hopefully all our technical issues have been resolved. Again, apologies for that particular set of circumstances going on. So all being well, now all the gremlins should now be worked out. We'll be back up to normal operating speed.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's not been ideal, of course, but again, as we were saying during the intermission sort of time, it's been yeah, we've had really no part in it. We've been just flying blind and playing it by ear. But yeah, those behind the scenes, Daniel Costello and Daniel Handover, doing a brilliant job of just getting things back up and running. And while things again aren't always in our control, everything within our control was always done as optimally as possible. So hats off to everyone behind the scenes, because again, it is always a massive operation to get these things going, get these things sorted, not only from organising the race event itself, but also organising the stream. So yeah, it's always a headache, but fortunately for us, Chris, it's not one we have to deal with often.
No, we do the comparatively easy bit. We just turn up and chat. we leave the complicated, well, I certainly leave the complicated technical stuff to those that know what they're doing. So back on to let's have a look at our GT3s then. So there's Michael Rodriguez in the Valkyrie X-Type car. that's having an argument with that is the Burt esports car, but of course on a different lap entirely. As the number 93 comes through to put a lap on the 101. So that's Justin Rector that is in control of the Burt car. Oh, I think he's just had a trouble actually. He's just been overtaken by Yannick Moorman in the Coach Babe car. So I think the turn one, literally just as he went out of shot, the Coach Babe car has come to grief.
Well, easily done. Have you dropped your microphone there, Chris?
No, sorry, I haven't made the food delivered to me, so apologies.
Oh, fair enough. What have you got? What have you got been delivered?
My good lady has given me a pizza.
Ah, lovely, jubbly.
Having a racing pit stop myself.
Lovely jubbly. We all need them. Rest breaks. I'm going to treat myself to a nice bit of McDonald's after we're done here. So, yeah, absolutely. I think we deserve it. 6 hours straight is, certainly been a long one. We're not even halfway through it yet. So, yeah, well, still got a while to go. But, well, if you include quali, we are past the halfway mark. So I suppose there is that. But for these guys in the car, they still have a monstrous task to get going. We just sit here and, as you say, talk about the action we see. They have to deal with about a million different things at once. Their strategy, they're actually driving the cars, especially the P2s we were talking about a little bit earlier on, how difficult they can be to drive, and to drive them at such a top level of pace surely is remarkable.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ron Andre has been in that car for absolutely hours. So he's been in there for absolutely ages. How is he still going? How is he still doing it? That's what I want to know. How is he still going? I'm pretty sure he qualified that car as well. So he's certainly been in it since race start. So well over 3 hours he's been going for. We were talking about numb buttocks earlier. He must be really suffering by now.
Let's hope he's got a comfy chair. Is the conclusion from that one? But yeah, no, he's certainly doing his fair share in terms of driving. Of course, he can't hog the steering wheel forever. Of course, the fair share rule in endurance racing is turned on. That just means each driver has to do a certain percentage of the total laps that the car completes. And that is just a fair share rule. So you can't just whack in your quickest driver for 5 hours, 59 minutes, and then just right at the end whack in your slightly slower guy to get the car to the line. But no, you genuinely have to give everyone a fair share so they can carry their thing. And again, it comes down to that thing of teams, making sure you've got a well-rounded team, because at the end of the day, you are really only as strong as your weakest link.
Yeah, indeed. And we've seen it before where teams have been caught out by not fairly distributing the driver time. Sometimes it's by accident, sometimes it's by circumstance. The driver that's due to take over has their own technical issue or oversleeps or whatever it is, and sometimes the driver that's in the car is forced to stay in it. I've seen penalties be dished out to teams for that kind of reason. As we look at the Valkyrie by Vankatrol's Miniatures car, freshly pitted, Michael Meyer just taking that one over. Only 5 seconds behind the Trinity Simsport Magenta car. Trinity 1-2 at the moment. They were threatening that in qualifying, but it was the Coach Dave Academy car that saw the end of that. And with the exception of the gap to the Cyan car, there's not huge gaps in between, second to fifth. So there's only about 5 seconds between each one. The Magenta car now coming in. That's Matt Kindig that's brought in the number 34. We now look at Vinicius Mercado. Again, hopefully I'm pronouncing it anywhere near right. Again, apologies not. That's the Delta Racing BMW, right with the Miranda's black. Actually, Miranda's supposedly black. I'm going to call that. Mercedes, we've seen that in a few scrapes and a few battles. It's gained its front end again. It was missing the front end when we last saw it.
It was, certainly was. So probably a fast repair used, maybe. I mean, they're not anywhere near the lead lap, I don't think. So could have actually just eked it out for the damage repair. But either way, and very rightly so, moving out of the way for the Delta Racing BMW, which as they are inclined to do, I think actually maybe even coming into the pit lane. Indeed, that is the case. So they're not being polite; they're just going into the pit lane because it is convenient to them. But yeah, I think the fact that car is in spick and span shape is down to the fast repair, because even if you wait for your car to be repaired in the iRacing pit lane, there is actually still a fair few bits of scrapes and bumps, which I found out the hard way at the 6 hours of Le Mans a few weeks ago. Repaired the car, got out of the pit lane, and still was struggling with a bit of left hand down, which was certainly suboptimal from that point of view. And yeah, well, that fast repair has to be used wisely because you only get one of them.
Indeed, another car that's had difficulty is sadly the number 17. Is the Sous Chef Academy car. That's been in the pits for 13 and a half minutes now. So yeah, we saw that just before Willis connection early. We saw that take an almighty great punch in the face from the it was the VVD car, VVDT car, was VVDL car. I get it right in a minute. The purple LMP car sadly just got caught out from a half spin from the Ferrari. Sadly, the Ferrari has been in the pits a while. So another victim of the race is again the nature of the beast, as we look at Alex Biker back in charge of the Mad Sim Racing International Mercedes. He is chasing, that's the Sky and Blazing car, isn't it? Yes, that's the KTM Professionals a safety car. It's a strange sentence to say. There's a face of determination, I'm sure, somewhere under the visor. But, pressing on anyway. Both cars have had some reshaping going on. That's not the shape they started in. I'm not sure that'll pass an MOT. Pressing on nonetheless. He's actually got Alex Spiker would actually have about 9 seconds to gain thereabouts on the next Valkyrie car for position, whereas the KTM car is actually 4th. So they're not on the same lap whatsoever. About 12 and a bit seconds behind the GT Racing Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, going back to the field spread, naturally has been doing so. Fingers crossed, maybe for a safety car to spice things up again. Of course, I've certainly had my fair share of safety cars to spice things up, especially towards the end of an endurance race. We've had, I've certainly seen a dominant display from one team be quickly robbed because of a late safety car, and that is always not necessarily what they want to see, but from an entertainment point of view, certainly is a spectacle always. But yeah, absolutely. Burka in the 390 inside the top 10 and has a pretty sizable gap back to the anywhere out of that. And that's the SOP Esports racing car, which has been a car with some really, really good pace. And I don't think the time and tower really does that justice.
That's the thing, isn't it? You look at them and think, oh, you're 11th. You're 51 seconds behind the next car. What's going on? But, that never tells the full story. We've now gone over the halfway stage. And we know the trials and tribulations that the SOP Esports car has gone through. They've, didn't start particularly well, worked their way through the field, and been caught up in incidents and what have you. So the raw position never tells the full story. And at this stage in the game, we're seeing obviously the field spread really taking its toll. Number of cars not on the same lap as one another. I mean, look at the LMP field. Very few of those are on the same lap as each other. But Alex Biker there, as we can see, in the 10th place Mad Sim Racing International Mercedes, doing what he can to hang on to the back of the KTM car, the number 63 Sky Emblazoned 4th position Mercedes. Who's got that? That's Alex Stritsenko has got the number 63 at the moment. So George Golovnikov has handed that one over. I'm still amazed that Henrik Andre's still pressing on and still keeping pace as well. It's, my goodness, he's got impressive stamina, that man.
Endurance racing at its finest, really, isn't it? He's certainly someone he ticks all the boxes. He's got some good pace, good consistency. He's kept his nose quite clean as well for the last 3 hours, and he's qualified the car well. He's kept it going and just tick, 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 and all the criteria for a perfect endurance racer. As I said a little bit earlier, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. He has no reason to come in and swap out unless he's absolutely obliged to. I think is going to be the course of action from that. But he's doing an absolutely stellar job, but surely. Just out of sheer human nature, he has to be getting slightly tired now.
You'd have thought. No one seems to have told him that, though. He's an absolute machine. He's just carrying on going. And I'm sure I've observed this in Henrik Andre before. Just sort of go on and on and on forever. Another car in the pits, number 99. The GT Racing Mercedes coming in from 3rd place. Excuse me. Maxim van der Hove has brought that car in. The number 88 car is coming in as well. Tiziano Capanio is doing the rounds as well. That's the Scorix car, isn't it? They've had a really torrid time, as mentioned. They never the only break they seem to catch is their own car braking, sadly, but not many times has been their own fault either. As oh wow, that's the KTM car getting somewhat out of shape. Now up into third place as the GT racing car. Are they going to change driver? Just keeping an eye on the track, and no, it doesn't look like they are. Oh yes, they did. Renzo Ellenbrook is back in charge of the number 99. There was another one in, number 71, Max Borgman, the Evil Nature car. It started well, the number 71, but again, they've been involved in an incident or two. But they're now coming in for another stop. So now we're getting to a point where the field is really, really mixed on strategies and what have you. As you were explaining earlier, Zach, you know, some people will go longer at certain points. Do you kind of, from a driver's perspective, do you ever approach a particular circuit and plan to do a set strategy, or do you adjust the strategy on the circumstances you've had?
Well, we went into Le Mans with about half an hour's of practice, which was, yeah, so we were winging it, to say the least. We were like, so we can do about an hour on a tank of fuel, probably double stint the tyres and do that. But different tracks, yeah, definitely from what I've heard from other teams, certainly talking to drivers and teams and et cetera, while it's not from a personal perspective, the teams will obviously have their sort of preferred tracks, just naturally have their preferred tracks, as the the KTM safety car goes quite wide, allows the Mad Sim Racing International through. Of course, that's not for position, that is to get a lap back. But of course, yeah, just different circuits will demand different levels of fuel, etc. Like Le Mans, take Le Mans for example, compared to Fuji, vastly different circuits. Le Mans taking, you use a lot more fuel at Le Mans as you do, say, Fuji, because you just are at the top end of the rev range for a lot longer. So you will have to adjust your pit strategy for those sort of circumstances, and that is just that's how racing goes. And teams will also have their sort of preferred circuits, as I was saying. You will have, say, I don't know, prefer Silverstone to Fuji. You will do slightly better at that circuit, purely because whether that's your home race, you have confidence, etc. It's just something changes mentally that just allows you to do slightly better. So sometimes it's a conscious change, sometimes it's not. But yeah, it just depends really.
Now, a few more cars been through the pit lane. The Treble 8, the Coach Dave Academy car. James Parker still in control of that one. 36, the Team VVDL car's just gone back over to Gareth Higgins. The 142, the rougher orange car's back in the hands now of Mayor Harry Toho. Louis Cavacho in the number 35 car, the Trinity Sport Lime LMP car is now coming in. Also been alerted the number 25 LMP2 car, that is the Straight Line Racing, has had steering damage since the second safety car reset. That was quite some time ago. Oh, the irony, the team called Straight Line Racing, that's exactly what they can't do, or struggle to do, with steering damage. But they're still in a decent position, though. It's Keith van der Leeuwen that has that one. That's in 8th position at the moment.
Apologies there, just making sure my mic was plugged in because I thought it fell out. I have got a new wire in my microphone, so just fingers crossed it holds on, which it should do. But then again, £3 off Amazon. How reliable can it be? We'll have to see. Time will tell. In that sense, the Trinity SimSport Lime car also into the pit lane from 4th place. I think they've just come in from, and the Coach Academy car quite a way off is that AAA. I'm not entirely sure if they've only just come into the pit lane. Of course, James Parker at the helm, but they were the pole sitter. Of course, coming into this race, they've had pretty decent pace, getting caught out by the Ferrari just in front of them a slight amount. But them being in P4 and a good 50 seconds off the podium. Again, that is quite strange. I think a couple of our main contenders have really fallen out of it, maybe a little bit.
Excuse me. That's the nature of endurance racing, isn't it? Is that the 1 minute that you're riding you're riding high and doing well, and suddenly an incident, and not always of your own making, can completely rewrite that particular story.
Yeah, for sure. And again, as we always say, there's a lot of things in your control in racing. There's triple the amount of things outside of your control. You know, you're putting a lot of trust in everyone else. Like going 3 abreast there, you're putting trust in the other 2 drivers not to smack into you. And this is actually side by side for the podium places. Delta managing to get themselves into P3 ahead of the KTM professional safety car, and Machado at the moment P3, quite a way off the top 2, but still pressing on and doing a great job in that. Well, again, the BMW we've come to know and love over the course of the last few hours. But yeah, no, and there's, you know, the lap traffic, other cars smacking into you, hardware as well. It's so easy for your wheel to disconnect or internet to go out, things like that. There's so many things out of your control, and it doesn't matter if you're the quickest guy on the track. If you're not if you're not first place as they cross the line, you're not going to finish first.
Absolutely true. And again, consistency playing a huge role in in any racing indeed, but certainly in endurance racing. You can be the fastest guy out there, but if you're off the road every other lap, you're no good to anybody. Interesting as well, when Delta came past the KTM car, look at the gap that's already formed up. You know, what's that, over a second in only half a lap. So I wonder if that KTM Mercedes is also carrying a few wall wounds. I think quite a few cars are carrying a lot of wall wounds by this point, as there have been a few, quite a few interesting incidents, and as the race wears on, as fatigue will take a further toll, I think we're going to be in for some more of them.
Yeah, for sure. And again, full of surprises as always. And yeah, that's what we've just come to know and love with motorsport. And while you can love the sport as much as you want, if it doesn't love you back, then well, that's just unfortunate, tough luck, and you have to just get on with it, really. But yeah, again, sometimes it's your day, sometimes it's not. Again, of the things you can control, sometimes it's just not your day in the car. Sometimes you're not feeling great, or I don't know, the sun's blaring into your eyes, or you're just absolutely baking, or again, just mentally you're not with it. Some days you drive better, you've got a nice swing of confidence, whether that's coming off the back of another event, or if coming into today, someone's just lost the championship and they're coming in today feeling absolutely miserable. That again will have a massive implication to how well they can perform. And again, just goes to show the countless variables that go on through a motor race and an endurance race in particular. At the moment, talking about sort of track temps as well, that's another one to talk about, has drastically increased between qualifying and now. I think that was a car going round through the penultimate corner, not entirely sure. Indeed it is. Taking a look at the temps to the right hand side, the air temp is 21 degrees, the track temp is 41 degrees. That is quite hot, probably around just about above average. And in terms of tyres, keeping them in touch, if your tyres overheat, that can have pretty big consequences.
Yeah, that's doubled in the time that we've been racing, as we see Mercado flash the lights at the Muradness not actually black car. And that's our race leader, that's Enric Andre, who is refusing to share the toys at the moment and still pressing on. His lap times are still absolutely stormy. Yeah, that was very well spotted. I don't know who that was that had a bit of a spin coming through turn 15, but very well spotted there, Mr. Sweeney. There is Kees van Leeuwen. Bear in mind there is steering damage on the number 25 car. Whether they've already had their fast repair or whether they're choosing just to live with it, they're not doing a bad job whatsoever in 7th position in the twos as they work their way past another one of the Mercs. Still trying to stay in touch with the Trinity car, which isn't the one directly in front of it. They'd love to be staying in touch with the race leader, I'm sure, but that's not the race they're currently in. The BMW's just going through the shot. Didn't quite see which one it was. There's 2 of them that are coloured, so can't identify which one that is currently that they are gaining up to. Can't see a number on the side of that. And another one in the pit lane, Luca Thingard. We did see when we returned to broadcast, he had a bit of a moment in the 440 car. He's now in the pits. Van Leeuwen comes past the American flavoured BMW on his merry way. Is he gonna? No, he won't gain the position. No, he's a lap down from Thingard. So again, we're now at a stage when there's not all that many cars, LMP cars at least, on the same lap as one another. That is the nature of endurance racing. Oh, in comes Walkie Watch from second position. That's Victor Taras in the number 22 car. Managed to get that car back up into second, and now into the pits for former GT3 leader. And the only other car still in the pits, but not yet retired, is still number 17. That's nearly half an hour now they've been sat still for. Clement Bibloc is back out on circuit, I believe. Or they may have actually disappeared. No, they have indeed disappeared. They're not back on track at all. So we have lost the number 31. That's two of the rough road cars now gone. That's a shame. So another victim falls by the wayside.
Yeah, that is the, again, ruthlessness of endurance racing, claims yet another victim. And we have had our fair share of incidents, of course, lap 1 most notably, where we had the 17 Zuchev car very nearly on its roof, quite possibly could have been, involved in quite a sizable crash. And again, it's just, well, I was going to use the excuse of fatigue for them, but they should be nice and fresh on the first lap. Maybe desperation creeping in, but again, you can't win a race on the first lap. You can certainly lose it, as the 17 well and truly very quickly found out the hard way with that one. But yeah, again, when you get to this sort of stage into the race, this is where you often see mistakes start to happen, particularly, I guess, in more 24-hour races as well, when you get to the halfway mark, where you're sort of maybe towards the night stint and sort of fatigue starts to creep in a little bit more, then you sort of start to make irrational decisions, and then again, it's that clumsiness that starts to creep in. And again, another big causer of incidents is just a lack of confidence. Going for a move, say a P2, as we always say, their responsibility to lap safely. They go for a move on a GT3 that may be sort of 70-30 chance of pulling off. They go for it, think, no, I'm going to back out of that one, and then that's when the crash happens. If you're going to commit to it, you've got to commit to it. And again, that's just where experience will come in, and you'll often see the more experienced drivers, not through luck or being fortunate, just purely by putting themselves in the right place at the right time, will have less incidents.
Absolutely true. Yeah, confidence is a definite, a very, very big part of it. Oh, as we are seeing a battle for 8th, battle for 7th, big pardon, going on between the VVDL car and Gareth Higgins back in control of the now 8th place car, with Keith Van Leeuwen in the straight line racing, number 25 ahead. And you would think that if there is steering damage on the 25, you may well not fight too hard. Still through God. Yeah, there you go. He's jumped off the racing line. He knows that running that is not. Or is he? Or was he going for the defensive? I didn't think they were as far down the start finish straight as they were. But no, he was more trying to adopt the defensive line. But yeah, with steering compromise coming through turn 1, a relatively easy move for the VVDL car to claim 7th place, and on their merry way go. So, Gareth Higgins making that move relatively straightforward. Another car into the pits, number 63. That's the KTM professional safety car. Strutsenko bringing that one in for a scheduled stop for the Mercedes. Looking back from Gareth Higgins' car, you can see just the gap begin to open up. Of course, on the straighter parts, their damage isn't failing them too much, but there's plenty of twisty bits just to exacerbate that problem for the straight line car. VVDL should have fairly little issue in pulling away. Does Strutsenko hand that car over? I'm just going to keep an eye on the number 63. It doesn't look like it. Looks like he's staying with it. Is that going to be a standard stop for them? If it's a standard stop, they should be moving fairly soon. Well, they're up to 50 seconds now in the pit lane. There is VVDL catching. Can't go tell who that is from the overhead shot. That might have been the Speed House car. In fact, I think it was the Speed House car that's just gone through. And there they go. So Strutsenko now leaving the pit lane. So that's been, I would assume that's a tyre change. That's just under a minute. They've been sat still for. VVDL have got some distance to gain the next car down the road. There is the KTM professional safety car. Mercedes just coming back out on track. not any immediate pressure. Of course, they're not defending from an LMP car. Is that our race leader? Nope, he's somewhere around the lap. So that will be, is it the rough road car? Or one of the rough road cars. There's not, so actually not many of them left. So plenty of racing still to go. So 3 hours 20 down. Hello from Not In Vain Racing. Oh, hello to you. It's Luca. Hello, Mr. Tingard. So the 440 car in 6th position now. That's been handed over. Ruben Lasso now back in control of aforementioned car. Good to see you. Always happy to have our interactions with our drivers and fans alike. Make it clear who you're cheering for, who you're supporting. So asked for that at the beginning of the show, but we're over halfway in now, so refresh our memories. Who are you here to support? Who are you looking forward to seeing? As a reminder of the cars we've lost along the way, we lost the Renvelton Esports number 32, we lost the Ruffro Red number 30, we lost the GTWR RAG number 13, the OTL Racing number 26, the Coach Eric Academy, number 15, and we haven't technically lost the number 17 sous chef Academy car, but it hasn't reappeared, so it doesn't seem in a particular hurry. The number 29 off-pace Andy Racing car is not with us, and the number 13 Refro Yellow car is no longer on board. Go Delta, we see from chat as well. So, what can Delta do? Where are Team Delta? They're second in the GT3s. Almost a lap behind the Valkyrie car, but even still pressing on nonetheless. The Coach Babe Academy number 23 is now in for a stop, along with the number 12, the RevSport International car, into the pit lane. Yannick Morman in the number 23 and Josh Perret in the number 12 to serve their stops.
Yeah, indeed, as once again, lap 127. So quite off sequence, 3 hours and 22 minutes into this race, and we're getting a couple of the GT guys coming into their pit boxes, which again is strange because it is slightly off sequence. Again, under ideal conditions, it would be on the hour. Just coming in for a fuel stop. Every other pit stop would be for tyres, maybe even of the other third stop, but again, that is subject to who's driving and when. But again, just with the safety cars knocking people off sequence, that Coach Babe Academy car is tumbling down a couple of places on the order, and once again, the GTs have spread out a fairly sizable amount, and the lead really has been quite uncontested from the Trinity Simsport Cyan car and the Valkyrie Excite car as well, both of whom were under quite a substantial amount of pressure from other people, especially in the GT3s, where it is really the Excite car versus the Walk Racing Esports. However, at the moment, the Walk Racing Esports car is, well, presumably over a lap behind the race leader. So, yeah, either Valkyrie Excite have just found some absolutely sensational pace of recent times, or there have been some calamities a little bit further back. But either way, Michael Rodriguez in the 93 doing everything he needs to do, consistency-wise, pace-wise, because whether or not you've been lucky enough to be put into a situation where you're nearly a lap ahead of everyone else, you still have to drive the car, and if you crash it, well, that over a lap lead is quickly to come crumbling down. So, lucky or not, you still got to drive the car, you still got to get it to the checkered flag, and that's exactly what the Excite team is doing with how they're doing. And well, just looking at the last couple of laps, from a lap 112. Again, a second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 7/10 taken out over everyone else. So again, discrepancies or not in terms of pace, Rodriguez is pretty much a step above the rest.
Very true indeed. A few more pit stops going on. Number 71, the Evil Nature car. They've not long been in, so they've had trouble. Let's see who else. Number 40, that's the Speedhouse Racing car. That's been in again, I think. So now Danina Zaystev now has that one. The Burt Simsports 101 Mercedes has been in just over a minute now. So Tom Fain is now at the helm of the now 20th overall positioned Mercedes. They're now leaving their pit box. That looks like it's a fuel and tyre stop for them. Number 14 has had trouble to need another stop, I would imagine. Race leader, just to remind you who he is. Uncontested, as you say, Zach. Flash of the lights. Can't even see who's flashing his lights for. So that's position gains. So Delta are looking pretty strong, and that one. So SOP were looking very strong on that score earlier, but now Delta seem to have have the measure of that. Trinity, you can see they started on the front row alongside the Coach Dame Academy car, which is now back up into third place, but is some distance behind Henrik Andre, who's just been absolutely unchallenged as he's wandering quite wide. Look like they're through turn 6 and 7. Is he coming past the VVDL car? Speedhouse Racing car coming back out on track, the number 40. Yeah, as far as the GT3 lead is concerned, though, yeah, that's very much in the hands of Valtteri Excite. Mikel Rodriguez, he's over a lap ahead of Vinicius Mercado, the 21 Delta Racing car. But even so, that's how many stops that his car has gone through thus far. So my initial thought that Henrik Andre had actually been in more times than the rest would indeed prove to be incorrect. I think it's the Magenta car that has had most stops and is still in the top 4, so that's a very decent effort there from the number 34 car that is currently in the hands of this Thomas Barbieri. So a good effort there, as Henrik Andre has a face full of the Mirandis black car. I suppose the bottom of it's black. We can give you that much, I guess. But you got more green on it than anything else. I still stand by my earlier statement of not black.
They say it's black, so.
Yeah.
It's apparently black.
It's pretending to be black. Oh dear!
Oh.
I thought there was a bit of smoke there. That's someone very much facing the wrong way. Who was the GT3 facing the wrong way? As Andre's just picking his way through as if everybody stood still. Absolutely unreal. That's the 86 car that we've just seen there. That would be... who would that have been? I think it was 86 that we just saw. Can't be, because I can't see an 86 on a... There might be 96, which... no, it's not the seatbelt wearers team. That's not their colour. Either way, not sure who that was facing the wrong way. Hopefully we'll catch up with the replay of which Mercedes caused a bit of tyre smoke, but I would imagine that we're going to see a bit more of that. But curiously, coming back to your earlier point about equal time management in the car, how has Henrik Andre done 3.5 hours of a 6-hour race? Unless they're going to face a penalty towards the end.
Well, in terms, the fair share rule in iRacing, essentially, I'm not entirely sure the intrinsic details, but it has to be, you can't do like say 1 or 2 laps and then call that a day. That is not. If you've registered a driver, you have to use them for, I think it's between like 10 and 12% of the total lap. So 3.5 hours is a vast majority of the race. Well, a majority of the race for sure. It's over halfway. But as long as his teammates get in and do at least, I think, sort of 20 to half an hour each, depending on how many teammates he has, then it should be absolutely fine. Again, not entirely sure on the intrinsic details, but the fair share rule is turned on. So Andre can't just do the whole thing by himself. But then again, we've seen the likes of Steve Brown, Super GT, do the likes of the 12-hour Bathurst by himself with the fair share rule turned on. So unless he's just turning up to have a bit of fun, and is going to take the disqualification at the end, and deep down know that he won the race, then that might be what he's going for. Not entirely sure, but if he has got some teammates lined up, which having a look at the entry list actually, let's have a look at the Trinity Simsport Cyan car. He has got his teammate, the other Frigerio, that is Benjamin Frigerio, is his teammate. So he has got a teammate registered, so at some point he'll have to swap over, but at the moment he doesn't look like he really wants to. He's enjoying himself.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as it doesn't have to be a half and half split. Of course, he's missed that by quite a way. Just because we didn't see it doesn't mean it doesn't count. As the Delta Racing number 21, Vinicius Mercado, as come into the pits. I did see a Brazilian Storm chant there, Vinicius Mercado and Higa Oliveira. Again, apologies if I'm getting those completely wrong. Shout out to the Coach Babe Academy car as well, reporting for duty as it was called in chat. Good to see that we're seeing some supports in chat. So Coach Babe Academy currently 6th in the GT3 class. That's is that Tom Fain that has that one? Nope, it is, when my screen tells me, Yannick Morman that currently has the number 23 car to himself. There we go, as we can clearly see. Not too much reshaping going on the front of the car. Other cars have got a bit more than that. You have to try harder.
Yeah, if you want to make a dent, you have to actually give it a fairly sizable whack. But yeah, again, the GT3s are actually, you know, they're quite resistant to to damage. Not quite as sensitive. They don't have much of the intrinsic parts as the LMP2s, and definitely nothing like the intrinsic parts of a Formula One car, which are very fragile. But they can still take a fairly decent punt. Going to take a replay, looking a little bit further back. This is Zach Hank in the black and blue Mercedes, just tagging the car in front, taking himself for a fairly nice drift. Unfortunately, the 22, I think that's the Walk Racing esports car coming through, at the moment 3rd place in class, just tagging the back of him. And if Hank was able to keep it pointing the right way, if he was by himself, that'd have been a really nice save. Unfortunately, it was tarnished by the fact that the 22 was coming up at a rate of knots, unfortunately. But yeah, we are in Japan, so drift points are available, I guess.
Nice thought. Well, our race leader is in. Has Honor Gondre, and yes, Honor Gondre has finally handed the keys over to Benjamin Frigero. So we will see a new driver in the hands of the 33. What can he do? Oops, as one gets a little bit deeper than he was, a little bit put off by the LMP2. It's the 677 car just coming past. That is the 677 is the Valkyrie by Franco Jones Miniatures car. It's now race leader. With the pit stops being a little bit out of sync. See how well they does. And yeah, they're well spotted. That was indeed the Walk Racing Esports car. That was the one that tagged the very slidey way Zach earlier on. But still running. Zach Hank still in control of the 390 car in the pit lane. So whether he's going to hand that over, that's the Mad Sim Racing car as on. GT3 leader is in. Michael Rodriguez, the Valkyrie X-Type car, come to a halt. Is he handing that one over? We will see. Apparently the Coach Babe car has a new livery, so if we get an opportunity to refresh trading paints, we will. That will cause everybody to go white if we go through that. And our now race leader, which is Michael Meyer in the Valkyrie car, has brought that one in. So Benjamin Jared will retake the race lead once again, and normal services will essentially be resumed.
Indeed so, and well, again, you would expect the sign car to get in front. Again, it's strange, really, to see this much variation in terms of strategies. Of course, we've had safety cars. Some teams deciding to pit, some not. Some knocking themselves off sequence. Some deciding to take the short pit stop now as opposed to the end of the race, potentially. That could be why we're seeing such a widespread field at the moment. But yeah, usually it's very clear cut on what most teams are going to do. Usually there's not much opportunity for variation, and the gaps really come down to pace more so than anything. The closest gap in the P2s, at least the ones on our timing tower to the left-hand side, are between the Trinity Sim Sport Magenta car and the Coach Dave Academy car that we're on board with now, the 888, our pole sitters, who have sort of languished a little bit backwards. 3.5 seconds after 3.5 hours of racing. Considering in some open wheel categories, in less than an hour and a half of racing, that gap can open up fairly quickly. The fact we've got it after 3.5 hours of racing, 3.2 seconds, really isn't much.
No, indeed. It's not an insurmountable gap whatsoever. And a bit of a gap, actually, or a bit of a battle, rather, in 7th. the VVDL car has got some company from the straight line racing car. So was that a mistake, or is that as a result of pit stops? So it's Gareth Higgins and Keith Van Leeuwen. So Keith has been in that car for a while. There's the Bert Sinsworth's Mercedes. Saw that coming through the pits earlier on. It's the 7th Battle Mini is the LMP2 one. As the straight line car very, very close. Oh, the timing tower's done it again. It's caught me out. Again, it's being tricked by looking at different cars in different laps. That's the VVDL car on the on the back of the Team Scorex car that nearly gets a bit of a clunk, or it looked like it from that angle. On the black Mercedes there. Is that the Walkie sports car? I think it was. There's the VVDL car, picked up a bit of slipstream from the number 88. Continues along its merry way. 3.5 hours now down. Just under 2.5 remaining. As the straight line car has actually come in. So Keith Van Leeuwen has brought the number 25 into the pits, along with Max Borgman, the 71 car, has come in now. What have we got here? So that's the car we just saw. There's Tiziano Copiano nudging the back of the number 12. That's Lennart de Monk, the Red Sport International car. The LMP2 probably won't come off very well from that particular argument.
Yeah, no, it was a slight tap, and it was enough to send around. Of course, those P2s are fairly sensitive, again, with their very aerodynamically reliant fundamentals in terms of grip. They don't rely so much on the tyres, more so the aerodynamics that they obviously create with the front and rear wing, and of course the floor as well. That's why they run so low down, is to trap as much air under the car as they can, create a nice suction effect to the floor. And as soon as that is slightly disrupted, it can have a massive effect, because there's such fine margins, such fine operating windows, even into the sense that they have to accommodate for cylinders expanding in the engine. They have to have 0.05 millimeters either way give. So yeah, very fine margins, and if you are outside those operating windows, it can really much disrupt the car, and a slight bit of contact to the rear end is enough to just slightly disrupt it. Luckily for the car affected, it wasn't massive, and they could just correct it. But say over a massive bump or over a curb where you actually actively lift the car up and allow that air all to escape, or a lot of air to go to the floor, that is then when you have pretty drastic sudden changes into the amount of grip. But yeah, they are pretty sizable machines, these prototypes, and just racing cars in general, and how they can generate so much grip, and the way they just manipulate the airflow and things like that. It's it is mind-boggling really when you think about it, and when you look at all the tiny little parts, and you think of a tiny little bit of carbon fiber that's dropped off, and you think that can't have had much of an effect, really. And then you look at it and it's like, oh well, actually it's had quite a bit of effect big effect on the amount of grip he's had.
Absolutely true. As we look at the Coach Dave Academy car back up into 3rd position now, so James Parker has got the 888 back up into podium contention. He nearly nudges the back of the pink accented Merc there. The number 96 car is in. Has just come out again, actually. Valentin Voiters. I'm going to hazard a guess that said a fairly short stop there for the Scuderia Seatbelt wearers car. On the right hand side is one of our GT3s. Can't quite tell which. Is that the 22? Yes, it is. That's the Walk Esports car. We can see on the right hand side another car into the pits. That's can't say it's Caponeo again. The Scorex car. How many pit stops have they had? That is goodness me. Number 88 seems to be cursed here in Fuji. Number 8 is actually deemed to be lucky in Japanese or Chinese circles, but certainly not proving so for the number 88 squad. By the way, James Parker, 12 seconds to gain actually on the Valkyrie car ahead. The lap times last time around. Let's have a look. 30.1, so gained about 7/10 or so on Michael Meyer. But Benjamin Frigero still with unmatched pace, still in the 29s. I'm actually saying that his brother Matteo Frigero in the 35 car and the Trinity Sinsport Lime squad was actually slightly quicker last time around. So not the only cars hitting the 29s, but certainly the only one in the top 4 hitting that kind of pace. But Matteo a little bit further back. What's Remy Hubert done in the 24 Ferrari? Oh, that's another car that's been caught out there at turn 3. Just chucked the nose in a little bit hard. Tail just looked at him and went, "Are you having a laugh, sir?" And round it went.
Didn't want to cooperate at all, did the rear end, and again, through into turn 3, it's a very fast-paced corner, so you can just, you do, again, rely, it's just more of a dab on the brakes more than anything, and of course, when you brake, all the weight goes to the front of the car, the rear end can lift up a little bit, and if you rely a little bit too much on that, as you're turning as well, the rate distribution of the car, it just says, nah, not happening, not at all, not on my watch, and then it goes round, and he did try to save it, it was that snap, got the car straightened, then was off track, offline, the grip wasn't particularly there, and then just went round again. And that is a fairly scary place to go off track, because again, through turn 3, if a driver, because it's so fast, you turn in, if you turn in a bit too early and you snap back, you rely on that runoff on the exit to have a little bit of liberty in not spinning. So if someone's parked there, it is quite scary and can very easily end in tears. But and again, you don't get much runoff because you have to bring it back straight away because you've got 100R here, which again is a very quick corner. So yeah, just preferably keep it pointing the right way and you should be fine.
It's very much easier said than done, isn't it? Especially when you've been in the car a while, as we've said. Fatigue is certainly kicking in. You don't know what we don't know what stage the tires are at. The tires could be down to absolutely rubber bands by this point. Fatigue, distraction, whatever it is, and like I said, the fine balance that these cars have to maintain to be as competitive as they are. It's very easy to upset as James Parker gets a bit of a slidey moment come through turn 14. And that's probably around that section is where we've seen the most mistakes, particularly turn 10. That's where we've seen most incidents happening. And right behind James Parker is the Trinity Sinsport Magenta car. Oh, never mind. He's looking set to come into the pits, which is exactly what he does. Thomas Barbieri has come in. The number 88 car, I'm mentioning the Scorex cars, is back in the hands of Stephen McMahon. So see if he's able to make up any lost time. I mean, they are about 4 laps down from the next car at 9, so that just highlights how bad their race has gone. Now, will the number 34 car change hands? I'll keep an eye on that one. See if so. All 3 of the Trinity LMP cars in the top 5 at the moment. Of course, that is probably going to change with the number 34 car being in. There is Mikado in the Delta Racing BMW, was up into second earlier on. But, from a pit stop, only 6 seconds behind the KTM Sky emblazing the Mercedes. There is the Mercedes just going out of the shot, roaring past the camera. Out comes the Trinity Sinsport Magenta car. Just behind, well, they won't be far behind the Team VVDL car, now up into 6th position. They'll have, they've had a few arguments with them before. Delta Racing back on with their chance to close in on the KTM car to challenge for 4th.
Yeah, certainly so. And well, these two will be certainly be locked in a heated rivalry. 3.5 seconds separate them after just over 3 and 3/4 hours of racing. Here for the 6 hours of Fuji. A fantastic venue for what has been a pretty entertaining race so far. We've had our fair share of issues, incidents, safety cars, racing, etc., etc. And yeah, hopefully these two can kick it off a little bit more. They have already engaged themselves in a bit of wheel-to-wheel action, but yeah, that Delta Racing car was as high as 2nd at some point, and they're going to want to make amends for that, get themselves back to where they think they should rightfully be. But when they were in 2nd place, they gained 13 places, which, well, if you do the maths, 15th place they started on the grid. And, well, as much as you should never trust a commentator's maths, I think I should be okay with that one. At the moment, it should be 10 places gained, which, again, just goes to show qualifying was close. It can demonstrate who you should really look out for over the course of a race. But again, it doesn't tell the whole story, because some drivers, some teams will be a lot better suited to to racing as opposed to putting a lap in, because a lap, it all comes down to nailing absolutely everything and just getting that absolutely optimal lap, whereas a race, you can afford to be slightly off that optimal rate but keep that pace up consistently, and that's where Delta have really shone amongst the sort of the mid-pack in the GT3s.
Yeah, and there will be times when you do just have to drive that little bit off absolute full cranks kind of pace to either eke out the fuel a little bit, maybe save the tires, maybe just to save those little inconsistencies, especially if you don't have to push. I mean, Benjamin Frigero here, prime example, 22 seconds down the road from the Valkyrie car and lapping slightly quicker than they are or did last time around. There's cars further down that may well get an odd lap quicker in. I would say Matteo Frigero, he's in the 28s now. The fastest lap of the race, I think, still belongs to the 33. It does, just 27.59 still with the Trinity Sinsport Cyan car. I beg your pardon, no, it's actually the Coach Dave Academy car, 27.5. So the Treble 8 has the fastest lap, but again, by very, very, very narrow margins. But that's all well and good. But if you're not maintaining that pace lap after lap after lap, it's almost a meaningless number. As I've just watched, the seatbelt wearer's car has come back in again. So number 96, their race starting to get a bit more difficult.
Yeah, well, I guess it is a good thing they are wearing their seatbelt if they've had to come into the pit lane so many times. It sort of implies they've been in a fair share of accidents. So, yeah, those seatbelts will certainly be keeping them in check. But yeah, you're very right in saying the consistency certainly is key, and it's a compromise between pace and consistency. You don't want all of your eggs in the consistency basket, because then you'll be too slow, and it's all good being consistent, but if you're consistently slow, you're not going to win a race. But then again, conversely, it's not all good putting all your eggs into the pace basket, because if you're really quick but you're spinning every other lap, you're not going to be able to uphold that pace for an entire 6 hours. So it is just finding that balance and that compromise. And so far, the Trinity Simsport Cyan car with Frigero at the wheel, and of course we had the driver before doing such a fantastic job at driving that car. Just doing everything he can in order to drive so well. Andre doing just everything right, everything on point, lap after lap. Cut through the traffic as best he can, was consistent, was quick, etc, etc, and that's exactly what you need. He's found the perfect compromise, which for a lot of teams is certainly hard to find, whether that's just getting the tyres into a good temperature, not being able to get into a good rhythm, not feeling particularly confident around a circuit. Again, so many things that can have such big implications to a race.
Very true indeed. There is the number 23 car, the Coach Babe Academy car as mentioned. Yannick Moorman still in command of that one. Have they got the... They might actually have the GT3 fastest lap. Have a quick... No, they don't. No, they don't. There you go. That very much belongs to... that actually belongs to Walk, the number 22 car. There's only two cars that have done a 36 anything. The number 22 and the number 93. And they are second and first respectively. The Walk Racing Esports car has the fastest lap at the moment. That's currently in the hands of Victor Taras. Michael Rodriguez commanding the number 93, the lead of the GT3s. And there you go, you can see the fastest laps now on the display. The owner of the LMP2 fastest lap, the Coach Dave Academy car, is now in the pits. James Parker bringing that one in for another scheduled start.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, that AAA, of course, uphold sitters by 0.2 of a second. Did a 27 dead in qualifying. Now, to be fair, they're not actually that far off their qualifying pace. 27.5 in the race. And that's with probably older tyres, heavier fuel. Because, again, even if you go into a stop and put on your fresh tyres, you are going to have a stint's worth of fuel. And then conversely, if you've got a lighter car, you're probably on quite old tyres and can't do quite as quick a lap time. So yeah, that 27.5 certainly is quite impressive, and some good pace from the Triple Eight goes to show how well they can do, and we're leading for a good portion of the first stint. Again, unfortunately, things probably haven't gone their way as much as they would have liked, but again, that's just racing. Got to suck it up and push on. But again, once again, reaching that fairly And it's quite a big range in between the first pit stops in LMP2 and in GT3, and then of course towards the end of that pit stop cycle. So a lot of differing strategies, and come the last 2 hours, which we are approaching in 10 minutes time, the last 2 hours, maybe even last hour, half an hour more specifically, we're going to see where these strategies really do actually rack up against each other and who got it right.
Indeed, that's assuming that we don't have any more safety cars that will completely juggle the field. A 55.7 second pit stop for the treble 8, so they've had a fresh set of boots on, we would assume. There's the number 40 GT3, so that's the Speedhouse Racing car, currently in the hands of Danila Zaystev in 10th position of the GT3s. You should see, yep, there it is, the pink accented car, the SOP esports car that is now in 9th position. It's the one that he's chasing. It's Mark Bunyan in the number 16 car. That is the target of Danila Zaystev. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Oh, a few more cars in the pits I see in the LMP field. The 142 car, that's the Ruffro orange car. Now that's just changed hands. That is being handed over to Enzo de Mores Bile. Gareth Higgins still in the seat for the number 36 car. Yeah, Team BVDL LMP2 car going through their next stop as well, as Enzo's now leaving the pit lane. 9th position. They're going to hang on to 9th. I think they're a lap or near enough a lap ahead of the number 96. There's James Parker with the freshly pitted Coach Dave Academy treble 8s, and well practiced in picking their way through the traffic these days. Nothing particularly to worry about. New set of boots on, in a full fuel tank, but able to press on a bit more. There's the oh, that got a bit close. That's the SOP car. Go, just stays to the inside line coming through turn 7. Sweep through turn 8 without too much worry. Turn 9, 300R. Don't worry about there. Down to Dunlop corner. One of the heaviest break-ins is in the lap, as mentioned. There's turn 10, 11, and 12. It's been one of the most difficult sections of the circuit, riding on board or on the nose cam of James Parker. And this is why this corner's caused so much trouble. You really sharply uphill. It's a little bit off camber, and the car just gets really, really unbalanced going through that section. This is slightly positive camber rather than negative camber, so the final turn doesn't cause as many issues. It is still uphill. Bounces around another GT3 car and continues along its merry way.
Yeah, and that last sector was really tricky. I did say a little bit earlier on, I think, in qualifying, how there's about 50 different lines you can take through that final sector as the Trinity Simsport Lime car comes into the pit lane on lap 146. But yeah, that last sector, there's, of course, they're very wide going in. They quickly tighten up around the apex. So do you turn in a slightly earlier, shorten the run that you have, hit a slightly earlier apex, have a slightly slower drive off the corner, or do you take it nice and wide, arching in, hit a late apex, get the drive off, and then have a slightly better exit, both of which have their pros, both of which have their cons. The latter, of course, taking that wider arching angle coming in, leaves you very vulnerable to someone just to send one to the inside, because once they're there, you can't keep turning in on them. They're there, that's their corner as much as it is yours. So again, pros and cons to that one. But then again, if you take a sort of a shorter line through, you do leave yourself susceptible to a slightly slower run down the pit straight, which again, as long as it is yeah, you do not want to be having a bad run through. And again, they are tricky corners, both in the fact that they are very conflicting in terms of how many lines you can take, also, as you say, with the camber. And again, we've been talking about how sensitive these LMP2 cars and the GT cars are as well. You get it slightly wrong over the crest, sausage curves for good measure on the inside as well. Very easy for things to go wrong, as well, as we've seen.
As we've seen quite a few times. Picture in picture, you can see there, that's the battle for 10th, for 9th, excuse me. SOP Esports Racing in the pink accented Mercedes, ahead of the Speedhouse Racing team, who went a little bit deep coming into turn 6, but has closed that gap back down again. As the main picture, you can see the Coach Dave Academy car closing in on LMP Backmark, who should really be bowing out of that, is staying ahead nonetheless. unless that is that's not the Trinity magenta car. They're blue, mainly blue ink. So that's a back marker that James Parker has right in his face, and he bounces around it. Oh, that's a bit naughty. That's someone not paying attention there. They should their spotter should be telling them that they've got a lead car coming up behind them, but he seems to be not paying it too much attention. Actually, the two of the Trinity cars are fairly close together. The lime and magenta car, 4th and 5th, are fairly close together. You can see on the tower, but as are the Speedhouse and SOP cars. Actually, the Speedhouse cars just got the inside line of the SOP car, as the now 10th place pink accented car just made exactly the same mistake as the Speedhouse car did only a lap ago.
Apologies once again. Oh, bit of a spin through the what corner is that? That's the final corner there. Not entirely sure who that is, but James Parker, so thank you very much. There wasn't full position, but it was a lapped car coming through on them. And yeah, again, easily done. Once again on board with this number 40, the Speedhouse Racing team. Dina Zaitsev riding with them. They are actually streaming their POV, and again, we're seeing a lot more of that, aren't we? With how the drivers are actually being more enticed to sort of stream their races and things like that. We saw over lockdown the sort of the Twitch quartet in Formula One, the likes of Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, etc., doing their sort of their own Twitch thing and all that. And we're seeing a lot more of it now, and I think it is good for more drivers to really stream their POVs and give a nice little insight as to what's going on, because the majority of broadcasting is taking place from, you know, top side down, seeing it from this angle, and to see it from, you know, hands on how the drivers tackle it, I think is always going to be a nice insight.
Yeah, 100%, as we did see Zaitsev get rather sideways coming through turn 1. And Dmitry Bazukli in chat said, "I'm scared we have 29 incident points. I'm assuming the incident limit then is 30, which is a very impressive amount after nearly 4 hours, in fairness. But if the incident limit is 30, then you've got something to worry about. And that's another thing with iRacing, is as soon as you hit that incident limit, it's instant disqualification. There's no way to appeal it, whether you think the penalty point, the incident points are fair or not. Tough. They apply, and if you hit the limit, bang, you are instantly removed. And I've seen many a driver, Ruben Lasso gets very tail happy coming through turns 10, 11 and 12. I've seen many a driver, particularly in either strong positions or late in the race, just disappear into the ether. Sometimes it's a penalty, there's a driver penalty, but often I've seen it as a disqualification, where they just vanish, and that's it.
Yeah, it is just poof and they're gone. More so, I think the straight disqualification more so in the iRacing hosted events, sort of the likes of the IR4 Challenge Series, the VRS Sprint and Endurance Series, things like that. That's where you have the 70, say I think usually it's around about 17 instant points, and then it's disqualified. In slightly longer races such as the 6 hours, I think the 30 instant points is that, and then a drive-through, because I think 30 in a 6-hour race for a straight disqualification is a little bit harsh. I think you'd have a lot more disqualifications if it was just 30, because they quickly do add up. 6 hours, what are we on? We're 2/3 of the way through, lap 150. So all it takes is 1 in every 5 laps you have, roughly 1 in every 5 laps to go slightly off track, and then that's 1x. And then obviously with that you have getting spun round, that's a 2x. Getting smacked into, that's a 4x. You can see where they can quickly add up. So yeah, I think usually in events like these, it is usually down to admin discretion whether or not they deem a car to be too dangerous to have on the track, and then of course to black flag them. But generally speaking, I think it's 30 incident points for the first drive-through. Then I think it's sort of shorter intervals between the two. That's just how penalties work. And the important thing is, usually, as we've been saying, with how easy they are to add up, penalties are inevitable. It's just how well you can limit them and not to gain a substantial amount, because 1 drive-through, not detrimental. 2, then it starts to be a problem. Luckily around Fuji, it's not that long of a pit lane. We went to like the likes of Spa with the endurance pit lane. A drive-through would be a lot worse there.
Very, very much so indeed, as Ruben Lasso has brought in the Not In Vain Racing Orange. If you just to believe the team name, that would generate a whole different image. He's brought an orange into the pit lane. The SAP Esports team, I see, has just been through the pits again. Ruben Lasso, is he handing that car over? Nope, he's still in it, it looks like. So, generally, by the look of the pit stop times, that most people in the LMP field have just been going for fuel. As we see our race leader, Benjamin Frigerio, and hopefully getting that somewhere near pronounced correctly, for Trinity Sim Sports. Now with the Not In Vain car having pitted, so all three of the Trinity Sim Sport cars are in the top four. The one that's kind of breaking the holy trinity of the Trinity squad is the Valkyrie team. Michael Meyer in the second place number 677 car. That's quite some distance down the road. The Magenta and Line cars are still less than 3 seconds apart. They're not challenging one another right now, but Benjamin Frigerio still maintaining maintaining the sub 130 pace, which not many cars have managed to do in the LMP field, and carrying on the incredible work from the lead driver, from Henrik Andre. That's fantastic stuff there. As we look at Miguel Rodriguez, lead of the GT3 contingent, with the GTE racing, that's actually third place he's just gone past. So only the top two of the GT3s are on the same lap, or on the lead lap I should say, or lead GT3 lap. I knew what I meant. Actually the two American flavoured BMWs are actually right with one another. The Valkyrie X-Ray car right behind, but I can't remember which one of the other BMWs actually is carrying that one. Is it the other Valkyrie squad? It would make sense.
It would make sense, and I think it is a common theme. I'm having a look at how many Valkyries we have got on the field. We've got one in LMP2. That's the Frank Sharp Miniatures one, and then I think the two in the GTs, Keep, de Klerk, and that is it. I think, yeah, there's 3 cars on the grid with that livery, and we've got both of them, well, 2 of them, the GT squad, at the very least, right next to each other. And, well, you were saying you certainly did like the look of that livery. I don't hate it. However, that front, the contrast between the blue and the white, seems it's okay. It does the job. It looks nice. It's all right. It'll do.
Matter of opinion there. But,
very subjective. Opinions of my own. Don't hate me, everyone. It's fine.
So this is how the latest pit stops have gone. Fairly consistent. The second of the Valkyrie GT3s, the second of the Valkyrie cars in 8th position has had a bit less time. And the SAP car in again. They've only just been in. I thought. I'm sure the SAP car's not long been in.
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been keeping track of everyone. I've usually just looked at who's been first in. But yeah, that is rough for them, considering where they could have been had everything gone right for them. That is a shame. Probably another damage stop. I mean, I know that feeling all too well, and that is it's a rough one, especially when you think, oh, we're back into rhythm now. Things are fine. We can recover from this. We can keep it going, and then bang, and off you go. And yeah, that is it's rough.
Very much so indeed. So that's the incident count. Yeah, everyone looking all right. Even then, just an 8 for the Coach Babe Academy car, or everyone within the top 10 of each class is not doing too badly. A couple of cars with 0 on the board, that's pretty impressive. There's one of them, Victor Taras in the Walk Racing Esports number 22. Where are you in relation to that? I think we're a little bit behind the Valkyrie car. Where are you, Victor Taras? You are about 26-ish seconds behind. Oh, there we go, 29 seconds, 30 seconds behind The Valkyrie Expo car lap times. Oh, they would bang on to the 100th of a second, 39.11 last time around. So impressive consistency. There we go, 39.55 for Taras last time around. So he was a few tenths slower than Rodriguez. And at this late stage, the consistency is still very impressive. The GTE racing is Renzo Ellenbrook, the number 99 car, is at the moment one of the quickest, if not the quickest last time around GT3 car. It's just a shame they've had a few incidents and are quite a bit behind the top two as we look at Victor Harris being passed as on board. So the picture-in-picture on the right-hand side is what it looks like from what would essentially be the passenger seat. I mean, that would be a white-knuckle ride if ever I saw one. Can you imagine sitting passenger in a GT3 car, or even more in an LMP car, whilst in a race like this?
Well, it would be. I don't think the teams would allow it. Of course, weight saving and all that malarkey. I don't think. Yeah, especially your average Joe jumping in. I think that'd be a fair success ballast. That is true. But then again, you looked at other disciplines. Sidecar racing relies on that passenger being there to actually get the thing turned in. So yeah, I guess it can be both a blessing and a burden. But it would be pretty cool just to be sat there whizzing around in the in a Mercedes while they try and drive. Of course, it's not qualifying spec. They are driving slightly slower, but to the normal observer, they're not really going to make, they're not going to see much of a difference in it. And it would be a fairly good passenger ride.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think it would be feasible.
No. I can't imagine too many average Joe passengers said you could have taken that corner a couple of tenths quicker.
Backseat driving.
Yeah.
Backseat driving from your sim racer. 1K iRacing. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, armchair expert.
Absolutely.
Trinity seems for live cars just jumped down to 8th. They were listed as 4th just now, or 3rd even. Quite what's gone on there, unless they've earned themselves unless they've had to bring the car in for a reason, but that was a bit strange. Unless the tower was a bit slow to update, perhaps. But either way, we are in the pits with a few cars to deal with. Yeah, that would be an interesting track day experience, though.
It would be.
That would be the that's the Scorex car that got very quickly coming through turn 15. I did a track day for my 30th, which, believe me, was quite a few years ago. I got to drive a Ferrari at Buxton. That was absolutely spectacular. So quite a few pounds. I drove a Porsche Cayman, a Ferrari 488, and a strange single-seater thing because I couldn't fit in the single-seater car that they actually had. Because I am a larger there, shall we say. And the guy just took one look at me and went, "Nope, you ain't going to get..." Oh, hang on. We've lost the Trinity Since What line car. It's listed as out on the tower.
Now, fingers crossed, that is the broadcast. That is the timing tower having its fair share of offs. That would be unfortunate, to say the least. Yeah.
It looks like it's stationary.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get an update. Our broadcast director is on it to see what specifically happened to that, and maybe a disconnect, because apparently it's been off the server, and a disconnect again. Nothing you can do with that.
Nope. Oh, that is a great. I mean, it's essentially like an engine blowout or some kind of electrical fault, something like that. Because it happens to all. It can happen to the great and the good, as well as it can happen to anybody.
Your average Joe.
Right up in third position, right in the top 4, and in the blink of an eye is absolutely gone. That is absolutely gutting. Few more pit stops going on in the GT3 field. Golovinov, still struggle with that one for the KTM car, is in the pits along with Matt Camilio in the SAP Racing esports racing car. He's just taken that one over, I think. Who else is in? Renzo Willenbrook. GT racing car. Well, I think that's it. The number 17, the sous chef car, still in the pits. Been there for nearly an hour and a half now, but they're not in a hurry. That's it. I think that's everybody that's doing pits at the moment.
very rightly saying that sous chef guy was in no hurry. Well, I'm probably sure they'll probably do a better job off the track than on it, based off their luck over the course of this race, which is a shame because we were expecting a lot from the 17, the sous chef car, especially from Michael Hamlet. We were expecting big things from him in his Mercedes Ferrari Mercedes look-like thing, hybrid something. And and getting confirmation on the Trinity SimSport Lime car from our broadcast director that it's just gone, it's just vanished. And again, a disconnect is as you were saying, it basically just like in real life, your gearbox blowing up, or I don't know, just the ignition going, a spontaneous tire blowout, something of the sort. It's just bad luck, and it happens. It's racing, and even the sim world is plagued by some random errors. Even if it's not mechanical, it can be hardware in the real world as well. So sucks for them, but just unfortunate. Unfortunately for them, we are seeing the GTE racing car at the moment, P6 in class, exiting the pit lane. And again, similar stories, both LMP2 and GT3, both very wide pit windows. It is strange. It's not something I've ever really seen before, to be honest.
At this stage in the proceedings, again with the amount of safety cars that we've had, it's more likely that the pit strategies get a bit confused. But generally, you still have clumps of them that stick together. And yeah, we are quite spread apart now. We see Maxim van der Hove in the number 99, the GTE Racing bright yellow. SOP eSports car has been in again, and that's now in the hands of Camilio. Also, that's Matt Camilio in the 16 car. Also in is Danila Zaystev, number 40 Speedhouse Racing. Mercedes, now they were running a bit close to the incident limit. Is that the dreaded drive-through penalty, or is that just a standard stop? I'll keep an eye on that. If that doesn't go to pit, then I'll know that they've just driven through the pit stop area. Unless their stalls a long way down, looks like they did indeed incur themselves a penalty. Yep, they did. They didn't stop. So the number 40 did indeed earn themselves a penalty. Well, they did rather elude that they were flying a bit close to the wind. As we now look at the Buxton sports car, the 101, up into 5th place in the GT3s. Good effort there. He's in the hands of Tom Fain. Minding his own business somewhat. What's he? It's less than 10 seconds behind the Coach Babe car that's now up to 4th.
Just a lot of things going on at the moment. Well, not actually, quite the opposite, really. Not a lot of things going on, as Chris has just stepped away for just a moment, probably just stretching his legs for a moment, I would imagine. We've been sat down since 1:45 in the UK, which was a fair while ago, it must be said. Similar to the likes of Enric Andre, who did a fair amount of time in the car. Us commentators also need to just take a break for a moment, but in doing so, I think while we wait for Chris, we could a perfect opportunity to run through the running order of how things stand in both classes. Go through the top 5, I think would be fair. At the moment, leading the way in the LMP2 class, it's the Trinity SimSport Cyan car. At the moment, Benjamin Friguero leading the way at the helm. The Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures comes back in second, with Michael Meyer there driving the 677. Then comes another Trinity SimSport car, the Magenta, making a double podium in P3. The Coach Dave Academy are pole sitters. The AAA James Parker in P4, with Not In Vain Racing Orange rounding off the top 5. Ruben Lasso still in the car, talking about a fair amount of time in the cockpit. Ruben Lasso also is a driver doing a great job of that. Looking in towards the GT3s then, and we go to the Valkyrie Excite car, a very dominant display from them. And yeah, Michael Rodriguez still not looking back at all. A fair margin back to to the Walk Racing Esports car just behind there in second place. Then comes Delta Racing in P3 with Machado in P3. Then comes the Coach Babe Academy, play on the old Coach Dave Academy, which I think is fairly obvious. They're in P4 in class. Then comes Burt Sim Sports rounding off the top 5. So still all to play for as we see the race leader overrule the Trinity Sim Sports Cyan car coming into the pit lane for their next scheduled stop. A lot of smoke in the pit lane. It must be said, whatever that is for. I'm not entirely sure, Chris, but have you ever seen that?
Someone detonated their engine, perhaps. It looked like it was an LMP car. I hope that's not our race leader, because they're in the pits. Who is... no. No, it wasn't. I don't know who that is, though. I saw a lot of smoke as well. Oh, no, it's not the 88 car. Oh no, they're back out. Oh, there they are. Oh, so it was them smoking away. Maybe they planted the throttle a little bit early. It's Benjamin Frigerio is another stop for them. Will it be a longer one? We will see. Again, their pace has still been pretty impressive. Nope, just a fuel stop for the number 33 car. Back out on track they come.
Yep, so that is just an awkward one. Maybe cosmetic? I don't know entirely sure what that smoking was. Of course, in iRacing you can pop your engine. Of course, cars that don't have downshift protection, you go down the gears a little bit too quickly. We see Yannick Moorman taking a spin through in towards turn 7, pulling back onto the circuit. Very dangerous, straight into the side of the 25. That's a straight line racing. K's in the 25. And yeah, well, very, very easy done. K's van Leeuwen. Wrong place, wrong time. That Mercedes a little bit too eager to come back onto circuit. And again, just clumsy. You can't be doing that.
Now he's got to be very careful about how he spins that one round. He doesn't want to hit another car. Oh, get out of the way! Whoa, one of the Valkyrie cars coming past. Very, very close. He'd have been better just gunning it to the runoff area on the outside. He's determined to stay on that inside line, and now finally gets going again. I mean, you do have to take a long time to get yourself out there and running again. If you're in a dangerous position, you cost yourself time to recover from it. Absolutely true, but yeah, you've got to be careful about how you do it. That's actually the second Valkyrie car. That's 4 positions, and now because of that spin, the Coach Babe Academy car, if it isn't wounded, is now running again. Is that a problem as well for the Scuderia seatbelt wearers car? Is on the tower
out?
Have they disappeared from the session?
Potentially. Of course, they have to have their fair share of incidents. We're saying, our broadcast director is saying he doesn't think so. So maybe just pull in the plug. They've had their fair share of incidents. You know, there's been multiple times where you've just sort of alt F4'd the race and given up, but that might be the case. We don't know. For the Coach Babe Academy car, that is, again, clumsy. You really can't be doing that, and it seemed to be an issue. The Leclerc car, the Valkyrie car that passed them, as a result, has gone into the pit lane. But again, it's just clumsy. It's just waiting for the perfect opportunity moment to come in. Just wait for the cars to go through. You're in no rush. And you might be saying, oh, but I'm on the racing line. Okay, stay there. You know, you don't move off your racing line when LMP2s are coming to lap you. It's no different. You just have to stay predictable. If they can see you on the racing line, they can move and avoid you. If you're moving, you're a much bigger target for them to hit, and it's so much more difficult for them to avoid you. So it's just so much better just staying station and waiting for a clear moment on the track just to open up. But yeah, in endurance racing, again, experience, things like that, that's how it's going to play. But then again, he probably saw that the Rocky car was quite close, wanted to get back on track as quickly as possible. Then again, in doing so, that desperation probably cost him more time than he would have if he just played patient.
Yeah, indeed. It comes back to what we were saying earlier about, you know, making a decision in the heat of the moment, and that's very often the wrong decision to make. And now the seatbelt wearer squad has appeared in the pit lanes. I think they had a problem, I think, of some description, or for whatever reason, maybe they lagged out and they were showing his disconnect from the session. They're now in the pits. Yannick Edelman, in the pit lane with the number 96 car. So I suspect there may have been just a lag moment for them. rather than anything else. Christoph Delik in the second of the Valkyrie cars, the 355, coming back out on circuit, following that rather unusual moment. Matt Camelio has been in the pits for a while. We saw the SOP car hit some issues earlier on. Sadly, they've been in the pits for coming up to, 7 minutes soon. So hopefully they can get back out on track to see out their day. It's such a shame. They were running so strong from difficult qualifying, and now sadly, race compromised a little bit. But still, what have we got? Just over an hour and a half remaining. Still time.
Absolutely, not over until you cross the checkered flag by any means, and even in some cases, of course, no strict stewarding in place for this event. Sometimes it's actually not over until past the checkered flag with restricted votes and things like that, but in this case it will just be get to the checkered flag and that's it. Still an hour and 40 minutes left of the 6 hours of Fuji. And still all to play for. They are still on the lead lap, a safety car, right back into it. They're not lapped or anything like that, and they will still certainly be in the mix if the safety car period comes out, and then they haven't got an abundance of cars between them and the cars in front. Awkward thing is they have got the pace over P5, so they are just sort of stuck in no man's land. 4.5 seconds to the Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures car in front. So again, not too far off them. We'll have to see with pit stops and whatnot as well. Maybe they're playing the long game. Maybe they know something we don't know. Maybe that Triple Eight is going to pull an absolute worldie with a strategy and skyrocket back up into the top 2 places. But at the moment, that Trinity Simsport Cyan car does just quite seem to be head and shoulders above the rest.
Seems to be. And apparently the SOP car hit the wall hard. A weird moment at 100R. That's in between turns 4 and 5. That's a shame. They've been in there over 8 minutes now, so they're not seemingly coming out in a hurry. A great shame. More pit stops going on, or more pit stops completed. The 25 and 71 cars have come in, so straight line, they've handed that car over, and 71, the Evil Nature car, coming back out. So the straight line car now, Aaron Broderick in command of the number 25 car, comes back out on circuit 8th place. And everyone else just kind of minding their own business at the moment. There's Yannick Moorman, the Coach Babe car, still having a little bit of a contretemps earlier on with it, again, a bit of a reshaped front going on in the car. There's the number 34 coming past. Sister car to the race leader. Well, that's actually second place, so he needs a sister car to the leader, but at his second place, the tail getting a bit lively there for Thomas Barbiri. Through turn 14, or turn 13, beg your pardon, when the tail was getting a little lively. And as we were saying earlier, those LMP cars, if they start to snap, they are really, really hard to catch. If you catch them very, very early, you're okay to get it. But if you leave it at just a pixel too late, it will kill you.
There is certainly a point of no return when it comes to LMP2s. You're either saving it or you're not, and that is a fairly damaged Coach Babe Academy car on the front left end. That's certainly seen better days. Again, as I said a bit earlier, that's not how you would see it rolling off the showroom floor. That is slightly damaged. But back to the point of we're actually going to take a replay before that. We're going to see how this happened for Yannick Moorman in the Coach Babe car, or are we? This is Matt Camelio in the yet another Mercedes through turn 3 over the curb, nice and clean-ish.
That's the SOP car. So what? He just
over the grass and just gone. Oh, in a bit. Yeah, have fun. Off you go. Yeah. Well, that is again. Trying to be a bit too greedy in terms of how much track he's cutting there, and Carl was just like, tarmac is slightly quicker, in all honesty. Live in your land.
Didn't fancy that, and just then steamrolled towards the wall. It just caught that inside grass area a little bit too much. Inside wheels then been up, and as they've tried to catch the rotation, just spat them out into the wall. Yannick Moorman takes a slightly unusual line coming through turn 15, but that could actually be more necessity because of the damage on the car. Being caught up by the other NMP2s. That's the treble 8 car. That's James Parker and the Coach Dave car. screaming his way through. As a reminder for those that want to get involved, head over to find SimGrid on Discord, on the socials, all the usual places. And if you're not sure about setups, that's exactly what Coach Dave Academy is there for. Locate them, make good use of their stock of setup advice and already built setups and things like that. Coach Dave Academy's stock and trade, very much there to take use of. Can certainly help. The difference in a car's behaviour with a good setup cannot be underestimated. Whilst obviously every car is provided with the default setup, that'll be kind of good enough to get you going, but with a refined setup, particularly towards your own driving style and the characteristics of a track, can make absolutely huge amounts of difference.
Absolutely, and of course the baseline setup in iRacing is decent. It's not a bad shout by any means. You can still do relatively good lap times, but again, as you say, that refined setup, track by track, person by person, is always going to be a lot better. And the fact that someone else has made it for you means you don't have to, because it is very tricky for just casual racing enthusiasts to just jump in and know exactly what it is, because there's a vast minefield of just things that people don't understand. Camber, negative camber, positive camber, toe in, toe out, the caster on your suspension, aero degrees, things like this. It is just very hard to wrap your head around, very overwhelming. So the fact you've got someone else to do it for you, again, does help. And you can get things refined to you with setups. You have got that liberty. You change it, put it more on the front end, put it more on the rear end, drive it to however you like, and again, you should be able to gain not necessarily a heap of time in terms of lap time. Well, it can certainly help being able to have a setup that's very good. A bit of argy-bargy between some of the P2s. None of these are for position, all of them on different laps and points in their race, but all of them very closely very close to taking each other out of the race or having a pretty big incident. But yeah, no, setups can really be a big help.
That was our race leader that had that entire pack of 3 cars in one go. That could have gone so horribly wrong. And only, was it 21 seconds odd ahead of Buxton to Silver. So if that had caused impact for the Trinity Cyan car, oh dear, that would not have gone down well. With coming up an hour and a half left. Whoa, someone's flown off the road. There it is. Here's Aaron Broderick in the that's the straight line car. Struggled to get that one slowed down in time for turn 10. That's probably just again a side effect of being close quarters with that many cars, and exactly as you say, Zach, there's none of them for position. They're all kind of just happen to be sharing the same bit of track as the Bert Sim Sports 101 comes in. Thomas Dunn. Has he just taken that over? I think he's just taken that one on. As Yannick Warman is also in the 23 car, the Coach Babe car. Here's the tower. There goes Roderick coming through. Minding his own business, coming past one of the Valkyrie cars. Yeah, something that a decent setup can also do is help build confidence in a car's performance. And there's another thing that can't be underestimated. If that was close. I suspect you missed your braking point there, Mr. Broderick. Yeah, that was the best thing you could do. Just get it in reverse and get out of the way. There we go. As the VVDL car comes past. Yeah, if you're driving a car like you're driving on eggshells, you are not going to get the best out of it. I'm one for time trialing cars in different games in their default guise. Some cars I can just get in and get on with it. Yeah, GT3 cars tend to be quite good for that, for instance. But there are some cars, and ironically, LMP2 cars are actually, for me, fall into the category of just very, very skitty. Blindingly quick cars. They're great to drive when they behave themselves, but they let go so easily, so I'm not confident enough. Whoa, dear, oh dear. That didn't go well. That was Aaron Broderick having another issue with that's the 88. He had trouble with that. So, yeah, that's this race isn't going particularly well, or this stint isn't going well for Aaron Broderick there. As in the caught Stephen McMahon there. yeah, if you don't have confidence in the car, you will not get the best out of it. And this is actually a fight for second. So that Coast Dave Academy car, James Parker, has really honed in on Buxton Silva. I suspect that that Valkyrie car has made a mistake somewhere, or been off the road, or something, or it's a difference in pit stops. Because suddenly, we now have a fight for third, and at this stage of the race, we're more likely to see people start to really defend hard and also attack hard for position gain and or lack of position loss.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, at this point in the race, they mean a lot more. As you quite rightly say, this is the point, this is the final point in terms of strategies. You get in front, you have a good chance of keeping that towards the end. Towards the start, it's like, well done. Well done, you're in front of me. You have to defend for the next 6 hours, and with many pit stops, safety cars, etc. in the way. Now it's like, okay, we've got 1 more pit stop, 2 more pit stops left in this race. We can keep him behind. Let's defend. Let's have a bit of fun with it. Why not? It's for P2 in this race. Let's have some fun. And James Parker will certainly want that second place because while it's still a podium, second or third, still a podium. Either way, no points scored. It's only a one-off event. But yeah, still, as a racing driver, you always want to finish as high as you possibly can. That AAA eyeing up the move, not quite close enough in towards turn 1, but you can certainly see he's looking feisty, practically pushing him nearly through turn 1, but James Parker all over the back of Buxton de Silva. Towards turn 3, again, not quite close enough, but yeah, in terms of their pace, that last lap, well, to be fair, only a 1/10 of a second difference between the two. James Parker and de Silva both evenly matched on pace, both very close. This should, in theory, give us some good entertainment.
Absolutely. And just to put into perspective how far ahead Benjamin Triguero is in the 33 car, he's not long crossed the line. So he's, 2 full sectors ahead of these two warring away. And if he catches the back of them, that's the entire field. Entire LMP field he would have lapped. But on the picture-in-picture, looking back then from the Valkyrie car, from De Silva's car, on the pressure that James Parker is putting on for second place, dancing around one of the BMWs, literally around the outside of it. Oh, Parker's thought twice about which way he was going to go. But at that particular point, he can afford to just take his time a little bit. Slightly different lines again. That comes back to what you were saying earlier, Zach, about different lines being used at different points. Bit of slipstream being afforded to Bastian there from the Ferrari. And, the battle's been ruined. That's why James Parker has caught up with the Valkyrie car. They're out of sync with each other for pits.
That's such a shame. And I was, of course, Daniel Costello in our broadcast radio did tell us he was a pit stop. But I was hoping that at least they'd be able to give us a bit of a fight before that point. That's probably why I'm guessing Parker didn't send one to the inside of turn 1 when probably he could have, maybe. Who knows? We won't know because he's in the pit lane and tumbling down the order, which is, unfortunate. Definitely now approaching the end game in this race, though. An hour and a half left, 40 minutes a stint. That if you can stretch to 45, it should be quite easily 2 pit stops left. If you're slightly lower than that, it might be a bit more of a headache, and you might rely on a bit of a splash and dash a little bit later on. And that is the thing with strategies, because now, looking for the final quarter of this race, an hour and a half left, just under hour and 28 left to go in this race. You really are starting to look and counting back in terms of your pit stops. And this is crucial points, and this will really now where we'll start to see who got it right and who got it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if another safety car comes out, that could kind of really scupper a pit stop plan or save a pit stop plan that maybe has gone awry somewhere. So yeah, there still could be twists in the tail as we look at Matt Kindig in the Trinity Sinsport Magenta car, just coming into turn 1 now. Oh, that didn't want to turn in. Just the apex by about a week, but still only 15 seconds behind. The cars just come out of the pits. The Chevrolet actually back in the hands of Corentin Guinness. So the Coast Dave Academy car back in the hands of the man that qualified it. So rested, probably had something to eat, and is now back in the saddle with 19 seconds to gain on the VVDL car. What can Matt Kindig do? Well, let's have a look. Lap times are going to be slightly skewed, of course, because of in-laps and out-laps and what have you. Still not many people getting into the 29s. Bastian de Silva and Ruben Lasso are some of them. As the VVDL cars just come in There's Matt Camelio. He's been in the pits quite a while. That's the SOP car. So he was in the pits for quite some time following that almighty great crunch. Yeah, just shy of 14 and a half minutes then for the number 16 car. But still out there, still racing on. Trying to, you can see the some of the cars we've lost in the GT3 field. The SOP car will have as far as positions concerned, a bit of a lonely race. As he's on the back of Zach Hank in the Mad Sim Racing International car. Ooh, it was looking like the Camellia was going a bit deep there. There's Max Borgman on the back of the Buxton sports car. The Evil Nature LMP car that's working its way through. Again, quite a lonely race for the American in terms of challenging for position, but and again the 71 car just getting a bit twitchy coming out of turn 15. Trying to complete another house, fair amount of sliding going on. It's not the optimal way of cornering, as the Delta car is now in. Vinicius Mercado is bringing in the number 21 for another scheduled stop. I think they took tyres last time, so this should just be a fuel stop for them. We'll see how they're doing. Those podium spots are not guaranteed at all. Again, exactly as you were saying, Zach, the strategies still have their part to play. Nothing is decided just yet.
Yeah, for sure. The Delta racing car, I think, into the pit lane. It's a little bit scary because on the timing graphic it comes up as saying out, and I think that is more so if they're swapping the drivers in the car. Because if there's no drivers in the car, that is just then the car's basically not there. Might as well not be. The Rifro Orange also into the pit lane for the LMP2 category as well. Still, to be fair, not many retirements over the course of this race. I think we're only on 5. Well, the sous chef car, does that still count as an entry? Probably. We'll count it. I think actually, maybe, I don't know. We've lost a fair few, but I think a number of them are still carrying on with their race. So that is always good, just to push on. And even though it's not your best day, still not for points, not for a championship or anything of the sort. So yeah, just get to the checkered flag, and then you can sort of feel some sort of relief, some sort of reward for getting to the end of the 6 hours. Because yeah, the amount of time and effort you put into it, you might as well get to the end and actually have something to look forward to. But yeah, either way, a good job from pretty much the majority of the grid to keep it going, keep it clean in this race. And it is so easy, especially in sprint racing, more so than endurance racing. It's so easy, just things haven't gone our way, just going to leave the race. But for the vast majority of teams on the grid today, they haven't done that and are getting themselves towards the end. So yeah, that's always good.
I think we have actually lost another, judging by the timing sheet. Number 16, that's the SOP car, is not moving. And it's not in the pit lane, so that is trouble for them. As the Maradnes Black car has now gone over to David Stevenson's, beg your pardon, the number 20 car. But yeah, I think Camelio is missing in action, so that is going to be car number 10. I think we have, confirmed by race director that that is trouble. That's a shame. Spells the end for the SOP car. Louis Cavacho is in as well for the 35 car. That is the Trinity Sinsport Lime. What has happened to them? Because their race seems to have disintegrated a bit in the tail end of this race, now down into the lower part of the LMP rankings. Max Walton gets 10-15 a bit wide and bounces over those curbs. What happened to the SOP car? So this is Matt Camelio.
Oh golly!
Exit stage right, Struth. So tries to nosedive into the floor, and decides, maybe it's best to park this one. Oh dear. So 25 cars remain from our 35 starting lineup. Still room for more, as an hour 20 remain.
Yeah, still plenty of opportunity for some chaos. Hopefully a safety car maybe to spice things up a little bit, because yeah, someone has to challenge the Trinity Simsport Cyan car. Someone has to. And everyone else is still just about on the lead lap. Just. The Valkyrie by Frank Champ Miniatures, hanging on by a few, well, about 2/3 of a lap is Trinity Sim Sports sign ahead. But that is still 2/3 of a lap too many for my liking, and I would very much like it to be a lot closer. But hey, can't always get what you want. Maybe for Christmas, we'll see. But yeah, no discredit to them at all. They're doing a fantastic job out in front. And again, as we always say, you know, consistency, pace, and just having that all the way through the 6 hours, and of course with the number of different drivers in the car as well, always does. It will always breed success. You know, even if things don't go your way, if you're determined, you've got the pace, you've got the drivers behind you, you will always, no matter what, do pretty well. Also, to note about driver swaps as well, the Guinness, who started the AAA, you did mention a few minutes ago, he, if I remember correctly, did hold a fairly sizable lead and did hold some pretty good pace in that AAA, and that is evidenced through the fact he has got the fastest lap so far, I think, in class, and his last lap at 29.9 was 6 tenths quicker than Frigero out in front with the 30.5. So he, in that AAA, has got some good pace. Is it enough to recover? Is it too little too late from Guinness? Or can they have a chance to maybe get themselves onto the podium?
I think they need a bit of luck to go their way. The pace difference isn't big enough to overhaul the gap unless he starts lapping 4 odd seconds quicker than everybody else, which would be quite an achievement as we see the Ruffro orange car come past the straight line racing car. Aaron Broderick in the 25 car couldn't really defend. You can see the understeer. It was reported earlier that car is having steering issues. Enzo de Morris Bile is the one in the 142 car that has taken that particular position. Again, Aaron Broderick realizes that defending that is a fairly fruitless endeavor. As Jonathan Poulet back in charge of the Valkyrie Excite car, leads by quite a margin over the Warp Racing Esports car, nearly a minute back to his nearest position competitor. That's our very squiggly race leader that's our 2 class leaders. So the GT3 on the left and LMP2 on the right, just coming past second actually in the GT3 class. So Benjamin Frigerio still pressing on. They're not leaving anything to chance, still getting the decent lap times in, and there's no reason to back off any. There is the Treble 8 car, Corinta Guinness, coming past. He's 4th in the LMP2s for the Coach Dave Academy. He's leading for the first third of the race or so. Go Delta, we see from the Delta Racing team. Doing too badly at all. In 5th position, they've certainly been right up there. They threatened the podium positions several times in the race and could still do so. And there is Delta, Higo Oliveira. I will get that right one day. Not long taking that car back over, and pit stop strategy still a part to play. So we could still see a change in those, or almost certainly will see a change in those top 5 positions. To what degree, we will see.
Yeah, we will. In the live chat as well, Delta Racing giving themselves accolades, which fair enough. You always were going to root yourself in that sense. They are running P5 as high as P2 at some point in this race as well. Oliveira doing a fantastic job and has been in the car for a fair while as well, it must be said, in that BMW, which if you look at it from the side, looks very nice. I do like the gradient from the purple to the white to the orange. Then you look at it from here and it's like, well, that is noticeable to say the least. But yeah, the 2 charging BMWs. Behind them is the Valkyrie car. I'm not entirely sure which one. Is that our race leader or is that the by garage? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's one or the other. We'll see. But yeah, Delta Racing doing a great job. 15 seconds off the KTM professional safety car. We saw those 2 fairly equal on pace, fairly close together as well. But again, field spread. Naturally, things will drift apart. Which is quite unfortunate, and that Valkyrie car really wants him to move out the way. Oliveira, well, just fair enough. He's obliging to that one. And, well, just doing a good job. He's in the top 5. Again, that's a good milestone. Top 10, top 5, top 3. And the win, of course, he's inside that top 5. And he can say at the end of it, if it stays as it is, hey, 6 hours of Fuji. I finished the top 5 there. So, yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Isaac Fairweather back in charge of the Coach Babe Academy car in 8th position. Who else is in? Ruben Lasso for Not In Vain Racing has brought that one in. For another stop. That one has actually stopped this time, not serving a penalty. There is Isaac Fairweather. Saw him early on with pretty good pace in the number 23 Mercedes, so we'll see if he's able to recreate that in these closing stages of the race. Just an hour and a quarter remaining. Oh, chuck that in and caught it. Ruth, these things aren't, well, I know you made the comment earlier as we were in Japan and earned some drifting points, but it's not ideal. It's not the fastest way. It's a stylish way. It's not the fastest way of getting around a corner, as Corentin Guinness is back up into 3rd then, with the pit stops going on. Of course, taking what is now Luca Thingard. He's taken over the Not In Vain Racing. Matt Kindig has gone through into 4th place in the Trinity Sinsport Magenta car. Out comes the Not In Vain Racing Orange LMP2. There's Gareth Higgins. Next car down the road in the VVDL car. Are they going to? Yeah, they're actually going to be. Oh, no, they're not as close as I thought they were going to be, but they're not too far apart, though. Higgins and Thingard. Could be a potential battle for 5th position between the Not In Vain and VVDL cars. What are they? A few corners apart. Yeah, 13-ish seconds, give or take. Potential battle there if Gareth Higgins can find a little bit more pace. We will see. Fastest car last time around the LMP2s was Bastian De Silva at 29.7. We're not seeing anybody in the 27s kind of era, which, I mean, the track is quite a bit hotter than it was at the beginning of the race, which will be one reason why. Vamo Higo is a chant in the chat, so that will be the, where is he? Higo Oliveira for Delta in the number 21 car, 5th position. What was his lap? 41.7. That's because he just come out of the pits, I think, last time. So some work to do, but still in the top 5, still looking good for a solid result.
Yeah, indeed he is, and hopefully that time and tower isn't wrong in the fact that straight line racing team is only 7 cents off the back of P7. Aaron Broderick on the back of tomorrow's Bill. I think that's the name. I'm not entirely sure. Billet, maybe? I don't even know if it's showing up fully on the Billet. Yeah, there's some sort of twang onto it, I'm sure. But yeah, I didn't know if there was more to it. Of course, the live timing doesn't account for incredibly long names. Unfortunately, oh wait, no, it's 5 seconds. That's close enough. It's close enough for something to happen if there's a mistake or some traffic or something along those lines. See, there is a T on the live timing. It ends at E, so there is there. See, I cannot be blamed for that by any means. Now, an hour and 13 minutes left to go in the 6 hours of Fuji. Not long, really, when you think about how much of this race has taken place, how difficult it has been at some times, and well, we've gone a fair few hours without a safety car. These guys really haven't had much of a break at all. It's just been, you know, lap after lap, hour after hour, really. Yeah, surely by now, even those that have been doing quite a fair way in their cockpits surely have to be starting to feel the effects of it now.
I would imagine so. Dimitri Bazugli back in charge of the number 40 car, the Speedhouse Racing Team Mercedes, 6.4 seconds behind the Coach Babe Academy car, chasing off for 8th place. The Ruffro Blue car coming through the pits as well. Matteo Padovani taking over the number 24, so that's had a fresh set of boots, judging by the last pit stop time. The number 20 car, Brandon Levier, in charge of the Miranda's Black car. That was in for about 7.5 minutes, so that was recovering from another contretemps that they've been involved in. That car's been involved in quite a few issues in the course of the race. So now Dimitri Bazugli, what can he do? Oh, that's the number 88 that's right on his tail. Tiziano See, I still it's not even that complicated a name. I just can't get it
6
right.
hours and you'll get it.
Yeah, just in time for the race to finish.
Ah,
Middle
what a
of the
shame.
moment there. That's the 22. That's the walkies. What's going on? Oh, no!
Ooh.
Oh, Bazugli was rather minding his own business there. He was in the middle of a 3 wide, and just that was a bit of a misjudgment there from the LMP. Not sure which of the LMP cars that was, but has tagged the number 40 quite hard. Doesn't look like anybody hit it on that particular occasion. So whoever it was has chosen to continue, but we need to see that again. But I thought that Bazugli was doing exactly what he needed to do. He had a car on his left, so he couldn't pull over more to the racing line, so he held his ground, which was absolutely correct. But sadly, he just got a bit of an introduction to the tail.
Yeah, well, sometimes nice guys do finish last. He was doing his own thing, trying to do everything right, and unfortunately for him, those that just around him just wasn't cooperating. Again, they maybe potentially weren't doing anything wrong themselves. Again, just an accumulation of things can be the case. Again, we've only seen it once. I think maybe this is going to be the same incident again. We see the P2 just trying to go underneath both of them on a tight exit as it is. There really wasn't much space, just sort of drifted into him and tapped round. So yeah, nothing really Bazugli could have done there at all, and just wrong place, wrong time really.
Yeah, a bit too impatient, I think, for the LMP2 car. But on the go nonetheless. So an hour and 10 minutes remaining. So Bazugli back up to speed. Hopefully not too much damage caused to his car. He's 23 seconds now behind the Coach Babe Academy car, but still 48 seconds back to the Mad Sim Racing car, so not immediate pressure from behind. Max Borgman, we've seen him a few times of late in the number 71 car. That is the Evil Nature car. Was that the one that clonked into the Mercedes? It may have been. I'm not 100% certain if it was. Carrying on anyway. Now, right behind them is actually the SD Racing. So that's a battle for 10 that is potentially forming there. I wonder whether that was, looking at the lap times, I think that was actually Max Borgman. That was the car that hit the number 40 Mercedes last time around, because he was 34.7 last time around, which is a good couple of seconds slower than everybody else, and really struggling to turn in there, coming through turns 6 and 7. So it looks like it was the Evil Nature car that's tried to integrate with the Mercedes. Now being caught by Luke Sherlock in the SD Racing number 19 right behind him, and the pace difference is quite big now. So yeah, I think we found the LMP2 that was the unfortunate participant in that particular incident. He does not want to turn in, does it? That really doesn't want to behave anywhere. So, goodness me, that's getting very, very squiggly for Max Borgman. He's keeping it on the straight and narrow. You can see on the picture-in-picture on the right-hand side, that is the view from the SD Racing car. But still managing to keep us, get back up to pace. So, if it was Max Borgman that was caught in that incident, he may not have caused too much damage, although, again, nearly a second slower than the 19 car behind him. And looking at, locking up, coming into turn 1. I reckon it was Max that is really struggling to get that car turned in. Seems to be okay in a straight line, but when it comes to the corners, it's very much more misbehaving than he would like, and giving the SD Racing number 19 a great opportunity. And again, just couldn't quite use the extra speed Luke Sherlock had there. He needed to just change his line so he didn't slam into the back of the Evil Nature car. Through turn 8 and 9. And, Sherlock, he could have positioned himself on the inside line. That's too deep. Surely that's going to be an easy pass for Luke Sherlock to do. Around the outside of turn 11. And, yeah, there's nothing that Max Morgan can do there. He's trying to hang on to the back of Luke Sherlock, in fairness. That's just... the car just does not want to behave itself as much as he would like. And that's more than likely going to be an opportunity then for Luke Sherlock to run off into the distance. We'll see him over the line once again. And well, the car behind isn't the Scorix car. It's, I think it's our race leader coming up behind. It's either the race leader or the sister. No, it's not the race leader, so it must therefore be the sister car. Yep, I believe that is. That would be the magenta car coming up behind it. Matt Kindig, in which case. Oh, and now it's the SD car that's gone too deep into turn one, giving the Even Nature car an opportunity to attack back again. So now Luke Sherlock and Max Borgman are locked in their own little fight. Ah, it's the 34 car, so it was indeed Matt Kindig. Oh, he's trying to part the waves in between these two, having their own little fight. Will dive to the inside line, but nearly gets cut off there by Max Borgman, who's now back up into 10th position. And that's the thing, if you're involved in your own battle, you can lose sight of the fact you've got leaders coming up to lap you. Now, strictly speaking, Max should let Matt go there. Matt Kindig should be able to, you know, just bounce past quite easily. Yeah, flash of the light there just to inform Max Borgman that he's there, but Max doesn't want to lose too much time to Luke Sherlock that he's having an argument with. So, yeah, Max had to go the long way there. It was really should have been relinquished by Max Borgman a bit earlier than that. It's easier said than done, especially if you've got a bit of a wounded car. As Max that jumps to the inside line, there's a bit of a slide on. Goodness me, he's trying his best to keep the pace up, but he's taking a few risks there.
He is, certainly is. 0.4 of a second between them still. And yeah, Borgman trying his absolute best to keep that pace. You can see the SD car coming right back at him. That is Elderman looking to the right hand side in the number 19. Can he be late enough on the brakes? Surely he has to be. Oh, very close. Bit of a lock-up from the pair of them as I think Elderman just sort of backed out of that one and can continue on. But that small mistake has killed his momentum. And now the gap is 8 tenths. And I think Borgman has got the measure of the two in that 71. And yeah, in theory, you would imagine him to just run away. And now that the SD car has he's sort of out of that prime slipstream range, and that is something that some of the slower drivers will rely on. That LMP2 car really wants to get through. Is that the 677? I think so. Sebastian De Silva at the moment in second place. Seemed eager to get through. I don't think Max Borgman wanted to let him through by any means, and in doing so, looking to the inside again, he's getting very feisty with someone who's not even pretty much in a completely different race to him.
Somewhat. He's probably having a fair amount of fun out there, but you need to be picking the fight with the right car. And at the moment, the only car that Borgman's in an argument with is Luke Sherlock, the car now directly behind, as they've now called the GTE Racing Mercedes, which is in third. So they're back up into the podium spots in the GT3 class category, as I was about to say that. It shouldn't pose too much of a difficulty to them. Even with a bit of a wounded car, Max Borgman's still able to fend off the advances of Luke Sherlock. He's doing a pretty good job of hanging on to that top 10 spot.
Really is. He's defending it as if his life depends on it. Here comes the number 19, blitzing down the right-hand side in towards turn one. Is he late enough on the brakes? Seems like Borgman's got the measure of him. Bit of a lock-up from the pair of them. The number 19 goes in a little bit deep. Elderman does just about get it stopped, but you can see Borgman has got a bit of a pace advantage towards turn 3, not quite long enough straight to manufacture a move, and a small mistake going through in towards 130R. And once more, the SD Racing is back in front. They're fighting over the fringes of the top 10. And again, it comes down to the milestone thing. They're going to fight for this milestone. Bit of a gap back to the Scorix Esports, bit of a gap in front to the C-Bar where is in front. So it's just sort of them isolated in their own little race now for P10, and well, they're certainly having fun with it.
Yeah, absolutely so. And doesn't look like that battle is going to ease off anytime soon, even with the introduction of the Burt Sim Racing 101 Mercedes, and also that's the Trinity the Rough Row Orange car that's catching up behind it. And dancing around he doesn't want to be going around the outside, especially if he's struggling to steer. As one of the Valkyrie cars from the GT3 class is in. That's Christophe Delic that now has that car. And you can see the time lost. Flash of the lights from the 101. He didn't like that too much. They've gone past you now, so not a lot you can do about that. It's sometimes the GT3 cars, if they feel they've been kind of bullied off their line, will not be happy about it. Of course, the faster class can't just push them through. They do have to give necessary racing room to the slower class. Oh, lock up again by Borgman. He's done that a few times coming into turn 1. Car's getting ever more difficult to get to behave itself as right ahead of him. You see Luke Sherlock just catching the back of the a bit of a liberty with the apex of turn 3 there, Mr. Borgman. Yeah, iRacing won't like you for that too many times. It's getting busy. Oh, you have to hope that the car you're trying to dive on the inside of is senior, which, luckily for Borgman, that was the case, as our race leader has also come in. Benjamin Frigario has brought the Trinity Sinsport Cyan car in from the lead.
Yeah, should be, I think that's going to be their penultimate stop, because again, 45 minutes, should be a splash and dash towards the end. An hour left to go in this race, counting down now the last 60 minutes before the checkered flag, and I'm sure there's going to be a sigh of relief for a lot of teams. It's going to be, especially those leading the way, such as the likes of Frieri, who's going to really want this race to be over, just get to checkered flag and to relinquish the pressure. Still fighting though is the evil nature, Max Bowman on the back of the SD Racing car in front. Are everything going to come into pit lane, because the Valkyrie by Frank Schamp's miniature in second place also has come into the pit lane. Neither of these two are opting to do so, and still locked in a battle. But yeah, once again, traffic playing a huge factor. And again, Fuji is on the shorter end of the circuit. It's only 4.48 kilometers long. So by nowhere near the mammoth 13 kilometers that is Le Mans. So trying to fit the same amount of cars onto a third of the size of the track is slightly difficult, and always you are going to be confronted with at least some sort of traffic.
Indeed so. And we're looking at Borgman then. Still his pursuit of 10th place. You can see the issue he's got just trying to get that car to steer, just understeering all over the place. But pressing on nonetheless. It looks like an interior light keeps going on and off inside that car. As Corentin Guinness again in the Coast Save Academy 3rd position, as in comes the seatbelt wearer's car from 9th. Now is the Frenchman going to bring the Chevrolet car in? Nope. He's going to carry on his merry way in 3rd position. He will have to come in at least one more time. The fuel tank ain't big enough to see the end of the race. It's all going to be down to when. Can he stretch out the current fuel and or tyres to get within just one last pit window, or will he need a further splash and dash in that car for the checkered flag calls? This is where the strategy calls done earlier in the race are going to be of absolute paramount importance. Have they played it right? How's the safety cars gone their way? It will be time to find out in the remaining hours. It's exactly what you've been alluding to all race long.
Basically, so this is the funny point. Well, I guess I don't know. Depends if you find it funny or not. Some people out there will have broken humours enough to find this last hour funny. I don't know. Maybe some of those teams that have been traumatized by the event of this race might find this last hour quite funny. I don't know. Each their own, I suppose. But this is the final point of the race, where we really do see the who's got it right, who's got it wrong, as I have waffled on about multiple times throughout the last 5 hours, 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Yeah, it is this is where you see who's got it right, who's got it wrong. Of course, throughout the race, the field spread is natural. People are on different strategies. People are at different stages in their race, at different points in the race. This is now where we see everyone coming together, and of course that splash and dash as well. Who will get it right, who will get it wrong? Because get it wrong, you run out of fuel, well, the car just stops, gives up. You don't even get it to check a flag. If not, you're going to be in severe fuel saving mode for the last 10, 15, whatever minutes it is to avoid that splash and dash. So yeah, could certainly throw a spanner into the works. I've seen some LMP2 grids where it has come down to that similar factor. Half the grid has tried to eke it out to the end. The other half have actually bit the bullet, come in for a splash and dash. And well, it was very, very close between the two strategies. So fingers crossed we have a similar scenario today, or could have a safety car, even out a little bit. Who knows? Either way, as long as we get a bit of action and a bit of excitement, I'm not too fussed. But yeah, certainly right now, crunch time, and looking well and truly forward to the checkered flag.
I've actually seen around Le Mans someone try and do a lap with like 5 litres. or crawl past the pit lane. I can't remember what they did. They got their pit stop wrong in some way. Oh no, they went through the pit lane. They couldn't find their stall, so they had to go through it and had to do an entire lap of Le Mans in I think it was an LMP car with like 3.5 litres or something ridiculous like that. And they got all the way up to the Porsche curves before the car finally gave up. Now, obviously, the lap time was looking horrendous. But amazingly, they got that far on a minuscule amount of fuel. They just couldn't quite do it. So it can happen to absolutely anybody. We've all seen cars run out of fuel. Also, depending on when the timer hits the 6-hour mark, depending on how close people are running their fuel tank, I've seen cars run out of fuel on the final lap because they didn't anticipate an extra lap needing to be done because the leader's beaten the flag by like 2 seconds.
Commendable, to say the least, to get that far. That's fuel saving at its finest. Quick look at the conditions on track. The air temp is 23 degrees, the track temp is 46. That hasn't changed much over the course of the last hour. Of course, though, we did start the race with 21 degrees Celsius track temp, which is fairly cold. That has now been doubled to 46, which is significantly hotter, and we were alluding to a little bit earlier on in terms of tyre wear, how that affects things. But this late on in the race, where you'll probably be on your tyres for the last stint or two, now the track temp will really start to eke them out and really get to that point of just hitting a cliff, because once those tyres go, they're probably gone. It's not just, oh, we'll punch through it, they'll get a little better, you'll get used to it. It's just they're just not there anymore.
They just turn into mush.
Essentially, yeah.
Now we'll see who's what. The straight line car is back in the pits once again. See if they're 55 minutes. That's not going to be enough. I think extreme fuel saving is a bit much to hope for from that far back.
Yeah, well, who knows, maybe. They might be able to. A bit outlandish, but again, stranger things have happened in motorsport. But again, the top four separated by what? A minute-ish? Yeah, but pretty much a minute, actually, yeah, with how they're added up. Again, if you run out of fuel on the final lap, and you don't make it to fag, you're going to lose a lot more than just a minute. You're going to lose pretty much the entire thing. So, yeah, again, can all happen. It just comes down to, as you say, timing, how light they're or how thin they're running it with their fuel and things of the sort. Into the pit lane comes the Straight Line Racing team, now coming out of the pit lane, actually, in fact, and just looking at the Coach Dave Academy car. Only pitted 16 laps ago. They will probably come in, I'd say, when it actually suits them to come in for a full stint around that point. And then they won't really need to worry about their fuel at all. Of course, they will be quite a way behind everyone else. But if they don't have that headache of having to sort their fuel out, it's just an easier ride to the finish. And the fact they don't have to worry means they can probably capitalise off everyone else's misfortune as well. And of course, with it being a splash and dash, how much do you put in? It's like with a normal stint, it's just fill it to the brim and then off you go, and then drain it and then fill it to the brim and then off you go. Now it's sort of a bit more of a headache. It can very easily, you can put too much in, the car will be too heavy, you'll be a bit too slow. Put too little in, you have to save fuel, or you won't realise you've not put enough in, and then you run out of fuel. So yeah, it is now, like we were talking about it a bit earlier on, getting onto your mark, stopping in the pit stall. These are one of those small things that seem easy enough, seem simple enough, but if you get them wrong, can have some pretty big consequences.
Yeah, totally. And yeah, this is what makes the kind of final hour that much more enthralling, is seeing how these strategies are going to play out as Jonathan Pillay finds himself very, very popular coming through the penultimate turn now into the final turn, nearly clouts the back of the 24 Ferrari, the sole remaining Ferrari in the field. We had two of them to begin with, only one has remained. That's the straight line racing car. It's just coming through now. Oh no, it isn't. The straight line car's still in the pits. I thought they were on the way out. Oh no, they are still in there. They've been in there over 2 minutes. Aaron Broderick in the 25 car, so they've had trouble at some point. So, there they go. So 2 minutes 17. So there was definitely damage on that car. They're going to be having an argument with Yannick Elderman, or much closer to the seatbelt, Scuderia seatbelt wearers, for a potential battle for 8th.
Yeah, potentially so, and fingers crossed for that because I would certainly love a bit of action to finalise this race. But yeah, 6 seconds between the Refer Orange and the Straight Line Racing Car in 7th and 8th in LMP2. But again, still, I think just people are a little bit too far apart, really, in this race for anything to really materialise, unless there is a miracle, which we can hope. But then again, it is a 6-hour endurance race with, 51 minutes left to go. So, yeah, the field spread is a little bit large. We would be a little bit optimistic to hope for something crazy to happen, like a 5-car battle for the race lead or something. But yeah, I think now it really is just everyone just trying to knuckle down and get it to the finish line of what has been probably a really long day for some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. So in comes Matt Kindick in the 34 car, the Trinity SimSport Magenta car. You see in the picture there. Again, 50 minutes is quite a stretch in these cars. A bit more likely than 55 minutes, what we were talking about earlier. But is it going to happen? We will see. And the SD Racing car is coming as well. So Luke Sherlock has brought his car in. Oh, well. Are the pit stops sort of having, seeing several cars still having to do that splash and dash towards the end. The Walk Racing esports car is in, the KTM professional safety car is in, along with the Mad Sim racing cars from the GT3. So quite a few people doing their final stops. Now the GT3s, if they're coming in now, will most certainly not need to come in again. They can easily do 50 minutes at absolutely full crank without having to worry about it. Out comes Matt Kindig. That was probably just fuel. Yes, it was 33.5 seconds. Only fuel for that car. Unless they've already double stinted, they won't want to change tyres at this stage. SD Racing, Luke Sherlock coming out 20 seconds. Blimey, you're optimistic. I can't, unless you've been in, unless you've short stinted somewhere, there's no chance you're making it onto the end of a 20-second stop.
Yeah, that's probably well, if he does make it then fair enough, but yeah, as you say, that's probably a bit ambitious, to say the least. But yeah, the GTs should be really comfortable, no headaches for them, of course, as the GTs have a slightly larger fuel tank, and of course they burn a little bit less fuel than the LMP2s, so they can get away with it a little bit better. Fairly comfortable as well. Again, they can go about an hour on their stint, so should be all good. But the LMP2s, different story.
Indeed. Out comes the KTM car. Who is in control of that one? That is Golovinov. That's back in command of the number 63. Can they? So George Golovinov is going to be seeing that car home. Quite a few, and there it is, just coming out of pit lane. The next car down the road is the Valkyrie car, but it's a long way back, so they're not going to be any under immediate pressure behind. And what have they got to close down? Yeah, about 30 seconds they've got to close in on the Burt SimSports number 101. So still some fighting to conclude for the GT3s. But all eyes at the moment are going to be on the LMP2 fuel gauges. That's going to be what dictates who does well. I mean, people may well have to be fuel saving now in order to have to prevent a last ditch splash and dash towards the end. That's going to be again the telling question. How well have they done everything leading to now? There's Golovinov again. So not long in the Sky and Blazing car. 33 seconds as we mentioned. See how he's able to do in this last hour. Does he have the energy to just absolutely push like mad? Of course, they've been even if they haven't been in the car all 6 hours, of course they haven't, but they've been with their team either spotting or keeping the drivers going, what have you. They've been in the car, verti commas, for quite some time, so fatigue will most certainly be playing its part at this point. Who is going to be coming out on top? I think the winners of the classes, I think Trinity Cyan, unless they have a trouble, are likely to take the top honours in LMP2, and it's highly likely the Valkyrie type car is going to take top honours in GT3. But I think the rest of the podium's still to be decided.
For sure, it's still well and truly in the mix, and separated by not much in hindsight of the whole 5 hours and 13 minutes that we've had. Of course, in the sense of GT3, a little bit more spaced out than it is in LMP2, but Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures Coach Dave Academy trailing them by 19 seconds. Of course, they're on a slightly differing strategy to those in front of them as well. So still to play for, still mistakes to be made. Of course, this is the point where teams start to maybe get complacent. They can see the end is in sight, but it's sort of that the thing that they think it's not the end's in sight, so you know there's naturally will start to ease it off a little bit, but it's not over until it's over, and then it's that complacency that could get the better of them.
Absolutely so. Yeah, this last stretch feels so long as the GTE racing car has now come in. Maxim van der Hove in the number 99, second position in GT3. It's final stop for that car, or assumedly final stop for that car. So fresh tank of gas, may well be a fresh load of fuel as well. Where will they reappear? Only time will tell. As we look at Matteo Pedovani in the rough road blue Ferrari, so remaining Italian stallion in the race. Did we lose? We lost the Lamborghini a while ago, didn't we? Yeah, just thought. Yeah, we haven't seen it for a while. Yeah, so that's the off-pace racing. Yeah, we lost that. We lost that quite some time ago. So yes, it is the only Italian-flavoured car in the GT3 field. You can argue the well, actually, I was going to say you can argue the Dellaras are Italian. There's no argument. They are. Dellaras is an Italian company, so all of the LMP2s are Italian of sorts. I think their process goes through America in some way, shape, or form. Coach Dave Academy car is in, so that's Corentin Guinness that's brought the 888 in right on the 45-minute mark. That's kind of what we were thinking would be the limit of what they could do, as well as the GTE racing car now in the hands. That's changed hands again. Renzo Olimbrook is back in charge of the number 99 car, and Hugo Oliveira has not long passed him, so there could be a potential argument for third in the GT3s. We will see as the Coach Dave Academy car is in. Are they going to take tyres, or will they take fuel? They won't want to take tyres. They don't want to lose another 20 seconds on the pit stop with only 45 minutes or less than 45 minutes to go. We'll keep an eye on the pit stop timer. Here comes Gareth Higgins in the Team VVDL car. Of course, they will. I'm assuming I think they have to stop as well. Wow. So no, the Coach Dave Academy car does seem to be either repairing damage or changing tyres. If it's around about the 55-second mark, that's indicative of tyres. That drops them down to 6th now. Let's have a look. What will they do? 54, 55. Oh, that's more than that. So there we go, 58 seconds on the board. So there may well have been damage as well, but that's fresh tyres as well as gas. So they're looking to just absolutely blitz it from this point on. About 45 minutes, you're saying they could probably do it, maybe a bit of fuel saving towards the end of the stint?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably around about right for the LMP2s. If it's green to the end, then yeah, it should be fairly comfortable for them. But again, if they have taken fresh tyres, presumably with the longer stop they have, it's just, can they get enough out of that car to regain the as you said, the 15-20 seconds that they've lost from putting them on? I don't think so. 43 minutes, that's not that long. They just, I guess they have to hope that the tyres that have been double or triple sintered can or will in fact drop off and just reach a cliff, so that those fresher tyres will be much quicker than they're arguably supposed to be, and that's then when they can gain. But even then, that is clenching very much short straws and being very ambitious. But hey, just have a quick end. Just why not go for the fastest lap, something along those lines, and just see what you can do. Have a bit of fun with it. 12 seconds up to the Trinity Simsport magenta car. I think that has to come in. I'm not entirely sure if it owes us a pit stop or not. We'll soon find out, I suppose. But yeah, they will close out a rate of nods, and we'll just have to see how they can get on.
Another car that's fallen by the wayside. It's the number 40. It's the Speedhouse Racing Mercedes. Has stopped. Dimitri Bazugli has stopped out there somewhere. He's not in pits, and he is not moving. He's listed as out on the tower from 8th place. Oh no, another one has fallen. It's a shame. So we didn't see the incident or what's happened to number 40 car, but he's not in the pit lane and he is missing in action. There's a race leader, Benjamin Frigario. Oh, now the Speedhouse car appears in the pit. So it's had a problem of some description and had been recovered. It's now on its way back out again. Could well be a disconnect, a reconnect, or whatever it is that's gone on. They have lost a lot of time and now back out on track they're back out in 8th position, it seems. So they may not have lost a position, but they certainly would have lost time as a result of that incident. There is the 33 car. Now, can the Trinity Sport car either build up enough of a gap to have a splash and dash without losing any positions, or are they going to hope on the pit stops of others? We will see what they choose to do. But Sports, the 101 is in. Thomas Dunn at the helm of the 101 Mercedes. Have a look, what do they choose to do? I'll keep an eye on the time to see if it's full tank of gas or it's tyres or both. It ain't going to be, it's not, they can't ignore the gas. Not even the GT3 cars can last that long from when they last came in. So we will see what they choose to do as we continue to look at the Trinity Sport Cyan LMP2 car coming up to the rough road blue Ferrari. I'll just pass that. There goes the Sport. So just 30 seconds on the time. That's enough fuel. That's all they needed. Not even a full tank needed, with only 40 minutes or just under 40 minutes remaining of this 6-hour race. And they reappear in 6th, and they only lost 1 spot there. Could well be more positions to gain with other people's pit stops. Oh, yeah, particularly with connection issues. Oh, we thought your car ground to a halt. That's a shame. A great shame. That's, at least I think the car is still running, though. Yes, it is. It's now in the hands of Zats. So they've had to recover the car and do a driver changeover. So Danila Zaystev now has control of the number 40, the Speedhouse Racing Mercedes. Still in 8th, though, so they didn't lose any position as a result of the unfortunate connection issue from Dmitry Bezukli.
Yeah, again, unfortunate, especially after 5 hours and 20 minutes, where you've done so long without any issues, just for it to all come unraveling in the final 40 minutes. That must be panicking. Reminds me of obviously back in, I think it was 2019 or 2020, with Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, their misfortunes in the Spa 24, right at the death of it with the late brake failure, which again must be absolutely heartbreaking, heart in the mouth moments for them. But luckily they're still going in 8th place and haven't actually lost a position. Probably weren't going to catch the Valkyrie car in front. Probably aren't going to fall back behind the Mad Sim Racing International car behind them. So should be okay. And fingers crossed, pardon me, from here on in they should be okay. And the two teams, 6th and 7th in LMP2, Team VVDL and Riffro Orange, both teams that have shown glimmers of pace. Again, just that thing of having that same pace throughout the race. They've shown it at little spots here and there, clearly shown that they can be quicker, like the likes of Frigerio in front. And this is Elderman going around in the Scuderia, whereas they probably could have had a bit more of a fortunate race today.
Yeah, Yannick Edelman does a part spin, taking him off the board just for that split second, especially with the treble 8. That's Corentin Guinness coming up behind. Very, very easily done. Paulos Takos with the number 36 car. The VVDL car is now out there. Enzo de Morabile is now coming back out in the 142 car. That is the Ruffero Orange. 7th position in the LMP2, as you can see on the tower. There's the GTE Racing Mercedes, Renzo Olimbrook in charge of that one, 8 seconds behind the Delta Racing BMW. Now then, will we have an argument for the last podium spot in the GTEs? Jonathan Pillay has brought the leading Valkyrie car into the pits, but he could quite frankly have a cup of tea and a sandwich with the amount of lead he's got. It's almost 2 laps is the length of lead he has over the Walk Racing Esports, now in the hand of Mihai Suteno. Such has been the incredible performance of the Valkyrie team. As we look at GT Racing Mercedes looking to try and close in on Delta Racing. Out comes Valkyrie. Jonathan Pillay looking to continue forward. The Buxton sports car is in. Justin Rector looks like he's going to be taking over that car. I thought the Buxton sports car had not long been in, but either way, Justin Rector now behind the wheel. Whether it's another stop or not, it honestly gets very hard to keep track of that many cars and how many pit stops they've all had.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a graphic a little bit earlier on telling us how many pit stops each team had had. I think in the P2s, the maximum was, I think, 5, which is 2 more than everyone else around them. I'm sure that's probably still stayed on sequence, the 2 more throughout. But yeah, a lot of pit stops going on, a lot to keep up with in the endurance races, because 9 times out of 10, here is the graphic, yeah, beautifully timed, probably four stops between them 2, and I don't think that is quite right. Because 5 hours and 24 minutes in, you'd expect them to do a couple more than 2 stops. That's probably, I'm going to imagine, from the first half of the race.
I suspect so. That would be very impressive to go that long with that fewer stops. But either way, so the Buxton sports car now coming back out now, down to 7th position behind the second of the Valkyrie cars, Valkyrie GT3 cars. 11 seconds behind them, as you can see on the tower. No such issues for Renzo. He is actually gaining quite quickly on the Delta Racing BMW ahead of him. It's now down to 7 seconds, that gap. So that Mercedes could well mount the challenge further down the line. Now then, let me see what the lap time difference last time around. Mercedes across the line. Only 0.2 of a second. I thought he gained a bit more than that. But the Mercedes is a little bit quicker, so could well be trying to push on to close in on Higo Oliveira in the number 21 car. So we will see if he is able to close in and challenge for that podium spot. Aaron Broderick on the left-hand side of the screen, the 25 car. That's 8th position. That's the Straight Line Racing LMP2. Just really has to keep it on the straight and narrow as the Scuderia seatbelt wearers only 5 seconds behind, and with 35 minutes left, what's the lap time difference? Wow. Aaron Broderick 3 seconds slower than Yannick Edelman last time around, but again, as we were told earlier on, the 25 car's probably still having steering issues. But Erlenbrook has got basically nothing to lose. Well, he has 4th to lose essentially, but a potential podium to gain. Again, you see that the timer dipping nearly under 6, or now does dip under 6 seconds. So Renzo Uhlenbrock is really pressing on now.
Absolutely, he is, and getting just some second window pace, it seems, does Uhlenbrock. And yeah, with, what is that now? 34-ish? Yeah, 33 minutes left to go in this race. Still plenty of time. Well, I say plenty of time, not quite plenty of time, but still a fair bit of time in order to close that gap. He just needs a little bit here and there, maybe get close enough to put some pressure on Oliveira in front in the Delta car, and then all it takes is just one mistake, and that 5-second lead between 3rd and 4th can quickly come down. So yeah, fine margins after 5.5 hours of racing in the fight for the podium could well and truly come down to less than 6 seconds, and well, is gonna come down to less than 6 seconds. Unfortunately, the same can't be said about those actually in the top 2 stats for the podium, the Valkyrie XP and the Walk Racing Esports. Both of them have just been in a while of their own. Slightly boring race, but I guess when you're leading the way or in 2nd place, that's kind of all you want.
Very much so. As the 3rd place car, Luca Thingard in the non-in-vain Racing orange car is in the pits for their last stop of the race. And yeah, Uhlenbrock gained 2 seconds, or just under 2 seconds, on Higo Oliveira last time around at 1:41.2 for the 21 car. So whether that was a mistake or got caught up by traffic, he did definitely lose some time in that 3rd place car at the moment. So there is a definite battle brewing for the last podium spot. And again, can't look away from the seatbelt wearers car. It's only 2.7 seconds behind now. You'll actually see it there it is. So you can actually see it in the shot now as the Not In Vain Racing orange car comes back out. The Trinity Simsport magenta car was through into third place. That's Matt Kindick at this point in time. Again, Aaron still weathering the storm in that rather windy car. You can see the back-facing camera on the right-hand side. Can't quite see the seatbelt wearer's car behind, but again, let's check the lap times. Again, that's 2 seconds difference in Edelman's favour, and that's not saying Broderick is 2 seconds slower by skill than Yannick Edelman. That car has been understeering for absolutely hours, so Aaron Broderick is just doing what he can with a wounded car. Not, again, taking it away from Yannick Edelman, just keeping fairly consistent pace, and there, you just saw him in the back of the shot. They're catching the back of the BMW there, so keeping decent pace. The SD Racing car is in as well. That's Luke Sherlock in the number 19 car doing their last stop. So still some pit stops to do on the LMP2 side. I imagine the GT3s are mainly done. Colin Cameron has taken over the Evil Nature number 71 car. So there might still be a fight between those two. Tim Williams is going to take the last half an hour in the number 19 car. In fact, there's almost certainly going to be a battle for 10th position between Cameron and Williams. Just taking over the car for the last half an hour stint. Enough fuel to get them there. They don't have to worry about it. So, fight for the lower positions in the LMP2 field is almost certainly on the cards.
For sure, and we saw those two come to blows. Well, not come to blows, but have a bit of a battle a little bit earlier on. I think about an hour ago as well. So Cameron and Williams could well and truly once again have that fight, which would be nice. I think it was for 10th last time we saw them. And I think it will be a similar case again here between the SD Racing and the Evil Nature cars. Both of them had a really good fight actually last time we saw them, and hopefully that is going to be echoed once again. We have another fight here between the Seatbelt Warriors and the Straight Line Racing, between Broderick and the car behind, which is Elderman, both of which have once more shown really good pace, and the 96 certainly wants to try and go to the way through. He's going to try it around the outside of turn 7. The 25 keeps him honest, just runs him out of road on the outside and says you can go for the outside line, which is going to be a lot longer of a way around. But 5 turns between the two, well and truly within the slipstream range, and half an hour left to go. These two are going to fight for it.
Yeah, totally. So, unfortunately, the battle we were looking forward to for 10th seems to have ended before it started. As Colin Cameron, he's only just leaving the pit lane now. He was in the pits for another 40 seconds more than Williams. So I suspect there was damage on the 71 car that had to be dealt with, or they opted to deal with, at this late stage. So Broderick and Edelman then arguing for 8th position. This is Straight Line Racing versus Seatbelt Wearers. Now this is the point where Broderick could potentially fend off the advantages of the Seatbelt Wearers, but is not likely to hang on to it for too long. Oh, just look at the slipstream advantage the 96 car has. It's blast fast. There is no way that Broderick could defend against that. And immediately you see Edelman go to that defensive line. Not that he needed to. And there we go again. That understeer in the Straight Line Racing car just undoing any potential counterattack that Broderick could try and put in. And that's been, it just wandered a bit too wide, trying to push that little bit more coming through turn 3. Just has not got the turning in the car. It's already a second between the two. That should be advantage Seatbelt Wearers in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite their woes during this race, they've managed to recover. And again, a top 8, not at all a bad result by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, unfortunately, that battle didn't wage on for as long as we would potentially have hoped for. But yeah, already has Elderman just driven away off the back of Broderick. And yeah, here is our race leader in the Trinity SimSport Cyan car, 33 seconds clear of the Valkyrie by Frankenstein Miniatures behind. That just goes to show the absolute mission that this team have been on, the absolute mission that Frigerio and Andre have put themselves through over the last 5.5 hours nearly. When they get to 6 hours, you have to say they are going to be the ones that cross the line first, or well, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, they've not put a foot wrong at all, been consistent and quick.
And yeah, well, not really much you could ask for.
Oh, we've lost. Please tell me we have not just lost the Trinity Simsport Magenta car from third. Have we just lost? Honestly, Matt Kindig. Yep, he's stationary. Or is he? Yes, he's gone. Matt Kindig from third position. A disconnect in the final half an hour from a podium position. Oh, that has got to be heartbreaking. Even in a non-championship event such as this, that has got to be absolutely gutting. Wow, that is unbelievable. Well, that is the nature of the beast. Several drivers have had difficulty or some kind of technical difficulty that's seen the end of their race. And as we said before, it can happen to absolutely anybody. But from third makes that 209.3 laps for that car. I think it has reappeared. Yeah, that's now Thomas Barbieri that's going to take that one over. But that was third. They're now down in sixth. They're now going to have to basically conduct a stop as they would as if the car had made it there under its own steam, but that's been essentially recovered backwards to the pits. So they've lost a third of a lap as far as lap counts concerned. Not that it matters as far as position is concerned. It does, because they've just lost another one. The 142 car, the Ruffalo orange car, now gone past them. Enzo de Marais-Billet has gone up into sixth position now. Is Thomas Barbieri going to bring that one back out? And they're still in the pits. It's 50 seconds, unless whatever issue they had caused their car to go into the wall. Prize has been in there that long. I'm assuming there must have been damage and there must be some kind of issue that sent the number 34 off the track at some stage. That's a great shame. Over a minute now. Well, are they going again or are they not? Oh no, as now Billet is now listed behind them. That's a bit strange. Oh no, now the servers realise quite where they are. So there we go. They're 1 minute 20. They're out for. They're actually going to be quite close to the VVDL car once they come back out. There's the Coach Dave Academy car. 5 seconds behind the Not In Vain Racing orange car. Luca Thingard now in a podium spot. So we'll see what they're able to do. Yes, thank you for that, Valentin. If their list is being towed, then yes, that will take a while. It will show up as a pit stop to us. Good point, well made. Yes, so they're now 5.7 seconds behind VVDL. Not impossible to do in the next 25 minutes, but doesn't leave much room for error. Corentin Guinness, again, I'm not 100% sure how that is pronounced. I've said it pretty much differently every time I've said it. Still hovering around 5 seconds behind Luca Thingard. That's not Luca Thingard. The next guy down the road is Luca Thingard. So trying to press on. Is there enough time to close that down? And bearing in mind that car in the hands of Corentin Guinness was leading at one point. Ooh, still plenty to decide though. Still some smaller gaps that could well become battles. There's Aaron Broderick in the straight line car, 4.4 seconds behind the seatbelt wearers. We saw those two swap round earlier on. There is the seatbelt wearers just going out of the top of the shot, but with the damage that car is still carrying, I think it's going to be a bit difficult for them to close that down.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we were talking about how close gaps can be towards the end of the race. And again, going back to the Coach Dave Academy, up a little bit further up, 6.5 seconds. They took, we presume they took tyres at their most recent stop, based off the length of it, and that could help them to get themselves onto the podium, which would be a remarkable result. Of course, they did take pole, but again, things potentially haven't quite gone their way as much as they would have liked. So maybe that fourth or third place, wherever they end up, might have not done them justice, or maybe they just haven't done a good enough job. Either way, they can still get themselves onto the podium, and still can Broderick maybe close up onto the back of Seagull Warriors. But based off how that battle ended a few minutes ago, unlikely he's going to be able to close that gap. And 22 minutes left. I don't think many people are really interested in just going full beans for the last 22 minutes, because to be quite honest, I think half of them will be completely and utterly shattered. It depends where they are in the world. It depends, of course, how long they've done in the car, but yeah, for quite a few of them, it will be quite tiring, and they will probably just want to get out the car, try and bring it home without falling asleep at the wheel, and yeah, hopefully they can do that without incident, because it seems over the course of the last hour and a half, really, we've had quite a few scares in terms of disconnects and things like that of the sort. So I think a lot of people will just be trying not to increase the likelihood of them being out of this race, and just get it to the checkered flag at this rate.
We've got a potential battle brewing for third in GT3. So we're looking at Alex Biker at the moment, but if we jump to the third position car, third or fourth position car in GT3, so that's Delta or GTE. As speaking of Aaron Broderick, he's just come into the pits for what will be the final time. Tiziano Caponia for Scorex is in as well. So the battle for third, let me just have a look at this. So, where are they on my list here? They are. So GT and Delta. Only a tenth and a bit different last time around, but that gap has been slowly coming down. There is Higo Oliveira for Delta. Look at the background of the shots. Didn't see him. Where's the GTE car? Will they be a bit closer to the... My goodness me, look at how busy the turn one's about to get. I was just realising I've got to get my colours the wrong way round. That is the GTE car, and he's 1.6 now behind the green Delta Adair. So that gap, you see, those two BMWs are nothing to do with the battles of the Mercs. That is third in touching distance for GTE Racing. This could get interesting. Oh no, beg your pardon, no, what am I on about? That's the Miradnis black car. The Delta car is the orange-nosed BMW, isn't it? Goodness me, now tiredness is taking me over. I'm forgetting who's who. And you can see that Alenbrook is wanting to get that Miradnis car out of the way, because he's not going to help the cause of Renzo. Yeah, there we go. The Miradnis car now backs out of that one. But even still, 1.5 seconds between the Merc and the BMW. That's the battle for third. Get the right pair of cars eventually. GT Racing in the hands of Renzo Uhlenbrock. Chasing Higo Oliveira in the Delta Racing BMW. Less than a second now as they come out on turn 15. 19, just about 18 minutes remaining in this race. It is in the realms of possibility for Uhlenbrock to steal away that podium position. It's certainly in the realms of Higo Oliveira to defend that third position, but that is going to feel like the longest 14 minutes of his sim racing lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. And into the pit lane comes Delta Racing. So, well, there we go. Onto the podium goes Uhlenbrock then. Well, that was done and dusted. Yep, cool. Pack it away, ladies and gents. This battle is done. Up into the podium goes Renzo Uhlenbrock, and well, yeah, that was easy.
I picked that up. Something wrong.
You really did. Just for as soon as they come down the pit straight, him to come into the pit lane. Oh well. There was a battle. Hey-ho. It just wasn't very long lived. Hey ho. Yeah. What can you do? We can't predict what people are going to do by any means. That is just a really awkward place for them to stop. 18 minutes to go. Why now? Oh well, bit disappointed, but hey ho, what else is new at this point?
Yeah, sure enough. There's Luca Thingard dances around one of the Valkyrie BMWs. Third in class for the LMP2s. Just down the road, the next LMP, there he is. Here's the Coach Dave Academy 888. In the hands of Corentin Guinness. Or Guinness, again, not sure how it's said, with the VVDL car right behind. But they're actually a lap apart, so they're not fighting for positions on the tower they are, but not on track. They're actually a lap difference. What was the lap time for these two? Well, Thingard was 600 quicker than Guinness last time around. Let's see what it's going to be this time around. So for the 440 is a 131.2. For the treble 8, it is a 30.8. So yeah, so there was a gain for Carrington Guinness. There they are. That's the battle for third in the LMPs. Hopefully it won't go the same way as the battle for third went for GT3s. And that's the seatbelt wearers having to come in for a splash and dash. There were definitely going to be some cars that had to do it. And the number 96 is one of them. They built up a bit of a gap between themselves. Oh, the race leader's in. Now it's going to get interesting. We thought that the Cyan car was a little bit out of sequence with everybody else. Benjamin Frigerio is still in command of the 33. Now then, has anybody else in... Well, it's really the only one that can challenge for the lead is Buxton de Silva. But is he going to come in? He's over to the right-hand side. Yep, in he comes. That was the only car that could have challenged for the lead. He's following a similar pattern then to Frigerio. Wasn't anything he could do. And Thingard's a lap now. If he wasn't a lap behind, he could well storm on to try and challenge for the lead. However, he is one lap behind the leaders at this stage. So sadly, he can't challenge for the lead. Out comes on the picture-in-picture, right-hand side, the Trinity Simsport Cyan car. And Benjamin Frigerio still hanging on to the lead. Even if they were on the same lap, he still would have been in the lead, as you can quite clearly see on track, still ahead of the Not In Vain Racing. Not in vain at all. They've done a great job. But equally, that gap behind them to Corentin Guinea has come down again by another half a second. So there could still be a battle for third in the LMP2s. 2.6-ish seconds between the two. There they are in that shot. Has Thingard got anything left he can deploy to that extra few percent? Try and keep Corentin Guinness behind him.
It's going to be a tough ask. 2.7 seconds and 14 minutes of racing really has brought down all the way to this, but we'll have to wait and see. That AAA, again, as I said, pole by 0.2 of a second, a 27 dead in qualifying. Their best lap in this race, 27.5, so they certainly have got a lot of pace. Fresh tyres as well bolted onto the AAA. And less than 2 seconds now is the gap, with probably, 14 minutes, 1.5 minute lap times. Yeah, not long, basically, left to go. I won't try and do that in my head because I will definitely get it vastly wrong. But either way, you can see the difference between them. On average, probably around about half a second taken out on Thingard per lap, via lap 215, which was half a tenth slower. And these are the last recent laps as well, with just how much quicker Guinea has been over Thingard. And it certainly is a matter of when, as opposed to a matter of if. Then again, catching is one thing, passing is certainly another. How much of a defensive can Thingard put up? Because you have to say, after nearly 6 hours now of racing, very much well and truly looking to the checkered flag. After all this effort, he's put himself in this position. He's not going to want to let it go easy.
Well, exactly that. But has the coach Dave Kahn got enough time? That's the big thing. Certainly got the pace, but does he have the time to do it? That is what this is going to boil down to. There it is. Battle for third. Still potentially raging on between the two. Last time around, another 0.7 of a second in Guinea's favour. I think it is pronounced Guinea.
It's French, so...
It's French, so I would think it's Guinea. Again, no idea. Like you said earlier, we're English, we can't get them right. So...
as long as we talk loud and slow, they understand what we're saying, so...
On the left-hand side, so we're seeing the TV camera for Thingard. We're seeing on board with Guinea. Less than 12 minutes to go. I think time is certainly on their side. Unless Frigerio parks it for an entire lap, he's not going to be challenged. That is fairly straightforward. Buxton de Silva 30 seconds behind him. And then these two, another minute back. So the first two spots on the podium for LMP2 are actually, in fairness, for the GT3s, are fairly set. Unless anybody has to do a last-minute pit stop anywhere in the field. I haven't even attempted to keep up with all the pit stops. And look at that, Grenades getting visibly closer, less than a second now, coming through turn 6. Oh, we've got a fight on our hands, all right.
We do indeed. We do indeed. 8 cents of a second. He'll certainly be starting to get a whiff of slipstream now. And of course, with that GT traffic just in front, that is the KTM safety car just in front with the Sky livery, that Mercedes. And you can see just how close the two cars are. Probably potentially going to have to move down the pit straight towards turn 1, depending on how much they can get held up by the KTM car. Oh, that's going to be close with Guinea as they go through in towards the penultimate corner, in towards the final corner, uphill climb, levels out, plateaus. You can see Thingard a little bit wide. That's going to open the door potentially for Guinea to have the run with the slipstream down the pit straight, a long pit straight, mind you, already pulls to the right hand side. Not hardly fought from Thingard, who now runs side by side. A drag race between the two. Final 10 minutes of what has been the 6 hours of Fuji, and they are level pegging on the run towards turn 1. You can see the 440 pulls out to the left hand side, trying to open up the corner as best he can. Here comes Guinea though, keeping it on the inside. Wide goes Thingard, and well, that was a premature end to a very quickly ended battle. And well, we did say Guinea was more than likely going to take that place, but we thought Thingard might be able to put up more of a fight for it.
Thingard was trying to get some slipstream off of that back marker LMP2 there. Unfortunately, that just sent him too wide and had to completely get out of it, so it cost him full second and a half there. Can he close that back down? Well, based on the last few laps, it would seem that Guinea has the pace advantage, so unlikely to do so. There is Barbiri. Again, a huge shame for the Trinity Simsports magenta car. It was the Trinity Simsport crew looking to take 2 spots on the podium right up until sad, unfortunately, disconnect for Bazugli. Then Barbiri took the car over, but not before they'd lost 3 positions in a huge amount of time. 3.5 seconds to close in on VVDL. There they are. What's the lap time difference between those two? Actually, is in Palos Takos in the number 36. The VVDL car slightly quicker. So it's, well, that's certainly, no matter how you cut it, is it's not going to go their way. There's Hugo Oliveira in the Delta Racing car. Had to do a late pit stop in the BMW that dropped him out of the battle to try and hang on to 3rd position at the tail end of this race for the GT3 class. Still in the running though. We've lost about 10 cars in the course of the race, so simply seeing the checkered flag will feel like a victory to some.
Yeah, absolutely. And just getting to the end in some cases it's an achievement in of itself. Again, as I was saying with milestones for some people, sort of the lower end, we saw the range of skill in this race was anywhere between 1k iRacing all the way up to, I guess, 6, 7, maybe even 8k if we get some of the quicker guys potentially. I'm not entirely sure, but there certainly is a massive gap, and for some of these guys it could be their first endurance event. So just to see the checkered flag, doesn't matter where they finish, just the fact that they did finish will be a sight for sore eyes for some of the people that have had some misfortune and just not the best day at all. But again, especially for those that are new to endurance racing, you live and you learn. It's the experience and the fun of an endurance racing, getting on with your mates or whatever, sitting in a voice call and just driving and having fun. So yeah, to see the checkered flag will be a reward in of itself.
Oh, Tim Williams for SD Racing having to pit in the final 10 minutes. That's unfortunate, but should remain in that 10%. Well, actually no, they've just pitted, so they might have an argument with Colin Cameron in the number 71 in the Evil Nature car to remain in that top 10 position. We will see. There is Yannick Edelman, the number 96. That's the seatbelt wearer's car. Continuing to press on is that's the Barbiri car, I think, directly behind. That storyline's pretty much wrapped up now for 8th. Oh no, that's race leader right behind him. Frigerio's probably not worried whether he pulls over or not. He'll figure his own way past. As long as as long as Benjamin doesn't get punched in the face, he won't mind. There he goes. So just dives to the inside line. Nothing to worry about there. He's absolutely miles ahead of absolutely everybody. An absolutely peerless performance from the Trinity Simsport Cyan car. There's Axel Biker for Mad Sim Racing International. 9th in the GT3s. That's actually the one behind is that the Rough Road Blue car? No, I beg your pardon. The car ahead of it is the one that's chasing. The car behind is lap and a half. No, 2 laps behind. Sorry, that's the Delta car that's actually coming up behind. But the car that's actually a battle for 8th place in the final 5 minutes of the race between these two Mercs. The number 40 Speedhouse racing car in the hands of Danila Zaystev. He's going to have to fend off the advances of Axel Biker in the 390 Mad Sim Racing International car. So we still have a battle potentially down at the flag.
Let's hope. Let's hope. That number 40 Speedhouse car, according to the YouTube chat, Dimitri is saying that the tyres are well and truly gone. So hopefully they can hang on. 9/10 of a second between the 390 Mad Sim Racing International and the 40 Speedhouse Racing team up in front. 6 minutes, not even that. 5 minutes and 10 seconds left of what has been an enthralling 6 hours of racing here at Fuji, and yeah, well, it's going to come to an end fairly shortly in around about a couple of laps or so, depending on the timing of the Trinity Simsport Cyan car. But yeah, that blue and black Mercedes daunting in the mirror of the red and white Speedhouse Racing team, who surely has to be under threat. Defensive kind of in towards turn 6. Ooh, very close. You saw the 390 didn't really know where to go, left, right, inside, outside, but the Speedhouse Racing team parked it nicely to the middle of the circuit and kept it in a straight line as well, just to be nice and predictable. But you can certainly see both of them want this position, and both of them are going to fight for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Delta cars nowhere to go. Got boxed in behind the Mercedes there, as the Speedhouse and Mad Sim Racing cars continue to squabble for their 8th position. The 4th place Delta car, in fairness, it's not going to gain 46 seconds in 5 minutes anyway, but it still doesn't want to be stuck behind a pair of back markers, as there's no grip left for the number 40 cars. The Mad Sim Racing just danced through on the inside line as he tries to counterattack. There's Zaystev, but he's got nothing left. You can see that car just does not want to pull away, as the Rough Road Blue car has had to come in with less than 4 minutes left. That's the ultimate splash and dash, that one. So through then goes Alex Biker up into 8th place. Oh, the speed lane cars come in. Unbelievable. So the speed lane cars had to come in as well. So Danila Zaystev bringing the car in for what must be the last time. The next car down the road is 3 laps down. That's Brandon Levier in the number 20 car, the Miranda's black Mercedes. There's the GTE Racing Merc, came 3rd a little while ago now, and just has to hang on to it for another 3 and a bit minutes plus a lap. Length of the lap, like you say, it depends where the leader crosses the line in relation to the clock. And there it is, 3 minutes to go. Mihai Zutner in the number 22 car, the Walk Racing Esports car, was leading for a while. It's the Valkyrie Excite car in the hands of Benjamin Frigerio. It's only in this half of another connection issue. Oh, phew. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The stream screen, to me at least, completely froze. Okay, so that was my connection that went a bit funky. That's fine. I was thinking, no, please not again. So I can live with my connection going wrong, as long as the stream is fine. That's all good. Jonathan Pillay, been untouchable in the Valkyrie X-Ray car. Nearly 2 laps, well, certainly a lap and a half ahead of the Walk Racing Esports car. Has been absolutely untouchable for a very, very front left 1%, says Bazugli in the number 40 car. Any wonder you came in. Struth alive. How did you run it down so low? That's actually quite an impressive trick. So then, early further back, there is Quintin Guinea in the number 888 car. Now 9 seconds ahead of the Not In Vain Racing orange car. Very firmly in the podium spots. 1.5 minutes to go. So I would think we're on the penultimate lap by now. Again, there's a race leader actually. So first and third are right by one another. Yep, white flag. I just saw it at the top of the screen now. So we are on our penultimate lap. Lap number 228 will just be shy of 230 laps here in Fuji. What a race it's been. There's been battles throughout the field all race long.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a race that, of course, the final sort of third of it sort of died down just a little bit. We've had a fair few outspurts of battles, of course, amongst the midfield, but nothing really at the front, which no discredit to anyone else, to anyone leading the way. The Trinity SimSport Cyan and the Valkyrie Excite cars have just done a brilliant, unmatchable job, set the bar way too high for anyone else to reach, and yeah, that's exactly why, it's just, that's sometimes why you watch motorsport, is to see some magical drives like that one from these guys. And yeah, Benjamin Figueroa, who's got one more sector left to go in this race. He's going to have a massive sigh of relief as he crosses the line, I think. And yeah, it's been very well earned, and I think he's certainly going to be quite happy to bring it home in first place.
Chased home by third. Quite an odd combination, but there we go. Checkered flag is out to bring home the number 33, your winner here for the 6 hours of Fuji. It is Benjamin Figueroa for Trinity SimSport Cyan to take the win here for this enthralling 6-hour race. Chased home by the Coach Dave Academy car in third position. Winning the GT3 class, already crossing the line, is the Valkyrie X-Ray car. What a great race they've had as well. So Jonathan Pillay that has brought home the number 93 car to take the win. Walk Racing Esports comes home in second, with GT Racing in third. We're waiting just for the Valkyrie GT3 car to round out the LMP2 second place. There it is, to round out the LMP podium. My goodness me. So this had absolutely everything, different pit stops going on, safety cars, several safety cars indeed, making up for the lack of safety cars last time out in Le Mans. And we've also got the VVDL car burning its tyres down to rubber bands. Why not? You don't need them again. Lots of redecorated cars. Quite a few cars that didn't see the checkered flag, but all in all, some brilliant racing and a hell of a lot of marbles on the outside of the track.
Yeah, well, when you've had 6 hours of racing and 34 cars going around through that corner, it's fair enough. There's going to be quite a fair few marbles. But look at it before the race, and then look at it after, and just look at the sheer difference. But yeah, the majority of the field, that's the Maradness apparently black car doing some donuts in a sense. I guess you could, more like pretzels, I suppose, is what they more look like. But either or, it's they're doing something with that car. And yeah, very well deserved. Just to get to the checkered flag, as you were saying, is somewhat of an achievement. And yeah, well, just a great race overall. And well, that was certainly worth being sat here for the last 7 hours just to enjoy the race. And again, a true spectacle of endurance racing, because we had it all.
That we did. What a fantastic event that we have been treated to from our drivers. Well, a great race we have had here for the Coach Dave Academy here at SimGrid. We hope you people have enjoyed it as much as we have. We won't subject the drivers to driver interviews. One, they're probably absolutely shattered. And two, some of them probably won't have very many stream-friendly things to say. So we'll leave them be to enjoy their celebrations or live in their commiserations either way. So let's wrap up this evening. Thank you very much to those that have been with us throughout the stream. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties we had earlier on, but we're glad you stuck with us. Thank you very much to our drivers for putting on a fantastic show from beginning to end. It has been a brilliant ride for us in the commentary box. From myself, Chris Buxton, and thank you very much, Zach Sweeney, for joining me in the commentary box. A great pleasure to have you along for the ride as well, good sir.
Been an absolute pleasure alongside you, and hopefully a few more times together in the commentary box to come. Fingers crossed, and hopefully they can be equally as good, if not better, at races than that one. And yeah, we'll certainly cannot complain. And thanks to SimGrid for having me. Thanks to Coach Dave Academy for putting the event on, and thanks to everyone at home for tuning in and watching along, because that was certainly worth the ride.
Amen to that. Thank you very much, Daniel Costello, for persevering with the stream, giving us the brilliant cameras and replays and what have you, and for Daniel Handover for helping us right in the middle in our difficulties, and to Michael Hamlet for steering the ship as well. Great stuff. We look forward to seeing you again for our next stream here at SimGrid. There's plenty more racing going on, so find us on the socials to get involved. You may have lunatics like us shouting about your on-track antics. Until next time, thank you very much, and good night!